seconds.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Snetterton in Norfolk for another fantastic British Racing and Sports Car Club live race day here, once again in Norfolk on the 300 circuit for more action from the Brscc's expansive portfolio of championships and series. Scott Woodward's here in the commentary box to guide you through all of the action today. We'll also be seeing Lindsay Close, who will be running through our podium interviews throughout the day. Now, if you're a Mazda MX-5 fan, you're in for an absolute belter, because of course we've got all three of the Brscc's Mazda MX-5 formulae on display here today, starting with the first race coming up very shortly, being the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. But we also have the three-race Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship and the Mark IIIs out too in the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup as well. 8 races between them, and of course we also have a very special race this afternoon, the first ever Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race. They've been out for qualifying this morning, a 20-car entry this to kick things off, and there's some very tasty machines in the mix. So let's see if we can very quickly run through what the timetable is for today. Again, we've had qualifying for all 4 championships as the cars head off onto the grid. But actually we might just go through the grid possibly for this first race, because they are heading out now, so we'll probably give you a rundown in between. Well, there's the timetable for today anyway. This is the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship heading out first. They'll be out for their first 15-minute race. Then the first Mazda MX-5 SuperCup race comes next, scheduled at 5 to 12. Then it's 12:30 for the first Mazda MX-5 Championship. We then have a lunch break of 40 minutes before we head into the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup's second race, followed by second races for the MX-5 Championship and the Clubman Championship. Then another break, which then gives us into our third races of the day for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and then the Mazda MX-5 Championship, and then another short 25-minute break to allow teams and cars to prepare for the final race of today, which is the 1 hour 40 minutes 100-minute race for the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup. So plenty of great action, both sprint and endurance here today. There's confirmation of the final few races for this afternoon's programme. So then, with that in mind, as the cars head out on the formation lap, I think it is time for us to give you our first grid of today, and it is for race 1 of 2 for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, and they line up like this. One notable absence you'll see, no Harry Storer. He's not here this weekend, so instead it's John Pethick who takes pole position for the first time this season. He starts alongside Neil Chisnell on the front row of the grid. Barney Francis then comes next, ahead of MX-5 Clubman debutant Matthew Bankhurst, so welcome to him on the grid, 4th fastest. Jay Shepard with 5th on the 3rd row, alongside Dan Blake, who's in 6th position, and then Matthew Fletcher and Graham Rumsey come next on the 4th row to round out the top 8. The top 10 is then rounded out by invitation class driver, as it should be, Charles Medwin. Alongside him is invitation driver Richard Harwood. Then it's Alan Hawkins and Nick Ledoyne on the 6th row of the grid, ahead of Brad Jones and Richard Bartlett. And then it's Peter Higton, not as high as he would like to be, in 15th on the grid, alongside William Bream on the 8th row. And the final few rows on the grid are going to be the last few cars, which is Andrew Dean and Kevin Bird on the 9th row of the grid, Owen Woodwards and Jamie Turner, first time appearance in the championship, starting 20th, and David Sculler and Peter Williams, another new face, who starts back in 22nd. So a 22-car entry entry for our first race of today. So as I mentioned, there is one notable absence from today's entry list, and it is Championship leader Harry Storer. We also don't have Rob Greensmith on the list either. So the top two in the Championship, who lead not just on total scores but also on adjusted scores, with the two worst results of the season being dropped for every driver. Harry Storer was going to come into the weekend 30 points ahead of Rob Greensmith, but I suspect that the kart drivers that are immediately behind them, the likes of Dan Blake, Peter Higton, Kevin Bird and Richard Bartlett, are going to make significant gains on those who aren't here. Now, of course, for those two drivers, Harry and Rob, they will be able to drop these two races as their worst scores. They are the worst because they haven't turned up, so therefore they're not scoring anything. So they can use them as drop scores, but of course it means then that every single result after that really has to count. Because after Snetterton, we'll have the rounds at Cadwell Park, at Donington, and then at the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch at the end of October. And pretty much since then, they have to be scoring points pretty much in every single one of those races. Otherwise, it could really dent their chances for the championship. We might also see a shake-up in the Masters points as well. Peter Higton probably looks as though he's likely to take over the lead of that points table. He came into the weekend on overall scores some 11 points behind Rob Greensmith, 578 for Rob compared to 567 for Peter. Tim Storer, Harry's father, is also not here this weekend as well. So it means that the likes of Richard Bartlett and also even Alan Hawkins and Jay Shepard, who are further back in points, but they want to try and grab as many as they can to try and climb up the order a few more positions. So John Pethick then is the blue car with the offset white racing stripes down the driver's right. It's the silver car with the purple and green graphics is Neil Chisnall, son of Clive, who was a prominent Mark 1 racer for quite a while, long-time racer in the MX-5 Championship, and has now moved into the SuperCup. And then also watch out for the Misty racing car, which is starting in third on the grid, that being Barney Francis, alongside Matthew Bankhurst, who's one of two Mike Comber Racing entered cars. Lights are about to come up then for the first race of the day for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Pethick and Chisnall on the front row of the grid. Watch for some of the championship contenders further back as we get underway here at Snetterton. It's a cracking start from the third row from both Jane Francis and the 777 Wasp livery car and the Paddock Motorsport run car, the black, blue and white machine of Dan Blake, who from the third rows they head down towards Ritchie's for the first time. They're 2 and 3 abreast. They turn in and there's contact already. One car's gone around. That's car number 5, Nick Ledoyen's gone spinning off onto the grass at Ritchie's. Wasn't a big piece of contact, but these are quite light MX-5s and hopefully you can get that car going again if it's not damaged. There was contact left front to right rear. Quick little wave of dismissal to the marshals and away he goes, but I'm not quite sure that was the way he wanted to start his weekend as he gets back onto the circuit to try and pick up what he can from this first race. Well, already this battle is going on. John Pethick under attack from Jay Shepard as they turn into Palmers for the first time. As they come onto the back straight, Neil Chisnall, who does lead the race, runs wide as he comes on the run towards Agostini. More cars running wide in the background, one of them being Peter Higton, who's quite high up in the championship, but he started down the order with lots of work to do. Battle on for second. Back up the inside goes John Pethick on passing Barney Francis, and charging up, as we mentioned, from the third row of the grid is Jay Shepard. He's quite experienced in motorsport himself. Not only is he a former Brit car champion, he's raced in Europe, he's raced in Radicals as well, and of course in the legendary TVR Tuscan Challenge, and more recently he's been competing in the Fun Cup Championship and also debuted the brand new MP01 Evo sports prototype in the new Zeo Prototype Cup, which he shared with Ed Worthington, his business partner, because the Wasp company is pretty much an acronym of Worthington and Shepard. Performance parts, and off the road goes Barney Francis, drops a wheel onto the curb. Exting Williams clouts the barrier on the inside, and there was one of the AB Motorsport cars that went shooting through and was lucky not to collect him. So Barney Francis then, who is stationary on the road, hopefully that won't be too much of a trouble and he can get it going again. Otherwise we might get a first appearance of the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car, but it is Neil Chisnall who leads the way. Then it's Jay Shepard up into second place as they turn their way through. Talk about eventful for a first lap in the Clubman Championship. They certainly were trying to get their elbows out pretty quickly. Now, Barney Francis has tried to get that car going, but I wonder if the damage that he sustained from the, what looked like a fairly low-speed clip of the barriers might well have caused a bit more than first thought. There's Matthew Fletcher in car 21. He's worked pretty well. In fact, he started, where did he start on the grid? Matthew Fletcher started back in on the grid. Where was he? 7th on the road. He's coming up to 4th at this point. So they head out of the final corner at Murray's and onto the pit straight. Now, whether or not Barney Francis' car is going to have to prompt a safety car or not, we'll wait and see, unless he can park that car on the inside of the road. Lots of battles going on here. Graham Rumsey battling with Peter Higton. Also, Kevin Bird was in the mix as well. I think one of the two Mike Comber Racing cars. Yes, it was. That was the 144 car of Matthew Bankhurst. welcome to the Clubman Championship, Matthew, as he gets himself stuck in with some of the regulars. Now, there are a few drivers in this pack who are also competing in the main MX-5 Championship. Not that this championship is any lesser at all, but it's the more established usually 2-day 3-race format for that championship. But they have run one-day meetings at places like Alton Park before. But this is pretty much, for the most part, a Mazda MX-5 day, and it's been pretty energetic and full of action from the very first few laps. So end of the first lap as they came across the line. Neil Chisnell leads the way then here at Snetterton on this opening lap, as now it's side by side for third. Diving up the inside to take a podium place is Matt Fletcher, and the car which he's usually shared with Chris Malloy before in the main championship is now up into third position. Now Jay Shepard is chasing after Neil Chisnell already, and I wonder if he might be able to put himself into a position to take his first Clubman victory, because he has been in situations in the last few rounds where he has been looking pretty strong, and then he's had mechanical issues hit him at the last minute. So hopefully this will be a chance for Jay Shepard to get himself into what could be a potential race-winning position if he can start to close the gap to Neil Chisnell already. There's John Pethick, car number 150, started on pole position, but it's now back to fourth, and Barney Francis' car is still there on the inside of the exit of Williams, so that's an interesting position. It's almost half on, half off the track, so yes, it's off the racing line, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's not a safety car at some point to try and recover it. But at the moment, the race continues on. I think they're covering with waved yellows. There's now sideways down the exit. Now, I did hear the circuit commentator getting excited. Now, has there been... Was that Neil Chisnell flashing through the bottom of the shot who went wide? I'll have to look at our next camera, because I have a suspicion maybe Jay Shepard's gone into the lead. But as we see here, we see that's Kevin Bird battling with the 144 of Matthew Bankhurst. They're battling over 9th and 10th position. You can see the cross. Now then, there is Jay Shepard. And yes, it is the lead change. So I did see there was no Chisnell running wide on the exit of Nelson. So Jay Shepard is into the lead here in this first MX-5 Clubman race. He now assumes the front in the 777 car. Also a driver working well to catch up to the lead group is Dan Blake. He was the one, like Shepard, who got a demon start from the third row of the grid as they charge down the pit straight. So Neil Chisnell then drops to fourth, and he's now being chased down by both the 722 car, which is the fantastically jigsaw liveried car of Alan Hawkins, and the rapid Dan Blake, who came into the weekend on points, on drop scores at least, at third in the standings. He's currently so far set a best finish of, what's his best finish so far been? It's been fourth position, and that was last time out at Anglesey. Dan manages to make the move stick as he slots past into what is currently his personal best finish at the moment. And now they make their way up towards the left-hander at Palmer. So Shepard then leads the way, contrary to the timing tower on the left-hand side. Shepard leads then, but it's Fletcher who's just set the fastest lap of the race. So who is currently sat in, that will be second position. Yes, because Pethick's up to third now. Chisnell's dropped up to fourth. There's a car off in the background. That's car number 6. That's Richard Harwood, who's gone off at Palmer's. Now, that looked fairly high speed. I'm not sure if he was in the train of cars that's coming down towards Agostini, but an off for Richard Harwood in the background. That's one of the two Mike Comber Racing prepared cars. There's more action in front going on between them. That's Richard Bartlett trying to pick his way through, getting around the 76, I think. That was Charles Medwin who's in there. And William Bream, I think, was getting his elbow stuck in. That was the 264 car battling with Andrew Dean. So all sorts going on in this Clubman Championship race. It's only the first race of the day. So in through Williams they go. That's still Dan Blake being chased down by Alan Hawkins. That's for 5th and 6th position. There goes Graham Rumsey. Behind him is Matthew Bankhurst. And there's Peter Higton, who hasn't really had the quickest of starts this weekend. He came into the weekend 4th on drop scores. As there we see Jay Shepard getting all out of shape through the braking zone for Brundle and Nelson. And now he's under threat from Matthew Fletcher. So we might be able to get our fourth different leader in less than 2 laps. So they turn in then through the bomb hole and up through Cora, this long, almost never-ending right-hander back towards the very tricky braking zone. You have to really set the car up here to try and brake in a straight line, and Jay Shepard's having difficulty just keeping the car pointing in the right direction, getting sideways. I'm not sure there was a bit of a tag there from Matthew Fletcher on the apex, but he's being pushed now by number 21. And I have to say also, John Pethick's not far away either. In fact, there he is. In fact, I think that Jay Shepard had to back up a little bit, which forced Matt Fletcher to back off, and now it's going to be 3 abreast down the pit straight. 3 abreast for the lead, down towards Richards. It's Shepard on the inside line. It was Fletcher in the middle, and on the outside line is John Pethick, as Jay Shepard slots back into 3rd position. Now John Pethick looks to try and get the undercut through turn 1. Shepard's back on Pethick's rear bumper. Neil Chisnell can get back involved here. And look at Dan Blake and Alan Hawkins. They're starting to close in pretty quickly. So, Championship leader Harry Story is away from the MX-5 Clubman Championship. He leaves it for just for one meeting, and it all starts to go crazy. They can all sense a first victory here, and they're all pushing as hard as possible. Let's just check on the timing screen to see where we are with fastest laps at the moment. It's still being held by the new leader, Matthew Fletcher. 2 minutes 24.433 is the best time so far, so he will get the bonus point for fastest lap for that one. Here comes Neil Chisnell then, up the inside for third place. Now I wonder, dare I say it, is either Jay Shepard losing a bit of momentum, or is Neil Chisnell just finding that pace again, or, whisper it, is Jay Shepard having another problem again? Well, he's keeping up with the top two, but he's now under threat with Neil Chisnell to his left, or he was at least, as he slots back in. But now we've got to be careful for Dan Blake in that black and blue machine with the yellow roll cage, number 27. That's the Paddock Motorsport run car, which is the team that's run by former World Endurance and Le Mans 24-hour LMP2 class winner, Martin Plowman. Of course, he also runs his own Bentley GT3 car after JRM ran it at the beginning of the season in British GT, and he shares that car with not only his long-standing co-driver for the last few seasons, but also his team partner, Kelvin Fletcher. So that car is running well in 5th position, and that team also runs cars in the MX-5 SuperCup and other championships further afield. But Dan Blake is running pretty well. In fact, he's at the moment, he came into the weekend as the highest placed championship contender that's actually here this weekend, because as we mentioned, no Harry Storer and no Rob Greensmith, so Dan Blake here could really make some big inroads and even, dare I say, possibly go on to take the lead of the championship, and that really would make things interesting going forwards. Oh, William Bream's off the road. The 264 car again spinning at exactly the same spot that we lost Barney Francis. Now I think he's kept it off the barriers, if not there might be a bit of a touch on the left rear, but whether he did that himself, whether he was helped, we're not quite sure, because we caught the end of that when William Bream was recovering. So Matt Fletcher then continues on as he turns his way out of Murray's. And this is now starting to get pretty interesting. Is that Jay Shepard pulling off the road? Is that either a missed gear or is that a problem? Oh, it's problems again for Jay Shepard. Once again, reliability problems for the 777. The Wasp car just cannot get a break. So into pit lane he goes. It's now 4th of the lead now as they come down towards Ritchie's corner. Alan Hawkins is lurking in the background. But now Neil Chisnell, son of Clive, he's now under threat as he runs wide through Ritchie's, and now Dan Blake can sense an opportunity here. He'll start to close in as they make their way down towards the Wilson hairpin. Let's check the lead gap at the moment. It's currently 0.9 of a second between Fletcher and Pethick. And this is a great chance here for the Clubman Championship. It was conceived off the back of the overwhelming popularity of the MX-5 Championship. So it gives these drivers essentially another chance to race, and it gives them a chance to go for their own championship and their own trophies. And also as well gives a chance for some of the newer drivers that want to come through the series, or those who want this slightly more relaxed, usually one-day, two-race format, to save on logistics, save on race entry, save on everything else. And it's a really good introduction to a championship to get yourself involved in the Mazda MX-5 paddock, because then some drivers who are cutting their teeth here, the idea is then to move into, when they're ready, the usual 2-day 3-race format of the Mazda MX-5 Championship, where you find the fastest drivers in Mark 1s in the Brscc paddock, and then when you're ready, it's also then a stepping stone from Mark 1s. Several drivers do tend to move up into the Mark 3 Brscc MX-5 SuperCup, which is ultra competitive this year and has a bumper grid of almost 40 cars in the mix, so lots of action going on. Oh, and I heard a screech of tyres there. Maybe someone from the background lost the back end. Now, Neil Chisnell, I think, he dropped a moment or two. He's been running wide a couple of times in this race, so I suspect that maybe he did just drop back a little bit here. John Pethick, meanwhile, is actually starting to close back in a little bit on Matthew Fletcher on this lap. He looks a little bit closer. Gap is still 9/10 of a second, although last time by, Pethick was almost a second slower, so maybe he just gathered himself back up together. There is Dan Blake, who is trying to close in on Neil Chisnell, but Neil's pulled away somewhat a bit more. Dan Blake on the last lap, in fact, did a 2 minutes 24.582. He's the fastest man out of the top 5 on that previous lap. He's dropped back now from Chisnell, so I'm not quite sure that will be the case, but there goes Matthew Fletcher. Another Tucker Motorsports repaired car. Of course, that team being the reigning champions in the MX-5 Championship, courtesy of Joe Wiggin, so they know how to prepare a Mark 1. There's a race now. That looks like, is that a penalty or a driving standards flag or track limits for somebody? Right, car 99 has been showing the black and white flag. So car 99 in the Clubman Championship, I will double check on my entry list. Car 99 is Jamie Turner, who's one of our debutants this weekend. So he's been giving a warning for heading over the curbs once too many times. And of course, if you do it too many times, you'll get yourself landed with a time penalty, which can be 5 seconds. So the last lap time by, the gap is still a second, but John Pethick did set his personal best last time, 2:24.779, but that was still a tenth of a second slower than Matt Fletcher, who still holds that overall fastest lap of the race on a 2:24.433. So we're on to what I think may or may not be the last lap of the race. We've got 2 minutes to go, so I think we might get this, potentially just about one more. You see Alan Hawkins going through the shot. Then just behind him, it's Michael Bankhurst, one of the 2 Mike Comber Racing prepared cars that are in the, sorry, Matthew Bankhurst, forgive me, Matthew Bankhurst in Comber 144, one of the 2 Mike Comber Racing prepared cars. That team's had success in MX-5s before. It's been a multiple MX-5 champion, particularly with Will Blackwell Chambers, who won the title in 2017 and 2018. And then as they turn their way out of Williams and onto that back straight once again, I think this will be the penultimate lap of the race. And if John Pethick can try and close in here on Matthew Fletcher, he'll do everything he can here. There's another car that's pulled off to the right-hand side. There's yellow flags being flown down the back straight, but it's halfway down the back straight. So by the time they get to Brundle and Nelson, if there's a move on, you can complete it as you come into Brundle and Nelson, but it's quite a tricky braking zone to do so. It's very much like Coram, where you're having to brake and almost turn a bit at the same time, and usually unless you've got a car that can handle that in terms of setup or just the way it naturally sits on the road, it's not quite well. Now, the car that's stopped is car 66. That's David Sculler, unfortunately. So David not having a great start to proceedings here at Snetterton with the car off the road. That's the 3rd car we've seen hit trouble there, because we had the car that went off, which was Barney Francis at the start of the race. Then we had William Bream spin there briefly. Now David Sculler's now pulled to a halt halfway down that back straight. So onto the pit straight then for what should be the second to last time, as the last lap board is going to be held out, or at least been given the signal to be last lap. So Matthew Fletcher then, with 20 seconds to go, makes his way onto the pit straight and down towards Ritchie's for the final time. And so this has been a pretty impressive run from Matthew, who has been a regular in the MX-5 Championship before, but hasn't been, to say it politely, not one of the front-running cars out there, but certainly proving his ability behind the wheel of his MX-5 here. And as I say, he's been able to share that car with Chris Malloy in the past over several seasons, but running solo in this championship at the moment, and proving his ability here and showing just how much he's really come on. Good run for John Pethick to be able to climb back up into second place despite everything that happened around, and you do have to feel for Jay Shepard. More reliability woes for that car. Just cannot seem to get a break. He had problems at Silverstone, he had problems, in fact he's had problems at, unfortunately, every single round we've had so far. Problems at Croft, had more reliability to Silverstone, and again at Anglesey when he was in a good position. But hopefully they'll be able to get that car fixed and get it back out for the second race later on this afternoon. Neil Chisnell looks strong in 3rd. Dan Blake will also be happy with the solid points for 4th. That means he'll gain 94 points, because you get 100 points for a win, and then the amount of points that you score from the positions behind goes down by 2 each time. So for this race in particular, it'll be Matthew Fletcher will get the maximum score of 100 points, plus also if he holds on to it on this lap, we'll get the bonus point for fastest lap. So he'll pick up 101 from this first race of the day. John Pethick will collect 98. It'll be Neil Chisnell with 96. And then Dan Blake, as we mentioned, the highest placed championship contender, who is here this weekend, because, as we said, there's no Harry Storer and no Rob Greensmith here this weekend, unfortunately. Means that he will make some gains, particularly also not just on those 2, but also on Peter Higton, who is behind him in the points at the moment. But Peter is back down in 9th place, and Peter's certainly someone who's been around for quite a while. He's been motorsport racing in not just MGs, but also more recently in Toyota MR2. So it's a small sports car. He's usually driven it quite a lot, and so quite experienced with these machines, and has jumped into Mazdas for the first time, at least for a full season this year, but he has been appearing in the MX-5 Championship in the past. Well, Matthew Fletcher's no stranger to the championship and the paddock either, but he's about to do something he's never done before in a Mazda MX-5, which is turn out of the final corner, head down the pit straight, put his foot to the floor, and charge towards the checkered flag. It's been a crazy but entertaining first race for the MX-5 Clubman Championship, but for the second time this year, we're going to get a different winner, our 3rd win of the season. He punches the air with delight. Matt Fletcher wins the first MX-5 Clubman Championship race of the day here at Snetterton, to his and the team's abject delight. It is 2nd place for John Pethick, and 3rd, the final podium spot goes to Neil Chisnell. 4th to Dan Blake, again valuable points towards his championship haul. 5th for Alan Hawkins. 6th for Matthew Bankhurst on his debut. Well done to him. He delivers a good result for Mike Comber Racing with 90 points on the board for him. Graham Rumsey is 7th. Peter Higton will come through in 8th, ahead of Kevin Bird, who dropped also behind Charles Medwin and Brad Jones. So that's Kevin Bird down to 11th place. And Richard Bartlett 12th. Nick Ledoyen recovers after his first lap contact to 13th. Andrew Dean 14th. Jamie Turner 15th. And Luke Woodwards will come through in 16th position. The rest of the pack will come through across the checkered flag. Peter Williams looks like he's going to come through in 17th place, and he will be, by the looks of it, the last classified finisher. As across the line goes Luke Woodwards. And we're still waiting for Peter Williams, who has not come through just yet, but I'm sure he will do shortly. Well, that was a rather entertaining first race, wasn't it? That was superb action from start to finish in the MX-5s. And commiserations to those who didn't make it to the flag. In particular, I'm sure, Jay Shepard, because he must be getting incredibly frustrated that he's got the pace to be towards the front, but at the moment he's just not having the luck in terms of reliability. So sadly for him, he'll have to try and, if he can get back out for the second race, he'll be starting towards the rear of the field to try and make up the positions. So just to confirm the result then, before we head down to Lindsay and Park Ferme to have a chat to our top three, it is then a first ever win in the MX-5 Clubman Championship for Matthew Fletcher, who takes the victory by 2 seconds from John Pethick in second place, and third place man Neil Chisnell on the final step on the podium. It's then Dan Blake who finishes fourth, and as I mentioned, he'll be delighted with those crucial points to lift himself higher in the table from third at the moment. It's Alan Hawkins 5th, Matthew Bankhurst finishes 6th, and Graham Rumsey in 7th place. And it's Peter Higton, Charles Medwin and Brad Jones round out the top 10. And also Richard Harwood, who was an invitation class driver. Sadly, we lost him early in the race after he went off at Palmer's. So hopefully, again, everyone who's had issues in this first race will be able to get back out again after they retired. William Bream did actually go down into the pit lane and actually retired midway through. Well, there is Matthew Fletcher, looking, I'm sure, underneath his helmet rather pleased with himself. Someone who's not rather pleased is Barney Francis, who has a look at his car and looks as though he unfortunately dropped it by himself, which is not ideal. But Misty Racing Squad, who are making their first full approach in the MX-5 Championship, are in the mix. Well, whilst he looks at his car and tries to get back to the pit lane, we can head down to Lindsay for the first time. We'll be having a chat with our very, I'm sure, happy top three for our first race of the day for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship.
It was a tough race. Can you talk us through it? Because you didn't even think you were going to make it to the start line.
No, exactly. It was. I think we got very lucky there. It was all pretty panic and rush to the start, and we just managed to fix an issue that we had, which I think may have just come back. But yeah, it was get out there and see how well we can do, and yeah, did better than expected. And what a brilliant way to. Well, this is my first race back this season, so it's quite exciting. Yeah.
Well, you started P7, so talk us through your tricks that you pulled to get up to the top there.
Well, there was a bit of a mess at the beginning. I managed to make sort of 2 or 3 spaces. And then, I can't remember first or second lap, one of the guys in front of me unfortunately had a bit of an off, and hope he's all right. I saw him go off into the barrier and allowed me to go through, I think up into third. First place made a mistake and came off, and it was then a case of, well, I think I could actually win this, so let's push a bit harder and see what happens. And got in front and thankfully stayed there. So yeah, really exciting. Great race.
Well, thank you very much, and we wish you the best of luck for this afternoon.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Right, let's very quickly catch up with John, who came second, please. John, can you quickly talk us through the race? How was it for you?
Yeah, very good. Look, enjoyed it. I got too much wheel spin at the start, so I think I went down to about third, maybe fourth at the end. But yeah, after that, just clawed my way back through as much as possible. Yeah, we got into the second, and I just couldn't catch the leader, just too quick for me. But yeah, really enjoyed it. Happy with that, yeah.
So, are you thinking this afternoon? Obviously, you're going to be starting alongside Matt. Are you thinking best chances getting off the line?
Yeah, I think if I'm going to beat him, I'm going to have to pass him straight away. But we'll see how that goes.
Marvellous. Well, we wish you the best of luck. And very quickly, we are going to try and catch up here with Dan. Dan, how did you get... Sorry, Neil. How did you get on?
Yeah, a little bit disappointed in the end. I got to get off to a good start. I got into P1 and spent about 2 laps in P1. But then, yeah, the pressure just got to me a little bit. And, yeah, went off, rejoined, managed to get back to P3, but just couldn't catch the guys in front.
Yeah, they were storming away there. But it's getting hotter here today. Do you think that's affecting you guys out there?
I don't have enough experience to say, to be perfectly honest. It did feel a little bit floatier towards the end of the race, but the tyres just going off a little bit. But yeah, I think it will be slowing us down a little bit, but not too much to make that much of a difference, I think.
Well, you're starting right behind Matt for the race this afternoon. Are you thinking you're going to try and go wide round him? You're going to get him by the first corner?
Who knows, to be honest. I mean, that was my first ever good start of the season, so I'm just going to try and reproduce that and see what happens, I think.
Brilliant, well, fantastic. Right, well, on that note, we're going to hand it straight back over to Scott, and we'll see you for race 2 this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Yeah, Lindsay will be down and around with our pit lane podium interviews throughout the day, not just for Mazdas, but also, of course, for our first ever Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race. But as you can see on the screen, we do indeed have a first race of the weekend for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. And if you thought that was intense, well, given how the championship battle's running so far, you ain't seen nothing yet. Once again, that's a great sight to see, of course, since restrictions have been lifting. Great to see spectators back trackside. So, of course, if you happen to be watching this back, thank you very much to everyone who is trackside and supporting the club, and supporting the championships, and indeed Club Motorsport as a whole, and the circuits, because, of course, it's great to have the circuits certainly appreciate having spectators back for the events, be it the top-level championships in the UK or club racing like here at the Brscc this afternoon. Trackside spectators are really what add to the event, and I know that the drivers at least enjoy doing in racing in front of a crowd and in front of spectators and people around the track. So thank you to those who've been coming. Thank you also to all the fantastic marshals who, of course, have been working incredibly hard to help us get racing back underway these past 18 months. And we do say it every time, but it really is true. Without marshals and volunteers and officials, we really couldn't go racing at all. So thank you so much to all the hard work that they put in, come rain or come shine. I know those who watched and who were here last week for the racing saw that we had quite a deluge of rain on Sunday afternoon, which not only which really mixed things up, shall we say, and caught everyone out in the BMW Compact Cup race, but also caused us to just delay the start a little bit for the STXR Challenge whilst the deluge subsided and was at a level in which the circuit was able to get back racing again. Speaking of racing, we've got cars back on the grid because, as we say, today is pretty much full on. Just about almost all Mazdas. We're now on to our first race of the day of 3 for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. And as I mentioned, if you thought the MX-5 Clubman race was intense and it's entertaining, you might not have seen anything yet, because it is shaping up to be a very tight and very exciting championship battle at the front of the table between the top 3, defending champion Sam Smith, Jack Harding, who starts on pole position, and Patrick Fletcher, who is further back in 10th on the grid for this first race. So I've got some work to do from row 5. Now, drop scores we mentioned are coming into play, like we said with the MX-5 Clubman Championship, and on overall total scores, which is every single score being counted, Samuel Smith has a 13-point lead over Jack Harding, with Patrick Fletcher that's 28 points back in total. Once we then bring drop scores into play, it closes things a little bit further back up, because it means that Sam Smith, after dropping his three lowest scores, because it's 3 lowest for both the MX-5 Championship and here in the Super Cup, Sam Smith is on 600 points exactly, but the lead gap has been slashed to just 7 points on drop scores between himself and Jack Harding. Patrick Fletcher is 11 points back from Sam Smith on drop scores, but as we say, he's starting back in 10th and have to really work his way through what's some very competitive and very fast drivers, not just in the pro class, but some of our top club class contenders, because we'll explain the class structure in a second as they're going on the formation lap. Looking at the rest of the championship, James Cousins, who starts on the front row of the grid in the blue, orange and black car on the right-hand side of the screen. He's 4th in points at the moment on drop scores on 567. And then John Langridge, who made a mid-season switch from Blink Motorsport to Hills Motorsport, run by Aidan Hills, former Rookie of the Year and former championship contender, who now runs his own team in the MX-5 Super Cup. He's 5th in points on 533, but has got some work to do. But he might be in a good spot to pick up a good result here this afternoon, particularly starting from 4th on the grid. Getting set for the cars to head off onto their formation lap as they head off the grid now to head around. Let's take you through where they're set to start for this morning's first race. So, on pole position by quite a margin, by 7/10 of a second, was Jack Harding. So Jack's certainly back on top form, and he starts on pole position. As we mentioned, James Cousins will start on the second alongside him, second on the grid on the front row. The second row is current defending champion and points leader Samuel Smith, and John Langridge, the former Mark I champion, alongside him on the second row of the grid. Then it's Richard Amos, who had a nightmare weekend at Anglesey, only scoring 1 point, but he's the top qualifying club class driver, starting 5th. Alongside him on the third row is Braden Fletcher, improving all the time in his Paddock Motorsport run car. And then Adam Bezel, who missed Anglesey, but I've been told it could be in top form here this weekend, starting 7th, alongside Kevin Sylvain, who is the current club class points leader. Onto row 5, where we see Will Blackwood-Chambers, who had a storming drive at Anglesey, which we'll talk about in a bit. He starts 9th alongside Patrick Fletcher, who again has work to do from that top 10 spot. Then James Warrior and Luke Whitworth start on the 6th row of the grid, alongside Simon Baldwin, who makes a return after he missed Anglesey. Alongside him is Martin Canning on the 7th row of the grid, and then Alex Miller and Simon Fleet round out row 8. Moving on to row 9, we have Nick Rutter and Martin Tolley, further back than he'd like to be, back in 18th on the grid. Declan Lee, again, another one who's high up in the points, who didn't have a great qualifying session. He's on the 10th row alongside Clive Powles. Tom Selden and Lee Britton come next from Alex Osborne and Matt Pitford starting 24th on the grid. Further back onto row 13, we have Xavier Brooke and George Grant, followed by Christopher Richardson and Stephen New. Then it's Will Morris and Scott Wright from Andrew Flynn and Seamus Haney. Then Bruce Robinson and Clive Chisnell, Liz Walton and Kevin Brent, Marcus Carlton and Duncan Harris. And Ivor Mayers at the back of the grid. What is a whopping 39 car entry for today's 3 races in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. So the cars, of course, making their way around on the formation lap on this 300 circuit. There is more rain scheduled at some point today, but at the moment it's nice and dry and warm, and even the sun's making an appearance. It's some 19 degrees, but I look at my laptop on the weather on my bar and it just says 19 degrees, rain coming. So I think there is rain later on this afternoon, but when it'll hit, I guess depends whenever the clouds that are hovering above Snetterton here as the sun peeks through wants to break at any point. So we'll have to keep an eye to see when that may well do so. So just to explain then, as I mentioned, for the class structure in the MX-5 Super Cup, there are 2 classes. There is a pro class for the fastest drivers in the championship. That's the likes of Sam Smith, Jack Harding, Patrick Fletcher, and everyone else that's towards the top of their respective points, and usually the front of the grid. You then have the club class, which is a legacy of what used to run as the Mazda MX-5 Super Series, when the MX-5 paddock was broken up into 2 series, when the MX-5 Super Cup was part of the TCR UK package a couple of seasons ago, and then the MX-5 Super Series remained with the Mark 1 MX-5 Championship for a while for those who still wanted to race a Mark 3 in the same paddock. That then got brought together back once again into one grid back in 2020, last year, and then the pro and club classes were then born as a result of that. And then we also, on top of that, have an overarching Masters point structure, which is for drivers aged 45 and over. We should even mention who's leading that, actually. And I believe, despite missing Anglesey, with the drop scores coming into play, it is Simon Baldwin who leads that with 600 points, 9 ahead of Martin Tolley. And then Clive Powles, who is the top-placed club class driver in that Masters points table, is third with 579. Let's also give a shout to the club class points as we came into the weekend. So Kevin Sylvain leads then. He is on the screen. You can just see him behind Braden Fletcher's car, the 4th car on the right, which is the green, white and black car you can see just on the right hand side of the screen, is leading the way with 594 points on drop scores, 588 points for Clive Powles second, and then it's Richard Amos who has those drop scores to saving grace in many ways on 580. He had an incident in the first race where he collected Nick Dunn up at the Rocket Complex after he lost his brakes and ran wide onto the grass. Then had got the fastest lap in the class, but retired from the second race, and then again retired from race 3. So lots of effort to make up, but he starts 5th on the grid overall, so plenty of chances for him to claim some valuable points back. So the last few cars are in position. Ivor Mayers puts his car in 39th position. The green flag is at the back. Stand by for action. The first MX-5 Super Cup race of the day here at Snetterton, with Harding and Cousins on the front row of the grid. But watch for Sam Smith and Patrick Fletcher from 3rd and 10th back in the pack. Here we go. Race number 1's underway as they start to squirm and find their own piece of racing room. Down towards turn 1 for the first time. They're 2, 3, even 4 abreast on the run down towards Riches, and it's side by side for the lead. Jack Harding on the inside with James Cousins looking towards the outside line as they pour into the first corner for that first lap. Everyone trying to find their own little piece of room. Hopefully there's no contact. Nice and steady, nice and even for everyone so far. Everyone's got through. It seems as though trouble-free. Now down towards Wilson for the first time, and they're still side by side for the lead. But there goes Sam Smith up the inside of James Cousins as he puts 2 wheels onto the grass. And now they sprint down towards Palmer's for the first time. They're still side by side. Smith will try and go round the long way around on the outside, but James Cousins fights back. He's got quite a machine under him. That's the car that Aidan Hills used to run himself and race in the championship, and was a multiple-time race winner and championship contender. But from 2020, that came into the hands of James Cousins, and now he has the responsibility of driving that car towards the front, and he's holding off the defending champion. James Cousins is not allowing himself to be intimidated by Sam Smith at this point as they head out of Agostini for the first time. But the crucial thing is, as Matt Pickford goes off onto the grass, and I didn't realise MX-5s were lawnmowers, but Matt Pickford's turned his into one temporarily before he finds the grey stuff once again. It's James Cousins who's holding off the two BC Cars Motorsport prepared machines, the two identical cars, because the car behind Sam Smith is Richard Amos, who, believe it or not, is the top club class driver, who has got the pace to pretty much match the pros at this point in time. And a fast start also. I said, Sam Smith told me in the assembly area this morning in qualifying to watch out for him. Adam Bessel with a fast start up to 5th position already, so plenty of chance for him to get himself at least onto the podium. But it's Jack Harding then, who has only one win so far this season, which he took at Silverstone. Looking to try and get himself in the mix because he knows, because he'll be 7 points behind on drop scores, but every couple of points that he can take out of Sam Smith is crucial. And the fact that he's got to get that car between himself and Sam Smith at this early stage is critical, because he knows he's got to try and pick up as many points as he can. If he's able to take the win and the fastest lap, and Sam Smith can't get as high as 3rd, he's pretty much made up about 5 or 6 points back already, so on drop score. So that will certainly help him as the weekend goes on. And once this weekend's finished, we are into the second half of the season where those championship contenders really know that every single result counts, and every point that you score has to be one that matters. So that's the first lap then, and it is Jack Harding who leads the way. And while James Cousins is in second place, he might not stay there for long, because Sam Smith was all over his rear bumper on the sprint down towards Ritchie's for the second time at racing speeds. So Harding leads then, Cousins in second place, Smith in 3rd, Amos leads the club class in 4th place, Adam Bezel is 5th, and John Langridge. It's then the Fletchers. It's Braden ahead of Patrick, not related. It's Braden Fletcher from Patrick Fletcher, while Blackwell Chambers is still 9th, and Kevin Sylvain has dropped to 10th position off the grid, and he is currently sat in 10th, second place in club class. Luke Whitworth is 3rd in that category as well, and he's back in currently in 12th overall. Get the biggest losers and gainers. The biggest loser from oppositions from that race, for that start, was Declan Lee, because it looks as though he hasn't come through at the end of the first lap. Whether he had a spin or a mechanical issue that's dropped in towards the tail of the field, I'm not 100%, but problems for Declan Lee then. That will be a score that will have to count, I'm sure, in one of his dropped rounds when we finish this weekend. The biggest gainer on that first lap was the 117 of Will Morris. He came up 10 spots from where he started, from 29th on the grid up to 19th. So he's made up quite a few places now. He's broken into the top 20, and we'll see if he's got the pace to climb even further. This is Patrick Fletcher, who comes into the weekend 3rd in points, but this won't be helping his cause too much. I think he has just got past Will Blackwell Chambers. No, sorry, he's being under attack from Will Blackwell Chambers in car 18. Now, Will Blackwell Chambers at Anglesey was a sensation in the 3rd race, because he pretty much, I think, picked the right set of tyres for the occasion, because you're only allowed 5 sets throughout the whole year in the MX-5 SuperCup, so he really did pick his tyres spot on, and that really did help him to put in an incredible drive from 32nd on the grid in Anglesey up to almost a podium finish. He came 4th, but he was right on the tail of the top 3 in that race, and so he's someone who, as a former double Mark 1 MX-5 champion in the Brscc paddock, knows what it takes to win and be quick. There's car number 419, that is Martin Canning. Martin at the moment is currently sat in 17th, chasing Simon Fleet and Martin Tolley, his teammate and team boss. As Sam Smith just gives a tiny little love tap to the back of James Cousins' car, just to remind him, I'm still here, I'm still the champion as well, so just haven't gone away too yet. Jack Harding, who will knows he has to take every result he can, gets the encouragement from no less his old rival Luke Herbert, because for those who don't know, he was going to run with Paddock Motorsport this year. He used to run with the AK Motorsport team, which was run by Fraser Kane, but that team has now moved on to predominantly racing Ginettas, but it had been a long-standing team in MX-5s before, and been a former champion with Alan Henderson back in 2015. But he was going to run with Paddock Motorsport, Jack Harding, but at the last minute made a switch to, of all teams, Luke Herbert Racing. Now, for those who know MX-5 SuperCup, there was a point when they raced against each other, Luke and Jack didn't really get on in many cases when they were battling for the championship, but they seem to have put all that aside, and they've now become basically, a team boss and team driver. So Jack Harding now is getting advice from the man he used to call his main rival. And at the moment, it seems as though it's pretty much working, because Jack is certainly finding himself not just to his old self of being towards the front, but using all of that to lead the race here and take full advantage of the fact that he was 0.7 of a second quicker in qualifying. Sometimes qualifying can be one matter, the race can be totally another. At the moment, it's still living up with Jack Harding leading from pole position, but under threat from both James Cousins and from Sam Smith. And it's impressive that James is keeping Sam Smith at bay here, and Jack will know that essentially every lap he keeps him at bay is a better chance for him to try and take more points away. So if he does carry on and hold on to that position, it will be... I think what's interesting, I was looking here, is that no one has actually, so far this season, both taken pole position and then also the fastest lap in the first race, because you only get the pole position point for the time that you set in qualifying, not for anything from starting the race from race 2 or race 3 from pole position. There's Nick Rutter getting shuffled out by the 177. That was also with Clive Powell, who's one of the top drivers in the club class. He's second in points coming into the weekend, but he's at the head of this big gaggle of cars that are scrapping amongst each other. And I think in there I can see it's Declan Lee in the dark green car in there. Matt Pitford's in there too, and everyone's trying to dive and scrabble for position as they turn in. Oh dear, that's Lee Britton's car in the pit lane. That's one of the Luke Herbert racing cars. So whilst one car leads the way, one of his 2 new drivers for this season is in the pit lane with problems, and that looks as though that car's been punched in the right rear quarter by somebody. By who? We're not quite sure, but whoever it was, might be carrying some damage as a result of that. So I think Luke is just there on the left-hand side, you can see, just looking underneath the car, watching as one of his mechanics works away at that one. The car was very sideways there going through the left-hand. That was the 177 of Will Morris. Now he's the one that made that big charge up the order from what was 29th on the grid up to 19th, but he's dropped back on the last lap to 22nd, and let's see where he is as he comes across the line again. And Xavier Brook leading the way. Also another car in the pit lane as well. I can't quite catch who it is, but I'll be able to see on the timing screen who's also pitted, and that is Seamus Haney as well. So Seamus Haney with problems in car 77. He's out of the, he looks like he's at the moment out of the race or out of the running at this point in time. Quick check-in with the leaders, so it's still Jack Harding who leads the way then by 0.6 of a second from James Cousins. Does Xavier Brook out, breaks himself and lets Chris Richardson go through as a result. Good scrap there between George Grant as he makes Will Morris turn out of the corner, but he didn't expect to see the Clapham North and Danforth Radio sponsored car to his outside. And again, George Grant in his Rob Boston prepared machine tries to stick it round the outside at Palmer's, which he tried to, but didn't quite work, and so he's had to slot back in behind. Now, you can see Xavier Brook here in the black, gold and red machine was battling over Chris Richardson. He's trying to get past him, but there's a big gaggle of cars in the mix between Clive Powell and the recovering Declan Lee. So that puts Declan, when he came across the line, he was towards the back of the field at the end of that one, unless there's a transponder problem. He's currently sat in, it says 37th, but that's not quite right. I think his transponder's got to catch up, but he's now scrapping away with Xavier Brook, and that's the battle that's going on for, if I look through my timing screen, that's car 70. Car 70 at the moment is sat in, I should be able to see it, but for some reason it's not showing up on my screen. So he's in the mix with Clive Powell anyway, so he's gone past him. Will Morris gets a good run as I think Xavier Brook got a bit held up there as he tried to come onto the back straight, trying to let Declan Lee complete his move. Clive Powell's also being pressured by Chris Richardson, and I think even that's a flash of the headlights, which for these cars they have covered headlights, so it doesn't really quite work. I think some of those drivers forget that when they try and flash the headlights and realise, oh wait, that's not really going to work because I have no headlights. A couple of cars still do, but most of these cars do have headlight covers on them to make it a bit more aerodynamic and also to save a bit of weight. One or two cars do still carry headlights in order to use them particularly in adverse conditions. Off the road has gone James Warrior, and that looks as though I think possibly that not all's well with that car. I think it's crabbing on the left rear. You can see the suspension is quite awry in that left rear corner, and he had to be careful to pull it on the grass because the charging pack behind have come through. James, when he came through, what position was he in when he came across the line? James Warrior was in 10th position when it last time by, so he was battling around Alex Miller, Luke with Simon Baldwin territory. So I wonder if he certainly had some contact somewhere because that right rear is not quite right on that machine. Here comes Declan Lee with a dive up the inside of Clive Powell's, and there's damage to the. That's interesting. So the rear bumper is hanging off, or part of the rear bumper is hanging off Clive Powell's car. So I think he's had a hit from somebody in the rear, and he was battling away with Chris Richardson. So James Murray's car has come to a halt. You can see it just on the exit of Murray's as they come down on the pit straight. As they make their way through, there we can see more battles going on. 73 there is the BC Cars Motorsport prepared machine of Alex Osborne in the club class. He's currently sat in class at the moment in 5th. So he's got some work to do. Xavier Brooks there in car 70. There's lots of midfield battles here going on. It's quite a lot to try and keep up with here. You've got in this little pack here, Matt Pitford in the number 16. You've got Alex Brook in the 70. Alex Osborne in the 73 car. And just behind them, you've got George Wright in the 69. And then you've also got Tom Selden, who, if that car looks a little familiar to some who are MX-5 SuperCup fans, that is the triple championship winning Mazda MX-5 Mark III of Luke Herbert. So that car is back out racing again, but it's not with Luke at the wheel. He's in fact now with Tom Selden, who's one of the 2 new drivers that Luke has taken on in his first full season of running his own team, because he had ambitions after he won the championship 3 times to start running cars of his own, and he has now decided to do that. And of course he's got a 3-strong squad with Tom Selden, Lee Britton, and of course the current race leader Jack Harding, who is still at the top of the field. We have had a change for second place at the front because Sam Smith is in front of James Cousins now, so switch on for second between them. And Sam Smith has also set the fastest lap of the race, and they were about a quarter of a second between each other at the end of that previous lap. So we might want to take a look at our leaders very shortly. There is Clive Powell's with, oh, he almost got a bit of a help there from Chris Richardson as he went through. Now those two were quite close together a couple of laps ago. I don't want to suggest anything, but there's a bit of bad blood between these two, I'm not sure, but they are side by side as they come in through Coram. There goes Declan Liebers with Will Morris between him, side by side, and around the outside goes Chris Richardson. Tries to make the corner, which he does. Over the curbs goes Clive Powell's. Nick Rutter's in the mix as well in car 99, the orange car behind them. So watch for them as they come down the pit straight. It's hard to kind of pull away from this because there's so much going on in the mid-pack, you're not quite sure where to look. This is one of the closest battles that we have. And across the line, once again, I think we should check in with our leaders shortly because Jack Harding and Sam Smith are only 0.1 of a second between each other. So I suspect there's a battle going on between the leaders. They're still raging the scrap that goes on between the battle between Chris Richardson, Clive Powell's and Nick Rutter. 17th to 19th positions this is. Richardson goes very wide on the apex of, or not even on the apex, completely misses it and runs deep into the corner. And both Clive Powell's and I suspect Will Morris have both slotted back through Nick Rutter into position. I can hear the circuit commentator going crazy in the background, so I'm not sure something's happening with leaders. I think we really should check in with the leaders shortly because Harding and Smith are quite close on track, and I think given the fact they're a tenth of a second behind, is something we need to take a look at. Still battling here is Chris Richardson with Matt Pickford. Nick Rutter and Xavier Brooker are also in the mix too as well, so there goes Rutter up the inside of Pickford. They're still battling away towards the bottom of the top 20. Still got 7 minutes to go. So as we watch on with our leader, watch on with the pack here as they turn their way through Hamilton. Now here's our leaders right now then. So there has been a change, but where's Jack Harding gone to? Jack Harding disappeared, and now it's a battle on for the lead between Sam Smith and James Cousins. So while we were watching that battle, I thought I heard the circuit commentator Adam Weller getting very excited. I think something may have happened between Sam Smith and Jack Harding. So it's now closed up to 3 for the lead. It's now Sam Smith who leads the way then. Second place for James Cousins, a third for Adam Bezel, 4th for Braden Fletcher, and 5th for John Langridge. So a change between the top 5, but the key thing is we've lost Jack Harding. So Jack Harding has gone either off the road or, dare I say it, there's been some contact between the leaders. Either way, it's a change on for the leaders and also a battle on for the lead because James Cousins has 1 win to his credit this year so far after he won race 3 at Croft. Can he possibly take one that isn't a reverse grid result? Because he did that in the reverse grid. Take nothing from it at all, of course, because it was a brilliant drive in that third race to pick up the win. And also, could Adam Bezel get a first victory? Oh, off the road's gone Nick Rutter. Now, I suspect that's possibly a legacy of what was going on with the pack that we saw before we switched to our leaders. Off the road he goes. There's James Warrior's car, which is still at the side of the road, which is out of the race. So that car continuing on. So just wait to see where our leaders have got to. Right, here they are, exiting through Palmer's. So still Smith then, from Cousins in second place, Bezel in third, and it's 4th place now, as we say, for Fletcher. Now looking for where Harding is. Has he even come through in that last lap? The answer is, did he come through on that last lap? He did, but he was back in 15th, so whatever happened to Jack, I've seen him tumble down the order right into the depths of the top 20. So that really wasn't a result which Jack would. Now, the comfort for him is, of course, he can use that as a drop if it's a drop round, if it's one of his worst results, because so far the worst result that he's had so far this year was 5th position. That was at the second race at Silverstone. So this would be ultimately his worst result. So essentially he will drop this result straight away. And he will essentially end this, on drop scores, he'll essentially end this one back in 593 points. So it'll be whatever points he can pick up, and those 92 points will certainly still count towards his... Well, he'll get those few more points back because he'll get some, depending on where he is, he'll get a few more points back in order to stay with them. Now, there's yellow flags on the approach to Rundle Nelson, but then there's a green flag right on the exit, so I'm not quite sure what that was all about. Running wide on the exit of Nelson there is Braden Fletcher. John Langridge there moves up into 4th position, so that's a move up for him, and Fletcher will try and get him back as they come through Corwin up through Murray's. Now, in terms of the time that we've got left, we have, if I try and reset my timing screen for a second, see how long we've got, 4 minutes to go then, so this will be roughly around about 2 more laps on the one we're about to start here. So battles on for the lead and for 4th position, as they can now come onto the pit straight for the penultimate time. Richard Amos has fallen backwards, of course, as we say, to 6th place. Will Blackwell Chambers holding on to 7th. Kevin Sylvain's 8th. Luke Whitworth is 9th. And into 10th place is Alex Miller. So good strong run from Alex, actually. 7th in the pro class and 10th overall. It's a nice run for him at this moment in time. Battle still continues between John Langridge and Braden Fletcher over that 4th and 5th position. Langridge taking that inside line to go defensive as they turn out through the Wilson hairpin and now on towards Palmer's, named after Dr. Jonathan Palmer, of course, the man who's not just who owns the entire Motorsport Vision collective, and of course all the circuits that they control as well, including Snetterton. Oh, big sideways moment there for Adam Bezel off the corner. Well, whatever happened between Smith and Harding, it hasn't seemed to affect Smith's pace, because he's held on to the lead and started pulling away from James Cousins. And in 3rd place then is Adam Bezel, who again is looking for one of his best results. His best results so far, if I look at where he is in points coming to the weekend, he was quite further down. His best result so far has been a 2nd place, and that was in the first Silverstone race. So that's his best result so far. If he manages to get past James, he'll equal that. If not, he'll pick up a 3rd, which will certainly add towards his points tally. But big drama for Jack Harding then, who, let's look at where he was at the end of that lap, because he was, as we say, 15th at the end of a lap after he had that incident. He's now back up to 11th, and he's lapping at least 2 seconds quicker than everyone else in front of him. So his next targets to try and get around are going to be a bit of a pack between Kevin Sylvain, Luke Whitworth and Alex Miller and Simon Baldwin. If you can get past all 3 of them in the next lap and a half or so, all 4 of them, excuse me, you can get yourself up to as high as 7th place, which might well be a bit more damage limitation. Ooh, big sideways moment for James Cousins, under brakes to Nelson, and up the inside goes Adam Bezel on the exit, and that was easy as pie, that was. Thank you very much. And that's a change between teammates, of course, because James Cousins, who is still sideways through the bomb hole, this is MX-5 racing, not rallycross, James. You can keep it in a straight line, but those two nose to tail now as the teammates change places. But Sam Smith then is on course potentially, not only to possibly take another Grand Slam, as Adam Bezel again was getting out of shape into the final corner, and with rightly so, he goes off right onto the circuit. And just as James Cousins did 2 corners ago, James Cousins looks across and says, "Remember me?" They looked at each other down the pit straight. That was extraordinary. So last lap ball goes out. That was quite funny, that moment there. Hills Motorsport cars 2nd, 3rd and 4th. James Cousins is weaving around in front of Adam Bezel, saying, right, is it my turn to go sideways? In through Ritchie's. 2nd then for Cousins. 3rd for Bezel. He goes wide again. And again for John Langridge. As Aiden Hill set his car up to drift rather than to grip on a circuit, because they aren't quite lively rear ends on these cars, but they're certainly having fun out there in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So Cousins 2nd, Bezel 3rd, Langridge 4th, and Braden Fletcher, who continues to improve. Ever since he debuted in the championship last year, he's continued to get quicker and quicker in the past 18 months or so, and he really has been one of the having his best season to date, I think, in any championship so far this year in the MX-5 SuperCup. Started 10th in 2020, but all the work he's done to get quicker and the advice he's had from Martin Plowman and Kelvin Fletcher and everyone else involved, he is up in the mix, and he hasn't yet scored a podium in the MX-5 SuperCup, at least not to my knowledge. So he's in the mix there. If something happens to any of these 3 cars in front that are all running for the same team, then there's a chance he could get himself in the mix here if something were to occur. But there's still half a lap to go, so whilst there's not long left in this lap, there's also still every chance that there could be a change on somewhere. If all it takes is James Cousins to just turn a bit too early or just get the tail out a bit too much and allow Bezel into the mix, and Langridge and Fletcher will try and take advantage as well. Now, one thing I should also point out is Patrick Fletcher as well, who is not where I thought he'd be, because Patrick Fletcher, whilst that's been happening, he's right towards the back. He's in 37th place, and he's 4 laps down. So he's obviously had problems, which has forced him into the pit lane as well, whilst we were looking at some of our midfield battles. But Samuel Smith, meanwhile, number 1's on his door for a reason, and he has been absolutely sailing away here. He said the car felt good. All day you said he wasn't quite sure of the pace of the car exactly, because we had so much rain yesterday in testing on and off. But really, in the dry conditions, this car is as quick as anything. He's as quick as he was at Anglesey, and as he turns his way in, well, we didn't catch it on camera, but whatever happened between, if anything, Harding and Smith, we'll have to find out in possibly the post-race interview. But for now, he can revel in the success as he heads out of Murray's onto the pit straight. It will be a 4th consecutive win on the bounce for reigning champion Sam Smith as he continues his charge for a 2nd defending title. Smith wins race 1 of the MX-5 SuperCup here at Snetterton today. A sprint to the line for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. It is 2nd for Cousins, 3rd for Adam Bezel. And on a charge to the line, John Langridge just holds off Braden Fletcher for 4th and 5th position. Will Blackwell Chambers on his own in 6th position, but still a strong result for him in car 18. And the rest of the pack comes through. Now remember, Jack Harding was 11th going into that last lap. As they come across the line, it's going to be 7th for Whitworth, 8th for Sylvain, 9th for Alex Miller, and 10th, the top 10 for Jack Harding, and 11th for Patrick Fletcher. So Patrick Fletcher did get out. But he was in the pit lane, so he was several laps back, and he finishes down in 37th place. That will be a drop score as well. Across the line go the rest of our contenders. We should say for the record that the club class win didn't go to Richard Amos. So Richard Amos was one that also hit troubles. He pitted as well. So some of the championship contenders not having a great first race here this morning, but certainly got some work to do to get themselves back out for race number 2. Kevin Sylvain was... Luke Whitworth was the club class winner, from Kevin Sylvain in 2nd place. And then it was Alex, then the 3rd place in club class is all the way down overall in 16th place. That was Clive Powell. Sprint to the line between... That was Nick Rutter and Clive Chisnell, and Nick Rutter got 25th place on the line by the mere margin of 24 thousandths of a second, so it wasn't quite much, but that would have been quite fun on the camera to watch that one to come through on the timing camera that we have on the side of the circuit set up by TSL that manages to capture any photo finishes. So if there is in the case any instance where the winner can't be properly separated, at least on the timing screen, they can check the photo to make sure. There was something we had last week which saw the winning, I think it was the 2nd SCXR Challenge race. Originally it went to Michael Blackburn, but looking back on the camera, it went to Chris Grimes. So because he virtually being just having his nose ahead. So the win was declared the next day after they reviewed the camera, the photo finish camera on the side. There's a thumbs up for Sam Smith after that one. And I'm sure he'll be able to tell us exactly what happened. So actually, we'll be able to check out right now, because let's head down to Lindsay Close in the Park Fairmont to find out how our top 3 found that race in our first MX-5 SuperCup race of the day here at Snetterton.
Sam, I know you've just come in, but I need to talk to you about that race.
Yeah, it was for sure. It's never ideal to see the main competitor end up how it did. I need to see the footage, see what happened. I was alongside into Hamilton. Jack was coming across no matter what, so I gave him room. And on the exit of the corner, I feel like he came across me, but it'll happen so fast. It's a bit early to say, really. I need to see the footage, but a bit disappointing. Great result. Car was great. Huge shout out to BC Cars for providing a really good car. But it's never ideal to see a competitor end the way it did, so that was far from intention from either of us, I'm sure, but I suppose we need to find out whose fault it was.
But obviously race 2, that goes off your 2nd fastest qualifying time, so is there a game plan you already have?
Same again, you know, the speed in the car was good. We have a problem with the wheel bearing which we're struggling to sort out, and it was getting worse and worse and worse, so we need to nail that because it's making the car very difficult to turn through left-hand corners, so I'm confident if we can get that, we can actually gain time again, so yeah, we'll be fine.
Brilliant. Well, we look forward to seeing you this afternoon. Best of luck. Right, let's very quickly catch up with Adam, who came 3rd place here. Adam, quickly talk me through that race.
Yeah, started 7th because we had a cat failure in qualifying, so we managed to get 7th. But then, yeah, just caught up with these boys and tried to stay with them, really.
So, good fun out there overall?
Oh, yeah. Me and James had a right laugh then, because we're teammates as well, so we're always trying to not kill each other, so it's always a good laugh.
Yeah, that would come in helpful. I'm sure Aidan would not enjoy that. Brilliant. Well, let's speak to James, the man of the hour. You're gracing our podiums quite often these days, but I want to know about this race. I mean, 4 seconds ahead of Sam. 4 seconds behind Sam. Do you think you were going to catch him up at the end of it?
To be honest, we had the pace at the start of the race, but we kind of fell back towards the second half. So I think a little bit of tweaking on our setup and we should be right there. We definitely had the pace for the win at the beginning. We were just sort of, as it is with Snetterton, you just got to play your time and wait and see what happens. Obviously there was a collision, needed to optimise on that, but Sam, you know, usually just has the outright pace, so it's, he's the one to beat at the moment.
And how are you feeling with your teammate being right behind you?
Yeah, it was good. Hopefully the camera caught some of that, but yeah, there's lots of sideways action, a couple of overtakes, a few bits of bumping, bit of fun, but yeah, it's probably the best fun I've had all year racing against someone so far, so hopefully we'll do more next race.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to it. Right, we're going to hand it back over to Scott to talk you through the next MX-5 Championship about to go out.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Yes, interesting times in that MX-5 SuperCup race. Sounds like there was some contact possibly between the two top contenders, but I'm not a clerk of the course nor an investigator, so I'm not going to get too in depth to that. We'll let, if there's anything to do with the clerk of the course, we'll leave it to those guys to sort it out, because we're moving swiftly on. to our first race of the day for the Mazda MX-5 Championship, our third Mazda MX-5 Formula, which is competing here today. And they're heading out on track now for their first race. Now, it was quite a battle royale in qualifying, one of the most intense qualifying sessions I've done for a while in this championship, because at one point we had the top 4 separated in the qualifying session by less than a tenth of a second, but it did break up a little bit as towards the end of the session. And championship leader, which is Jack Brewer, the yellow car with the blue and red stripes heading up towards pole position, is starting from pole as a result of that, but not by a very big margin, because the man alongside him, Sebastian Fischer, who has been having so far one of his strongest, not his strongest season to date, was able to keep him honest all the way to the end, and a fantastic last effort was able to put himself second quickest on the road as they made their way through. But there's lots of different interesting points here. A lot of the main championship contenders are starting around towards the front in the top 10. So again, we've had 2 very intense Mazda MX-5 races out of 8 that we're set to get today, and I'm sure that this one will be a great first one to kick off the action once again. So the Mazda MX-5 Championship, these are also Mark 1 MX-5s. They are identical specification to the MX-5 Clubman cars. But of course, remember this championship, when it's on a 2-day weekend, usually run a 2-day 3-race format compared to the 1-day 2-race format for the MX-5 Clubman Championship. If you want information on all the championships and series that are racing here today, of course, you know the place to go, brscc.co.uk. You can head to the Formula page section and scroll down if you're interested in Mazda MX-5s and find all 3 of them on the Formula page amongst a host of different championships, including, of course, our first ever race today for the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup. 100 minutes, 2 mandatory pit stops, refueling, driver changes, up to 3 drivers permitted per car, and of course it got a comprehensive 6-class structure, with all but 1 class represented today, so be sure to watch out for that. They had their qualifying session, and there's some rather nice machines on the grid, which certainly wants to watch out for. We should also give a mention, of course, to the people who are helping make this stream possible, of course, which is our brilliant partners at Brscc at runyourfleet.com. And of course, they're also suppliers of the wonderful Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car that I guess the drivers will be hoping not to see, but if you do see it out on track, you'll see it doing its thing as it has been doing for the whole season. And just as a reminder for Run Your Fleet, they are the most cost-effective and flexible way to buy, lease and manage everything you need for your fleet of company vehicles through their managed fleet services. So if you have a company and you have run a fleet of vehicles for any particular matter, definitely want to check out if you haven't used one already. If you're thinking of putting together a fleet, that's certainly wants to look out, because they can help you out with breakdown cover, fleet management, risk management and fleet funding. We also have the latest telematics capabilities, rental and short lease options, all sorts to help you out. They've got every solution for anyone's fleet requirements. So be sure to head to the website, runyourfleet.com. You can also find phone and email details as well, and also you can head to their YouTube channel as well, because they have quite a neat 2.5-minute video explainer which shows you everything that they do when it comes to running fleet services for a variety of companies. So runyourfleet.com. Thank you very much to them for supporting and partnering up with the Brscc this season, and also for supplying that fantastic Jaguar safety car, which we might see if it gets a bit too spicy in this first MX-5 Championship race. So, as the cars head off onto their formation lap, it's a good time to run through the grid for this first MX-5 Championship race of the day. So, as we mentioned, Championship leader Jack Brewer starts on pole position, but alongside him is Sebastian Fischer, who is looking incredibly fast today and could be in contention possibly for that first MX-5 Championship victory. Maybe. Just might happen. Brian Trott starts on the 2nd row of the grid alongside Fraser Fennick. Then it's Oliver Allwood and Matt Pollard on the 3rd row of the grid, one of his best results so far in qualifying, with 6th. And then Zach Oates, who took his first podium at Anglesey last time out, starts 7th, alongside Jason Greatrex in 8th on the 4th row of the grid. Moving to row 5, it's Steve Foden, who took his first 2 MX-5 wins back at Silverstone in the Brscc paddock. He starts back on the 5th row alongside Luke Pullen. Then it's Callum Greatrex, son of Jason, starting on the 6th row of the grid in 11th, alongside Oliver Graham, who didn't have the best of qualifying sessions, didn't really have the pace to match the top 10 contenders or the front runners. No, this is his teammate, so he starts back on 12th on the grid. Then it's Adam Craig and Tim Dorr, followed by Kevin Dengate and Paul Bateman on the 8th row of the grid. Moving into row 9. Down to 12, and we've got Adam Sparrow, who I think was set to race. He had some mechanical issues in qualifying. I did possibly hear that he might have had to withdraw. So if he is there, he'll start 17th. If not, we've sadly lost an MX-5 on the grid, and that will mean that Christopher Ginn then would start on his own on the 9th row of the grid. Owen Mills and Richard Wooten come next to round out the top 20. Then it's Michael Green and Bo Parry, followed by Bryn Griffiths and Cian Donaldson. And then the last 4 rows of the grid are going to be Aaron Danapala and Graham Rumsey, Christian Dan and Brad Jones, Michael Pearce and Ollie Walden, Richard Bartlett and Oak Richardson round out the 32-strong entry, which is set to compete here this afternoon at Snetterton, wrong circuit. So then, let's just quickly recap where we are with the championship then, for those who haven't been watching or those who have and want a quick refresher. So, last time I was at Anglesey, it was 2 victories for Jack Brewer. That was taking his total up to 5. It was also a win for Oliver Allwood, his first of the season. And so now it means on drop scores, on overall scores, it was a tie in the points between Jack Brewer and Oliver Graham, who hasn't won a race so far this year, but he has taken a best result of the season of 2nd place, which was last time at Anglesey. So they left Wales tied on overall points with Steve Foden just a further 3 back, but on drop scores it shakes it up a little bit more because now it's Jack Brewer on adjusted scores with the worst 3 results taken out on 594 points, 584 points for Oliver Allwood in 2nd place now, 578 on drop scores for Steve Foden in 3rd, but it's a further 3 points back for Brian Trott with 575, and Sebastian Fisher, who missed the first rounds at Croft, has run incredibly consistently. Hasn't finished lower than 6th, finished lower than 8th so far this year, but has been on the podium. How many times? 3 times. 3 times. So hasn't finished lower than. No, that is right. Yeah, so lower than 6th so far since he's made his first appearance at Silverstone. So in those 6 races, he's had enough points to push himself up into the top 5 on drop scores, which is incredibly impressive. And Sebastian really has been one of the standout drivers so far this season going forwards. So the cars make their way around. Once again, as we say, these are identical Mark 1s to those that you find in the MX-5 Clubman Championship. You do get some drivers who are mad enough to do both championships, but it's great to see them do that, to do double duty. We've seen drivers do both the Mark 1 Championship and also the SuperCup, but I think it's the first time we've seen the Mark 1s have drivers competing in literally both of their championships on one day. But usually on the 2-day format, they have more time in between races for other categories and other formula, but with it being mostly a Mazda-centric day, it's pretty frantic for the teams out there today. So big respect and a big thank you to all the teams who are here today for running cars, whether it's just independent runners just on their own with a trailer or big teams that are running 7, 8, 9, 10 cars under their awning. You're all working incredibly hard, so a big thank you for being part of today's 4th meeting of the season for the MX-5s as a collective on the grid. So, Oak Richardson, the last car getting into position, and it is Jack Brewer, the yellow, red and blue car on pole position on the left, the silver and purple car of Sebastian Fisher on the right, then Brian Trott and Fraser Fenwick, Ollie Allwood and Matt Pickford, and then it's Zach Oates, Jason Greatrex, Steve Foden and Luke Pullen. The top 10 for race 1 of the day here for the MX-5 Championship. Here at Snetterton, we are underway, and it's a cracking start from the front row from 2nd for Sebastian Fisher. The outside line has usually been the grippier one as it was last week, and it is again this week. And the charge down to Ritchie's begins, and I think Sebastian Fisher will lead. Yes, he will. So Sebastian Fisher, who came close to that first win at Anglesey, leads them down towards the turn 1 for the first time. Into the right-hander they go. All heading through relatively trouble-free, where there might be a squeal of tyres and someone might be off the road, or at least running wide. 1 or 2 cars are off the road wide. Couldn't quite tell who it was. Steaming down the outside onto braking goes Jason Greatrex. He might steal 4th from Fraser Fenwick as they turn their way through. We've got AB Motorsport teammates Matt Pollard and Oliver Allwood who are side by side. And another one of their cars is putting an attack on Steve Foden up the inside into Palmer's for the first time. So after the first few corners, it shakes out like this. It's Fisher who leads again then, doing exactly what he did in the final race at Anglesey. So he leads, Brewer 2nd, Trott 3rd, Fenwick 4th. And it's Greatrex in 5th, and they're all trying to get down into the mix. There was a screech of tyres towards the front somewhere. Someone locked up and possibly made a move that didn't quite come off. There's Paul Bateman going around the outside of 145. I think that's Zach Oates, who's dropped a few spots. He started in the top 10, but he's now fallen a little bit further back. And I can see in the background, the top 2 have broken away now. It's Sebastian Fisher being hunted down by Jack Brewer already in these first few opening corners, as they make their way out of Williams and into Oggies for the first time. As Jason Greatrex being chased down by the AB Motorsport pair of Brian Trott, who hasn't won a race this year so far yet, but he has been up there in contention. He's been there pretty much there or thereabouts in every single race. If we look at his results, the only race he didn't finish was an incident he got caught up in the 3rd race at Croft at the opening rounds, but he hasn't finished lower than 8th position all year, which is looking pretty strong. Lots of side-by-side battles getting involved here as cars are going every which way to try and find a piece of racing room. Steve Foden was defending from, I think, Matt Pollard there, and also Zach Oates as they turn into Brundle and Nelson. So it's still Fisher from Brewer, then Fraser Fenwick latched onto the back of the top 2. Running wide there is one of the Greatrexes. I think it might have been Callum Greatrex in car number 34. Also running wide there that is Jordan... No, sorry, that's a couple more cars off the road. They're all off the road at this point. So 73's come bounding back on. That was I think it was Bo Parry, was it? Yes, Bo Parry's off the road in 73, and it was Keane Doddelson in car 97 that went wide there as well. So all sorts going on in this first lap as they turn out of Murray's for the first time of asking. A little sideways there for Zach Oates, but he catches it nicely. There's Paul Bateman, who is the defending Masters champion. He's got some work to do in the points as they come back down the pit straight. So, Fisher from Brewer, from Fenwick, then it's Greatrex, Trott, Allwood. That's the top 6 as they come back down towards Ritchie, side by side between the two teammates there. AB Motorsport is now, Ryan Trott has to try and defend from Allwood by going up the inside and attacking Greatrex into Ritchie's corner for the second time. Steve Foden in the black and gold car is there in car 77. Matt Parr's getting involved as well. Trollard goes defensive on everyone as he goes up the inside of Greatrex. Allwood tries to follow him through, almost edges him out wide. Come on, let me through, please, if I can. But if Greatrex can't find the momentum, he might also let Steve Foden and possibly even Matt Pollard through. And I think maybe, did Brian Trott miss a gear there on the run towards Palmas? Because he's now lost the position back to Allwood and also lost out to Greatrex too as well. Lots of battle going on for 4th, 5th and 6th. As now we see a change off a second because Fraser Fenwick's got past Jack Brewer and he's attacking Sebastian Fisher. Everywhere you look at the front, there's battles everywhere. Up the inside for Belize, so Fenwick's gone with it. Up to 4th has gone Ollie Allwood on the exit. Agostini, can he complete the move? Yes, he can. And now it's side by side for 2nd as Jack Brewer tries to follow Fraser Fenwick back through, and he does manage it into the left-hander at Hamilton's. He's in now to 2nd and 3rd position. So 4th now for Allwood, 5th for Greatrex, 6th for Trott, and then 7th and 8th for Foden and Pollard. It's only a lap and a half, and I'm starting to get out of breath already. There's so much going on in this race. Up to 9th, I can see just behind Pollard. Is Zach Oates, and then just behind him is Oliver Graham, who's up 2 spots on where he started in 12th. So made up some moves. Quick look at the timing screen to see who were the biggest movers and shakers from that opening lap. The biggest winner from that in terms of positions gained was Jason Greatrex. Started 8th and up to 4th. The biggest one, the one that lost the most amount of positions, appears to be back down in 20th place, Kevin Dengate. It's Bo Parry, in fact. He started in 21st, down to 29th after that grassy excursion here on the exit of Nelson Corner. So in the second lap, look at this, bumper to bumper, nose to tail. This is what we love about Mazda MX-5 racing. This is the championship we come to see. Brilliant nose to tail racing all the way through the field. But Fraser Fenwick then, who has 1 win under his belt so far this year, he's going to try and pick his way now as high as he can up the order. Fraser Fenwick, who won the first race at Silverstone. He picked up 100 points for that. You get 100 points for a win, same as the SuperCup and as the MX-5 Clubman Championship. 1 car's in the pit lane, I can see. I think it's an AB Motorsport car, but we'll check who it is in a second. But again, you get 100 points for a win. You also get a point for the fastest lap, same as you do in the Clubman Championship. And again, the points go down in 2, so it's 98 for 2nd, 96 for 3rd, and then keeps on going down by 2 each time until you get to the last driver in the field. I think he's about 49th or 50th that will pick up just 2 solitary points. Under brakes, the pack makes its way down as a big move from Luke Pullen here up the inside. Now, Luke was someone who I was told by Ali Bray to watch for last year as Matt Pollard takes to the curb on the exit of the corner and still can't get onto the circuit because he tried to get back alongside and found Oliver Graham slotting his way between both of the AB Motorsport cars, saying, don't mind if I do, boys. Just picking his way through them. Now running wide there was Luke Pullen on the exit, but looking back to our leaders, it's seen that top 3 is closed back up again because Fenwick now under threat from Brewer. And Fisher's now got Ollie Allwood on his tail, followed by Greatrex, Trott, and a 3 abreast move up the inside. That was Matt Pollard on Ollie Graham and also Callum Greatrex heading into the mix. Look at Adam Craig in the yellow number 29 car in there too. Oh, and it's 3 abreast and there's contact. Oh, I think that was quite innocent there. I think all who just drifted onto the same line without really realising that each were that close because Graham managed to somehow survive that one after being squeezed by... It was Pullen on the right to his right and Craig to his left, and they were lucky not to make more of that. It was just a quick touch of fenders. But they've all got away from that relatively unscathed as they carry on onto the Bentley straight for the 3rd time. So Pullen then, as he rumbles over the curbs, and he's now going to lose out to Adam Craig as he's got better momentum off the corner. And he'll be on the inside for Brundle, but if he can complete that move, by the time they get to the second part of it, he'll be on the outside for Nelson. But if he can quick get back in front and hold onto the position and take it before they turn right, that'll certainly help him out. And he has done so. Just see him flash to the back of the shot. Here's the AB Motorsport boys. So they have got one of their cars leading the race, in fact, Fraser Fenwick, in his splendid metallic purple livery on that car. Very reminiscent of the Simtex back in Formula 1, that livery. Brilliant looking car, that. And then we've got AB Motorsport cars in 5th and 6th as they nose to tail, Ollie Allwood and Brian Trott. And we've got none of their cars in 9th there, Matt Pollard. So we've got 4 cars in the top 10 for AB Motorsport. There is the Mike Comber Racing prepared car, Steve Foden. And it's Fenwick who still leads, but now he's under big pressure from Jack Brewer, who darts out to the outside. He wants to try and pick up his 6th win of the season. And he can try and go around the outside. He can do it here, and he does, in fact, outbrake him and sweep across to take the lead. So Jack Brewer then is back to the front here in the MX-5 Championship. Started on pole, dropped back a couple of places. Is now was as low as 3rd at one point, but is now back into a lead and looking for that win number 6. So into the Wilson hairpin. Fisher still staying close in 3rd place. He still has a chance of potentially putting himself into a race-winning position. Makes his way up towards the left-hander into Palmer's. And now the back straight towards Agostini for the 4th time. 3 laps completed. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Steve Foden, 2 minutes 22.851. So he's trying to pick his way through. It's incredibly evenly matched. There's only about 0.3 of a second difference in lap time between the first few cars. That's how close and competitive it really is in this championship. You can see the battles all the way through the bottom end of the second half of the top 10, and that sort of second group is getting bigger and bigger. It's almost like Caterham style racing, where kind of as one pack starts to fight, the more they scrap amongst each other, the more the other cars tend to get involved. Up the inside looks Matt Pollard, who was also trying to get past both, not just Steve Foden, but Jason Greatrex in the process as well, but couldn't quite complete the move on either of them, so he's now sat back and held on to his 8th position for the time being. And Ollie Graham there in 9th place. Callum Greatrex, which is the son of Jason, has lost out to Ollie Graham there, so that's a switch between them. Adam Craig is still 11th. And top 4 all set personal best last time by, but they weren't the fastest man. That was the man just darting out there in the black and gold car, Steve Foden. He's looking to the outside, but he's gone way too deep into Brundle. Takes the longer route and just about gets it stopped. Thumps over the curb at Nelson, and there goes Matt Pollard squeezing through. And he might lose another spot as looking round the outside of the bomb hole, which is not quite maybe you should always try, but he's going for it, Ollie Graham. He's got some guts to try it, and he'll stay on the outside line. They're going to be side by side. Almost puts a wheel onto the grass as he turns in. There's our leaders going through as a trio. Then it's Allwood and Trott. Then it's Jason Greatrex and Matt Pollard. As for Ollie Graham, he has not made it through. He's slotted back in behind Foden and falls back into line as he continues to circulate in 9th position. Down the pit straight. There goes the top 3. Then 4th and 5th on their own at this point in time. 6th backwards with Jason Greatrex chasing after them. Pollard 7th, Foden 8th, Graham 9th, and Callum Greatrex rounding out that top 10 as they make their way in through. Ritchie's for the 4th time. New fastest lap of the race has been taken back again by only a 10th quicker than Foden's time. 2 minutes 22.754. So it's looking good for Jack at the moment, but there's still quite a way to go. Still 9 3/4 minutes left in this race. We're into the second half of the 20-minute encounter. Because after this race, we've got the designated lunch break, which is about 40 minutes or so, and then we have the car, which gives them a chance to turn the cars back around for this second set of races for this afternoon. So back onto brakes again. Leaders towards Agostini once more. 4th and 5th still for Allwood and Trott. I think there's been a switch around between those two, as there, yes, there has. So Allwood then back behind Trott now. And there's a black and white flag which is going up for somebody there. Someone's been using track limits, and it just pops up on the on-wire timing screen, and it's car number 69 that has track limits warning, and that is Brad Jones. So he's had a warning then not to cross the white line too much anymore. If he does so, he'll be handed a 5-second time penalty. So then, Fraser Fenwick then starting to line up Jack Brewer, who might be possibly thinking about a move to repass the championship leader down towards Brandon Nelson. Fenwick at one point has led the championship. I think it was exiting Silverstone after his victory. He fell back down after a less than satisfactory weekend in Wales. And he looks round the outside and going for the lead into Brundle Nelson. Fraser Fenwick on the inside for Nelson. Brilliant pass from Fraser Fenwick into the lead then once more here at Snetterton. And now look at Sebastian Fischer. The move has caught Brewer completely off guard there. I don't think he really expected Fenwick to go that far around the outside. But a brilliant gutsy pass. It's a really bold pass around the outside into Brundle. But he got the inside line for Nelson, held the lead. And I think that surprised even Fraser himself. So Fraser Fenwick then back into the lead here at Snetterton in race 1 of the day for the MX-5 Championship. It's 2nd for Jack Brewer then, and still 3rd. And in the mix for a good result here is Sebastian Fischer. He's in line for a podium. And if he keeps close, there's even a chance here that says 2nd, or possibly even that first win. It's possible. We've still got a way to go, just under 8 minutes left. There's Trotting fourth, pulling away from Allwood in fifth. He's now falling backwards towards Jason Greatrex in sixth position. And seventh place for Matt Pollard. It's then Callum Greatrex and Steve Foden who's slipped back to 10th. At the bottom of the top 10 now, so he's not having the greatest of race. In fact, there he is, look. The black and gold car getting very stuck in there. As now back up the inside for the hairpin there, looks Jack Brewer. They're now side by side with Fraser Fennick, and now it's a sprint towards Palmer's. Now, Brewer will be on the outside line. It's slightly off-camber left-hander, this Palmer's corner. You have to be careful not to drift too far wide, because otherwise we've seen some drivers just being pulled to the outside of the circuit and off onto the grass. And once you get dragged onto the grass, usually it's not that easy to get back on it, particularly if it's wet. But thankfully it's bone dry at the moment. And Fish, you can see, in the silver and purple car number 81, is really giving these two a headache as they come back to Agostini for the 6th time. Now the top three make the sprint up towards Hamilton on lap 6 here. There's a pack now forming. I don't think Trott's got away from Allwood too much. He's still kept Allwood roughly around about a second behind him. I think in those last few corners, Allwood's gained back a couple of tenths, so he's not allowing his teammate to get away too far. And of course, you've got to remember also we've got Jason Greatrex and Matt Pollard in there as well, currently 6th and 7th, so they've got some work to do to pick up some more points. So Jack Brewer still holds the fastest lap of the race. It's Fennick that leads the way then. He'll be on course possibly for his second win if Jack Brewer manages to hold on and repass. It'll be his 6th win of the season. And Sebastian Fischer, we've talked about this before, hasn't yet won a race in the MX-5 Championship. But could today be the day? Could it be the day that he manage it? Well, he'll have to keep on working hard to get around the top two in front of him to do that, of course. There is Oliver Graham. There is Steve Foden, who's now up to 8th position, so he's made his way past both Callum Greatrex again and Adam Craig. There's Paul Bateman, who's one of our top Masters drivers. There's Owen Mills. There's Tim Dorr on the 37, the Australian. And this is Mike. This is another one of the auto test entered cars. That is the treble 2 of Michael Green. And he's having a good battle with Richard Wooden here in the 3 as they turn in through the bomb hole. One of the original corners, of course, that's been there for quite a long time, ever since it was first properly conceived. And I know there was one mission objective, I think, or one of the mission objectives when they built this 300 circuit was you can modify just pretty much almost the majority of the corners, but the one corner you cannot modify is the bomb hole. So by all means, change other corners, but do not touch that corner. And thankfully they haven't, because it's quite a unique one in British motorsport, where it's got quite a compression right at the apex of the corner. And so it's quite a fast corner, but also one that can catch you out if you hit the bump or hit the compression a bit too wrong. So 178 down the outside line, looking for the move. That is, check on my time screen, that's Kevin Dengate. Oh, Kevin Dengate runs wide, puts 2 wheels onto the grass, and he loses out to not only the chance he was going to try and pass Michael Green, but also to the chance he was trying to get, the move he was trying to make on Richard Wooten, which didn't quite catch off either. Richard Wooten getting a bit sideways, and now Christopher Ginn in the multicoloured machine, number 20, trying to get around Dengate. Good to have Kevin back in the championship this year. He's been away from Mazda MX-5 racing for several years. He's raced a few other things, including BMWs amongst others. But now he's back at the wheel of a Mazda MX-5 and in real contention, in fact, for the Masters Championship. For coming into the weekend, if I look at the point standings, he is 4th on drop score with 572. So he's got some work there to do to try and pick his way up a bit more. Now, there's a couple of cars out there with windscreen wipers on. Now, of course, we are anticipating some rain today. When it drops and when it happens, I'm not sure. Now, what has happened here, look, there's been a change again for the lead because Jack Brewer squeezed back past Fraser Fennick. So Fraser then sits back to 2nd place. Brewer's back to the lead. There was also a change of fastest lap I noticed on the timing screen. It's gone back to Oliver Allwood, 2 minutes 22.660. He's still a second away from his teammate. But as they turn in now out of the Brundle Nelson complex, switch between the top 2 again. And I suspect the fact that Fennick is keeping himself latched onto Jack Brewer's rear bumper suggests that with 3.5 minutes to go, this is not over by any stretch. We've still got, I think, this and 1 more to go, so 2 more laps, I suspect, in this first MX-5 Championship race. They turn their way through Coram, this long, almost never-ending right-hander, and this very tricky braking zone as it ends to try and almost brake and turn and try and get the car straight as possible to get it slowed down for the run into Murray's. Here comes Fraser Fennick then, back in the slipstream, down towards Ritchie's again. Now, will he go for the outside line that Brewer tried a couple of laps ago, which was successful at that point in time? There's our timing tower on the left-hand side. Fennick then keeps close, just latched right onto the rear of Jack Brewer as they turn out through Ritchie's again. There goes Ollie Allwood, turning his way through. Brian Trott now has the fastest lap of the race. He's at a 2:22.298. Now the top three closes up, and Brian Trott's getting himself involved as well. So maybe with 2 laps to go, it could be a quartet rather than a trio battling for the lead here, because Brian Trott's pace has now brought himself into the mix. He was 1 second away from Sebastian Fischer across the line, so he might be supposed to close in. There he is in the background. It's the white and green car with the purple and orange stripes that's closing back in, and here they come down towards Agostini because Brewer's not comfortable. He has to go to the inside line to defend from any opportunity that Fraser Fenwick might try and find. He's going to try and creep around this way and that to try and prise the door open and find any avenue to get through. Is he going to throw a dummy, try and throw a double pass or something along those lines to try and catch him off guard, or make a dive up the inside? Oggies is a good passing spot to make a late braking move. But again, sits back, and Fisher's back into contention now as well. Again, hasn't finished higher than second. He was so close for about 2/3 of the race at Anglesey. He was able to fend off Jack Brewer and co from behind him. I really did look at those one point. He would be able to do it, but just lost out in the end and managed to pick up second place after a frantic battle with his teammate Oliver Graham, of which they then finished second and third, practically nose to tail. But it was a double podium for the Auto Test team. And now as Fraser Fenwick looks round the outside, he's done this once before. He's going to try and do it again round the outside. He will be on the inside line, but has to cut back in this time. Cuts his momentum a little bit, and now he's back under pressure from Sebastian Fischer. Good exit from Nelson, back on the rear bumper, almost a bit of a bump draft. Getting very close to the back end of Brewer's car as he turns through the bomb hole. Little wiggle there from Brewer, but Fenwick is right on there because he knows he's applying the pressure, and Brewer can feel it. He'll see it right in his mirror, the big purple MX-5 looming large in that rear view mirror. Fischer in third, and Trott is also coming into play here in fourth place. They're going to come onto the pit straight to start the last lap of this first race. Remember, they've got 2 more of these later on this afternoon after lunch. But of course, everyone wants to win the first race of the day, to have that momentum, to have the bragging rights, and to nail those first 100 points of the day that will really set the tone for the rest of the meeting. Last lap, board goes out. Fenwick was right underneath Brewer as he looks one with the throws the dummy down towards Ritchie, looks up the inside, dummies him down towards turn 1. It's very close, they almost make contact, but just trying to squeeze up the inside there is Fenwick, and he almost made it stick, but they almost touched, but just didn't manage it. And look at Fischer down the outside of Fenwick, looks for the lead on Brewer into the Wilson hairpin, can't quite get it stuck, and now Brian Trott's involved now. It really is kicking off in this final lap. And remember, this is only the first race for these guys. They've got 2 more this afternoon. This is certainly going to be, I think, the story of the day between these 4. So out through Palmer's for the last time. 4 of them together for the lead. Any one of them can win this race, but who it's going to be, we'll find out in about 3/4 of a lap's time. Fenwick again, looking for the dummy once more. Brewer's back to the racing line, puts the car in the middle of the road. Lock up from Fish. I think he did tap the back of Fenwick's car a little bit there. And now, here comes Brian Trott trying to make his way up to third place. He's now looking around the back end of Fisher's car. Possible change on for 5th as the 2 AB teammates of Allwood and Pollard are battling away with Jason Greatrex. But now the leaders as they come back into Oggies for the final time. Now if Fenwick can stay close here on the exit of Oggies and through Williams, he'll have a prime chance to slipstream Brewer all the way down the Bentley Straight and try and make a move down through Brundle and Nelson, but he has to carry the speed here, and he's done pretty well. Now what about Trott for 3rd place? Can he get a good run here on Fischer? But they're all closing up because Fischer will get a double toe. Trott will get a triple toe from all 3 cars. Brewer's trying to break the toe here as he weaves from left to right to try and break it up here, but they're all pretty close. Trott has a small dart out, tries to look for 3rd place, can't quite make it happen. This might be a photo finish, you know, if it gets this close. Out through Nelson, all 4, nose to tail, on the sprint now towards the bomb hole. There's only literally 3 corners left. The right-hander at the bomb hole. Still Brewer leads it. Now the run towards the long right-hander at Coram. It'll have to be the run to the checkered flag. Unless Fenwick makes a dive round the outside to put himself on the inside for the Murrays, it'll have to be a sprint to the flag to try and settle it. Nose to tail, 1st to 4th, into the final corner for the final time. Brewer just about holds on, but Fenwick will be in the slipstream. Here we go then, up towards the flag. Is it going to be Fenwick? Is it going to be Brewer? Now they charge up towards the checkered flag. They're all going to close up together. He's been a fantastic first race. Fenwick will move out, but it's going to be too late, and it will be a 6th win of the season, but only just for Jack Brewer in the first MX-5 Championship race of the day here at Snetterton. 2nd place for Fenwick. He lost out by 0.168 of a second. It's Fischer in 3rd, Trott in 4th, and Ollie Allwood just holds off his teammate Matt Pollard by 0.128 of a second. It's a sprint finish to a line between Luke Pullen and Callum Greatrex. I think Pullen just beat Greatrex to a line by 0.146 of a second. That was close as well. Well, amazing stuff from the MX-5 Championship once again, and there's again 2 more of them to come, so lots more action still left from the Mazda MX-5s. The rest of that top 10 was Jason Graytrack 7th, Steve Foden back in 8th, 9th for Oliver Graham, and 10th for Luke Pullen ahead of Callum Graytracks. It was then 12th for Adam Craig, 13th for Paul Bateman, 14th for Owen Mills, 15th for Tim Dorr. The rest of the top 20 was filled by Michael Green, Richard Wooden, Kevin Dengate, Christopher Ginn and Kean Donaldson. And then we're just seeing the rest of the field coming through the field. It's Christian Dan 21st ahead of Oak Richardson 22nd. That's a good drive for Oak. He started 32nd on the grid, or 31st on the grid on the timing screen, but it was 22nd. He picks up 9 spots in the end, so that's a higher place for him to start. Then Bryn Griffiths in 23rd, then Brad Jones, Bo Parry, Aaron Danapala, Ollie Walden, Graham Rumsey, Michael Pearce, and Richard Bartlett. And sadly, the car that we lost, which is in pit lane, you can just see behind the timing tower there on the left of the screen, sadly was Zach Oates. So the man who picked up his first podium at Anglesey, unfortunately, not able to finish the race. Well, that was a breathtaker, particularly for this man. I'm sure there'll be a big, cheesy grin behind the helmet of Jack Brewer, I'm sure. After that victory, I'm sure he quite enjoyed that one. And no wonder, because that was quite a hard-fought battle. This man will certainly have enjoyed it as well. He'll be a little bit hard done by to end up in second, but it's good, strong points for him in the championship as well. Thumbs up from Fraser. And again, another podium for Sebastian Fischer. He's getting closer. He's getting closer to that first win. It is coming, but not just on that first race just yet. So, and there's a big smile for Jack Brewer. Let's see exactly how he found that and see if the smile justifies how he found that race. Let's head back down to Lindsay, who will have a chat with our winner for the 6th time this year, Jack Brewer.
I'm just going to jump straight in, Jack. They made you work for that.
Yeah, Fraser did a firm but fair, drove brilliantly. I could see he was probably a little bit quicker. That was tough. That was really tough, but it was really good fun. So hats off to Tucker Motorsport and all the guys that were supporting me, Airborne, EPTA, EPTA projects. They've been absolutely amazing, and I can't believe I've had 6 wins.
Yeah, you have become the Mr. Mazda man of the season so far. I mean, going into race 2 though, very quickly, obviously he's going to be starting right beside you, and that one, Seb, is going to be starting right behind you. Are you feeling a little bit of pressure?
No, we just take each race as it comes, really. I mean, we've just managed to do it then. We've just got another 2 to go, and we'll see how it goes. But you don't have to win every race to win a championship, so fingers crossed, but go for it.
Very nicely put, and congratulations. We'll catch up with you later on this afternoon. So we can very quickly catch Seb. Seb, that was an incredible drive. You had pressure on them.
Yeah, we were keeping up with them, which was good, but I definitely didn't have the pace to overtake them. I could stick with them, but they were having a good battle, nice clean battle. Yeah, it would be nice to sort of mix it up there and, you know, try and go one better than third. I seem to be finishing quite regularly at the minute, but we had a lot of pressure from Brian at the end. He was all over me, so I thought I've got to stay ahead of him, which is good. So yeah, I mean, busy day today, so to start with a podium is just brilliant.
Yeah, I've got to ask you about Brian coming up on that very last lap behind you. What was your first thoughts?
First thoughts were there's lots of noise, lots of tyre squeal. He's going to be on the outside, so as long as I turn in and then look to my outside and he's not there, I'm okay. But if he is there, you've got to give him the space. But I was just enough ahead of him to hold him off, and then we were okay for the rest of the lap.
Yeah, it was very well done. Looking forward to this afternoon?
Absolutely, yeah, very much so.
Brilliant, hopefully we'll see you again. Thank you very much. Right, let's very quickly grab Fraser. Fraser, I have to ask, drive there, just talk me through, what were you thinking?
Not a lot. It's that hot and that hard out there. You just go lap by lap, trying, but you know, you can get a gap on them, and then as soon as you get to a straight, they just tow back up to you. It is really hard out there.
Well, it was just the constant first, second. I mean, did you think, right, I'm going to get him, this is it?
I thought on the last lap I might have had him, but he defended so well, and it was so hard to get past him, so fair play for Jack for that. And Seb was always there as well, and made it a really hard race.
Yeah. No, honestly, it was a phenomenal drive. We're very impressed, and hopefully we'll see you this afternoon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to hand it back over to Scott to talk us through what's happening this afternoon.
Welcome back, everybody, after at lunch break for more action here from Snetterton, from the British Racing Sports Car Club's Mazda MX-5 race day. You can see the cars already forming up onto the grid for our second set of races set to begin, which starts off with our second Brscc Mazda MX-5 SuperCup race. Now, there's plenty of drama in the first race, particularly with the fact that the car that's on pole position again, by virtue of their second fastest qualifying time, is Jack Harding. He, by the sounds of it, had some contact with Sam Smith. We didn't quite catch him on the live stream, but because of that, that seems to possibly change the points situation a little bit, because it means now, of course, that I think whilst Jack Harding ended up 7th or 8th in the pro class, he's now got a drop score to try and make up going forwards. I've managed to go ahead and on my spreadsheet and calculate the point scores going after that race in terms of looking at where we are in the points, both pro and in club. And I can tell you that after that, it now, including the 3 drop scores now, that score will almost certainly be a drop score for Jack Harding, and he'll get a few more points back from one of his earlier results, which would have been his worst. It now means that Sam Smith has a lead of leads with 702 points on drop scores, and then we have Jack Harding behind him, but the gap is now, got to work this out now with my rudimentary maths, it is now 13 points between Sam Smith and Jack Harding, because Jack is on 689. And despite the non-finish of Patrick Fletcher, he's able to gain back some points, and he's only 6 points away from Jack Harding himself. So he's now on 683. The good finish for James Cousins means that he's now up into 4th place, or remains in 4th, with 665. And John Langridge is now 627 points on drop scores. But it's Declan Lee, who, after his less than satisfactory run to 21st in pro class and 33rd overall in that race, he is now 6th in points on 610, with 600. That should be 615 points rather than 610. So it should be Will Blackwell Chambers ahead of him by 5. 615 for Blackwell Chambers, 610 for Declan Lee. And then following that, we should have Simon Baldwin, Tom Smith and Nick Dunn. Tom Smith and Nick Dunn moving up at the moment because they are not here this weekend. In the club class, it has changed around a bit there as well, because we've also got Kevin Sylvain, who leads that run now only by 12 points. Sorry, no, by 8 points, forgive me. And that is between himself and Clive Powell. So 692 points on drop scores for Kevin Sylvain, 684 for Clive Powell in second position. But it's 666 for Martin Heath, who has moved up thanks to Richard Amos's not so great first race, as also saw him retire in the closing stages. So he's now dropped a little further down the table, as we'll find out in a second. Bruce Robinson is currently 4th now in points, now 650. Stephen New is on 632. It's Clive Chisnell on 624. Liz Walton on 608. Richard Amos, now he's had 3 DNFs in the last 4, well, no, it's 4 DNFs in the last 4 races, which has dropped him now down on drop scores all the way to 8th, and he's now over 100 points on drop scores off the points lead in the class, followed by Scott Wright and Luke Whitworth, who took a strong result, in fact winning that class in the first race with 10th place in club. So the cars now make their way off the grid to complete their formation lap for race number 2. And as they do so, we can show you how they line up. And again, this is the grid set by the second fastest time set in the qualifying session this morning. So Jack Harding is back on pole position, looking to banish the bad result of race 1, but it puts him alongside John Langridge this time in the second row of the grid, a grid that's fairly well shuffled round. I think actually been a couple of positions, cars possibly a bit out of place, but we'll have to check it. So we've got Sam Smith and Richard Amos on the second row of the grid, followed by Adam Bezel and James Cousins. Then we have Braden Fletcher and Kevin Sylvain on 7th and 8th on the grid, and then rounding out the top 10 on row 5, we are set to have Will Blackwell Chambers and Patrick Fletcher. Then it's Luke Whitworth and Declan Lee, followed by James Warrior and Martin Canning, Simon Baldwin and Alex Miller. And that's rounding out to the 8th row of the grid. We then get to, it should be Martin Tolley and Clive Powell, followed by Nick Rutter and Simon Fleet. Then it's Lee Britton and Alex Osborne, with Matt Pickford and Tom Selden rounding off the 12th row of the grid. We then keep on going further back on this never-ending grid of Mark III MX-5s. Xavier Brook and Christopher Richardson come next on row 13 from George Grant and Will Morris, who had quite a cracking drive from towards the back of the grid to get himself into the top 20s at one point. Then it's Stephen New and Andrew Flynn, Scott Wright and Seamus Haney round out the 16th row of the grid in 31st and 32nd positions. And it keeps going. Clive Chisnell and Bruce Robinson, Kevin Brent, welcome return to him for Mazda MX-5 Racing, making his Mark III debut in the Super Cup. Starts 35th for this second race. Then Liz Walton, Marcus Carlton, Duncan Harris and Ivor Mares at the back of this mammoth 39 car grid. They're getting set for their second race of the afternoon. So this should be quite an intriguing one. I suspect that there were some conversations had over what appeared to be some contact between Sam Smith and Jack Harding in that first race whilst battling for the lead. There was some comments not made, not just by Sam, but also by, I think, James Cousins and a couple of others who were in the mix as well when Lindsay was having a chat to them in Parc Ferme. So we'll wait and see what kind of impact that has. Now, that was the grid that we had both on TSL, but it almost looked to me as if a couple of cars were a little bit further back than we suspected, unless it's possibly just how they looked in terms of there being quite a few white cars. For some reason, I thought Sam Smith was a bit further back, but it might have been because we have quite a few cars, predominantly white cars in the field. Now, there is... right, that's interesting there. Carnival 1 is quite deep in the pack, and I thought he was quite deep in the pack. Richard Amos is quite high up the grid. I'm just going to try something, check the bulletins here, because I have a wonderance here that possibly has Sam Smith been given a grid drop for something, because the latest grid we've got on the TSL system, so I can see if we've got the grid for race 2, if it's been adjusted. No, the grid for the... right, there has been... Right, there is an adjusted grid here. It's the mended grid, which has only just been... Right, here we go. So, contrary to that grid that we had, I think it must have come in quite late, because Sam Smith has been given a 10 place grid penalty, so he will not start in 3rd on the grid. Instead, he's going to start back in 13th, so he's got some work to do from there, from the 7th row. I thought his car was quite far back in the grid, and I wondered if maybe, given there might have been some conversations about the said contact between Smith and Harding, whether or not it seems that Smith may well have been possibly adjudged by the stewards and the clerk of the course as the person at fault, and therefore been given a grid drop. So Richard Amos there, that white car in 3rd position, for clarification, it will look identical to Sam Smith's car because it is his teammate, but it's not Sam Smith. Sam is back in 13th on the 7th row of the grid. That is the club class, top club class racer on the grid, being Richard Amos. So he'll have some work to do, and he's one of the fastest drivers out there on his day. In Anglesey, he was chasing down Sam Smith at the front of the field at one point. There's 2 cars running in tandem in 1st and 2nd overall. So, but Sam Smith, who is the white car 4th on the left, on the inside of the what will be the 7th row. Watch for the car there, car number 1, who we're looking to try and pick his way through from 13th. And I guarantee you, he's not going to stay there for long if he has anything to say about it. So, possible chance for Jack Harding for redemption for this second race, but John Langridge and co will try and close him down. All set for the second MX-5 SuperCup race of the day here at Snetterton. The revs rise, all set to go as we're underway for race number 2. It's a nice clean start from the first few rows. Already Sam Smith trying to make his way past Martin Tolley. They're 3 abreast down, 3 or 4 abreast again. Is that wider pit straight down at Snetterton? You can get cars 4 abreast, but I wouldn't try into Ritchie's for the first time, as all 39 of them pile now down towards Ritchie, that right-hander, for the first time of asking. Everyone appears to be getting through nice and clean, nice and tidy. Hold your breath. Yes, all through to Ritchie's corner first. Good drive for everyone so far. Now into the hairpin for the first time, and Richard Amos is already up to 2nd place, and Adam Besley has also beaten John Langridge away. So John Langridge, who started 2nd, is now been passed by both of the men from the 2nd row of the grid. He's now down to 4th. Braden Fletcher looking up the inside of James Cousins, turning into Palmer's then for the first time on this opening lap, and through they come. Just in the background, I can see Sam Smith is still fairly deep in the pack outside the top 10. He's been up a couple of places, but not as many as he would have liked to have done on this opening lap. There he is in car number 1, just ahead of Kevin Sylvain. He's got Clive Powers, one of his main club class rivals, in the mix. There's James Warrior, who's recovered after his problems when he looked like he had contact with somebody, and it damaged his right rear suspension and forced him out of the race. So it looks like the Hills Motorsport squad have worked quickly to get that car repaired, so well done by everyone to getting these cars back out in race-ready condition. It's quite a compressed timetable, being almost nothing but Mazdas. So therefore, the brakes that have been put in have been done so to allow the teams to give a little of extra time to get the cars prepared, again, turn them around once again for another race, and so it's pretty tricky. Now then, what's interesting here, some cars are starting to put their windscreen wipers on, so I wonder if the forecast rain that we were expecting is possibly starting to hit on the other side of the circuit down the Bentley Straight. So watch out for that as Jack Harding turns in, and you might have a bright white car behind him, but it's not Sam Smith. It's in fact, as remember, his teammate Richard Amos who's chasing him down. It's Adam Besley 3rd, Langridge 4th, Cousins 5th, up to 6th has gone Braden Fletcher past Will Blackwell Chambers as the pack files its way through Brendan Nelson. Cars thumping over the inside sausage curb. There's 777 getting stuck in. I think That's the car 80, which I think is Bruce Robinson, I think. I'll check my entry list in a second to double check who that was. And in the club class, car number 80 is... So it's car 90, that was Bruce Robinson. And the 777 is Andrew Flynn getting stuck in as well. So good scrap between the pair of them as they make their way towards the end of the first lap. So Harding leads, Amos second, Bezel third, Langridge fourth, then it's Cousins, Fletcher, side by side between Declan Lee and Will Blackwell Chambers, and also a battle on between Patrick Fletcher and Sam Smith, the two other main contenders to Jack Harding, who will be certainly revelling the chance to get his second win of the season, whilst those two are stuck in the pack and trying to make their way through. And I guess they might have to call a temporary truce. Oh, there was one car running very wide on the exit there through Ritchie's. We might catch who it was a bit further back, but here is our dueling pair of championship contenders who are further back than they would expect to be. There goes Sam Smith making a move on Patrick Fletcher. Now, they crossed the line, for the record, looking back on the timing screen, they crossed the line in 9th and 10th positions. That's a move for 9th for Samuel Smith. His next target will be to pass both of the cars in front of him, as there goes Blackwell Chambers slotting into 7th. He seems to have gotten the grips of this Mark III MX-5. He debuted last year at the finale at Brands Hatch at the Formula Ford Festival and got to grips with it fairly quickly. And the first couple of rounds, he's trying to get fully into the groove. Hasn't really been towards being in the front runner. It was more kind of around just the edge of the top 10 or around the mid-pack. But now he's managed to switch on the form from Anglesey onwards and getting back to seeing the Will Blackwell Chambers of old, who is a regular front runner up there in the mix and showcasing exactly what he can do behind the wheel of a Mazda. So can, of course, Declan Lee and indeed the reigning champion Sam Smith, who you can guarantee is going to try and pick these cars up quickly, one by one. So Richard Amos is doing well to hold up the form for BC Cars Motorsport, as we now see the three teammates, John Langridge, Adam Bersel and James Cousins, all nose to tail like they were in race number 1. Not so much sideways action this time between these three, but certainly holding the fort for these guys in 3rd, 4th and 5th. John Langridge would certainly love a podium. His best result to date so far this year in the SuperCup, if I check his results, has been, I think it's been around about 4th or 5th position. So to get himself on the podium would certainly be a just reward for the hard work he's done, particularly switching teams. Yeah, his best result so far has actually been 4th position, and he equalled that best result in the first race earlier on. So these best results have been a pair of 4th places, one at Anglesey, one here earlier on in race number 1. So there goes Adam Bezel, pulling a nice little switch back there. Dummy one way, then the other, and has now got the inside line. John Langridge says, after you, teammate. Through into 3rd place he goes, but not much longer as he runs too deep on the exit, and all the hard work and the classy move he made trying to get past. And there goes James Cousins saying, excuse me boys, can I come through? And it hasn't quite worked out. He's gone way too deep, and back through goes John Langridge. Almost back through goes Adam Bezel. You can sense these three are sort of enjoying themselves out there, because the rest they're battling for position, but they're positioned within teammates. And so, provided obviously there's no contact for Aidan Hills, that's certainly what you'd love to see, those guys up towards the front and certainly upholding it. And look at Braden Fletcher, in fact, in car number 10. He's looking to try and get himself a strong result. He has yet to score a podium yet. His best result so far this season has been, it was at Anglesey, it was a 5th position. So he's gone up the inside of Adam Bezel, who either is just something isn't right with the setup, or he's not really working the way he wanted it to. Now I suspect they also saw as well, I thought I saw on the camera, there was some rain falling, but not only is it falling, it was starting to fall pretty intensely. But it certainly is getting darker overhead with the clouds we have, that potentially we're starting to get a little bit of precipitation in the air. All seems to be dry at the moment, at least on this part of the circuit, but I thought we did start to see some tracks on the circuit from where if you got a little sprinkling of rainfall, you got to see some of the tread marks or the tracks that the cars make through the damp circuit onto the drier part underneath. So Harding leads. Amos is by far and away the top club class driver in 2nd place. I'm pretty certain next year, given the pace he's got, I'm almost certain he'll move up into pro class given how fast he is. There's Sam Smith there. Look, he's already managed to get himself around both Declan Lee and Will Blackwell Chambers. Patrick Fletcher hasn't managed it, so he's got some more work to do to pick up another place or two. There's James Warrior chasing down the club class points leader, Kevin Sylvain, in the black and green car, another car run by BC Cars Motorsport. So currently both in pro and club, it is Brian Chandler's outfit that has the points lead in each of them. Brian, of course, himself a former MX-5 champion, so not only that, has he run his own car in year times past, but he runs quite a fleet of race cars himself, and of course he's pretty pretty handy mechanic and engineer to run these cars, and it's good to see that his cars in SuperCup, well, he's been quite a prominent Mark 1 repairer in recent times. To see him now starting to get some success in Mark 3s with Smith's championship victory last year is certainly giving a lot of confidence, and certainly great to see after all the hard work he's put in. And Brian himself did have a go at Mark 3s in the past, back in 2016, and was able to get himself in the mix for some podium finishes, and was in the battles of the likes of James Blake Baldwin and Tom Roach and other drivers who've been front runners and effectively, you know, sort of stalwarts and drivers that you could easily put into a SuperCup Hall of Fame. So Brian's been around quite a lot, and he's quite a handy driver in all other cars as well. He's sometimes come out in cars like the Lotus Exige, which is run by one of his customers, Matt Pickford, who runs in the SuperCup here. I was racing against guys like Martin Tolley, who's just made a move up the inside. Well, he did make a move up the inside of James Warrior, and then all of a sudden ran wide and almost lost it again. So there's never a dull moment on track whenever Martin's around, whether it's a Mark 1 or in more recent years a Mark 3. He's always quite entertaining to watch, and I think James Warrior is going to try his luck here and go up the inside, but Martin's got the move he needs. Of course, coming to the weekend, Martin Tolley was second in the Masters points. He was some 9 points on drop scores behind Simon Baldwin, so he's looking well, and he's a former Mark 1, multiple-time Mark 1 Masters champion, so he's won the Masters title before, and now just trying to put in some consistent results to pick up results in the Mark 3s. Now, I think further up, I think we're looking at a battle between it's between Patrick Fletcher and Will Blackwood Chambers, because I thought that Sam Smith had passed Adam Bezel. The answer is yes, he has, because he's got a round number 4 car, which that will put him into 5th position. As Jack Harding continues to lead. The last time he came across the line, the gap was 1.1 seconds. They head out through Coram for the 4th time. The fastest lap of the race has gone to Sam Smith, 2 minutes 16.462. As the leaders then make their way onto the pit straight once again. Now there's a black and white flag being shown to somebody, and it's gone out to, we can't quite see exactly who it's gone to yet, but there is somebody with a black and white flag for, I would guess, track limits already at this stage. Across the line go the leaders. No new fastest lap yet, but the lead for Jack Harding has gone out to 2 points, basically just a fraction over 2 seconds. So Jack Harding at the moment, as we come towards the halfway point in this race, is already looking good. Now then, unless I'm seeing things, that has got to be a rain shower. In fact, yes, it is. In fact, all the drivers... In fact, there goes Richard Amos running wide. This is the Compact Cup last week all over again, isn't it, really? Well, I hope not. With all the I hope we don't get car skating off. But these are effectively, as far as I'm aware, an all-weather tyre, the A1 ZZR. So they can run them in these damp conditions. As either that's a mistake for Richard Amos, or... Ah, wait, no, Jack Harding's dropped down to 5th. So Jack Harding's dropped backwards. So... Another mishap for Jack Harding once again in the race, where he was leading. I wondered where he was for a second. There he is, look. And ironically, look who he's behind. He's behind Sam Smith, who he had that contact with. So now this should be interesting, particularly with the conditions. So Jack Harding seems to have been caught out by the sudden downpour of rain that we've got here at Snetterton. And he's now down to, I think, 5th or 6th place. He's now, yeah, he's behind Sam Smith. Yeah, he's down to 6th, because Sam Smith crossed the line in 6th position. And look at them, wipers ablaze now, particularly at the other side of the circuit. And you can see, I think you can see just on the darker parts on the camera, it is absolutely tipping it down once again. So these guys really are struggling out there to keep the cars on the road. So Sam Smith then holds on to what is currently 5th position. Jack Harding trying to recover in 6th, but Richard Amos, remember, is a registered club class driver, leads the race overall in car number 6. Possible change on for 2nd here. John Langridge in P2. Ahead of James in 3rd position. That's James Cousins. And look at Braden Fletcher squeezing up the inside on the exit of the right-hander at Nelson. Into the bomb hole he goes. Remember, Braden Fletcher has yet to finish on the podium in MX-5 SuperCup race. Gets a little tap there in the rare appreciation from James Cousins. Thanks for that move. I'll come back for you in a second. So John Langridge then. Is there a possible chance to talk about maybe his first win? Well, look at the cars chasing up behind. It's then Sam Smith, remember, who started 13th on the grid, the recovering Jack Harding, and then Adam Bessel, who's still in here. So this top 7, genuinely, any one of those 7 could have a chance of winning this race. So here they come then. The magnificent 7, Amos, Langridge, Fletcher, as in Braden Fletcher, then Cousins, Smith, Harding and Bessel, down towards Ritchie's then for the 6th time. Look at them, they're trying to find the line they need to turn in. Everyone's taking different approaches into Ritchie's corner because the grip levels is so different. no one's taking the traditional racing line. Some of them are taking the inside line, some of them are going a little wider to come off stay away from the rubber parts of the circuit as it continues to rain here. They're all going deep into the corner. Look, there was James Cousins looking around the outside of Braden Fletcher. Now trying to get him back on the exit there is Sam Smith. You can see the rain starting to fall bit by bit here. What's interesting though is that on the pit straight, as far as I can see, the rain hasn't reached this far. It's not actually coming down really at all on certain parts of the circuit. So, oh, was that someone skating off the road in the background? I think it was. Now, was that Adam Bezel going off the road? I think I looked away for a second, look out the window. I saw then a car going off into the background. I think it must have been Adam Bezel, because Adam Bezel disappeared from 7th on the road. So I think Adam's gone off in these ever-increasingly difficult conditions. There's another car off there. I think that's Simon Fleet's come off the road as well in car 55 to the right-hand side of the circuit. So another car that's been possibly hit foul of conditions. There's car number 18's off the road. Car number 18 is... Well, no, it's 78, I think it was. It was Marcus Carlton. Now then, that's Richard Amos possibly about to lose the lead. That's Sam Smith about to possibly take a position from James Cousins down the outside. But he's going deep onto the outside line. James Cousins sliding around, and through also goes Jack Harding. James Cousins gets very sideways on the exit. This is really playing havoc for the conditions here, because it's effectively, as far as I can see, it's practically dry on the pit straights at the moment on my side of the circuit. But out on the backstraight towards Bentley, Brundle, Nelson, the rain is tipping it down towards there. So there's such a different set of conditions that almost every single corner you turn into. Richard Amos is wide on the exit of Nelson, almost goes off the road. John Langridge gets sideways as he comes up to the inside, looks to go side by side with him, and up the inside he goes. Now remember, these two have not won a race overall. Looks like there's been an incident for Alex Miller, who is getting back going again. But remember, these two here, both Richard Amos, who has won his class a couple of times overall, but of course yet to win a race overall. So is John Langridge. Off the road's gone Andrew Flynn at Williams, as the rain continues to fall down. And now as they come on towards the exit of Murray's now, they're all starting to close back up again. It's now Braden Fletcher in third. Sam Smith is fourth. Jack Harding is fifth. And sixth position now is James Cousins. There's so much going on at the moment, you don't know where to look, but they're carrying on. There's still 6 and a bit minutes, just under 6 minutes to go. So still anything can change. It's now starting to rain on the pit straight. You can see how hard it's raining here. This could really change in a heartbeat as they come into Richie's corner. Around the outside goes John Langridge. Around the outside of Braden Fletcher goes Sam Smith. Trying to go with him is Jack Harding. They're sliding and tiptoeing around. Big moment for Braden Fletcher exiting Richie's. They really are trying to be very careful in these conditions to try and hold on. They all take the wide racing line. Does Amos. Amos still leading here. Remember, Richard Amos, again, who I have to stress again, is a registered club class driver, not the pro class. So even though he might win the race overall, the 100 points for the pro class will go to whoever finishes behind him. So it could still be Sam Smith on 100 points. It could still getting 100 points. It could then still be John Langridge. It could be Jack Harding, playing Fletcher, who gets sideways on the exit of Palmer's. And look at, you can see how hard it's raining because the cars are making tracks through the damper parts of the circuit. Richard Amos approaches Agostini, and they're all taking the purpose of the wide line. They're just for reassurance, that's not them out braking themselves. It's what they call the wet line or the karting line, because in the dry, all the rubber that's been laid down over all the sessions as Braden Fletcher gets very sideways on the exit of Agostini, that starts to build up and give you grip in the dry conditions. If you then apply water to the rubber on the circuit, it becomes the opposite, incredibly slippery. So the drivers have to go offline to find the parts of the circuit that don't have rubber on them to find the most grip, which might not seem logical, but when you see them going wide, they're doing it on purpose. It's the same line they take in karting, which is why it's also referred to not just as the wet line, but the karting line as well. So the rain has been, it's kind of intermittent. It's kind of, it was really falling quite heavily on the pit straight. It's eased off a tiny bit, and the conditions are changing lap by lap. So you turn into a corner in one lap, and you have certain conditions where it's quite damp or incredibly wet. You turn in the next lap you go through, and the surface has changed completely once again. So it's a bit of a nightmare. Either drivers want it fully wet or fully dry, but these ever-changing conditions are an absolute... They're almost so difficult for the drivers to judge, as going off the road is just Jack Harding and Braden Fletcher and James Cousins in sympathy. All of them are trying to keep these cars on the road. It's absolutely astonishing. But they're just about managing it. 3.5 minutes to go. They're going to get, I think maybe just this and one more lap. I think 2 more laps here at Snetterton. This is quite reminiscent of the, as I said, the BMW Compact Cup race that we had, the third race that we had last week. It was the first ever 30-minute race. And with about 5 minutes to go, the rain just absolutely arrived and came down, and it caught several drivers out here at Corham and also here at Murray's. There's all sorts going on. So down the pit straight once again for the penultimate time. We're going to have 2 more laps to go. Off the road's got Adam Bezel again. So looks like the excursion he had earlier on, which put him off the road, has dropped him right down the order. When he crossed the line last time, he was 22nd. So he's further down this time. He's behind, I think that was Andrew Flynn recovering. So unfortunately, I think he's gone off and dropped down as far as about 30th position. What a crazy race this is turning into. And through it all, remember, Richard Amos still leads this race overall. So it's pretty incredible. The Pro Class, whilst John Langridge won't win the race overall, he will take his first ever Pro Class win if he stays where he is. It'll be second overall, but it'll be a Pro Class win for him. So he'll be looking for 100 points. And Sam Smith, again, from 30th on the grid, has managed to pick himself up into second place. So this is looking pretty strong for Sam, at least ironically ahead of Jack Harding, who he started behind after I suspect he was given a 10th-place grid penalty, I presume, for the apparent contact with Jack Harding in race 1. There goes James Cousins, as the rain continues to tip down here in Norfolk, and James Cousins finds out just how slippery the curb is on the exit of Agostini as he drops a wheel. So at the moment, Richard Amos is by far and away the overall club class leader. It's Kevin Sylvain who leads the points in that standings in second place. And Alex Osborne, on his debut this weekend in the club class, is currently sat in third place. So a podium finishing class on his first weekend. That'll be something to write home about. And then in fourth place, it's then Clive Powers, and fifth is Stephen New. So, and they're very much spread out amongst all the pro class runners. So down the back straight for what we think is the second to last time. They'll start braking just before the bridge. And I suspect here we might well get a possible move here. Is there going to be a scrap on for the pro class lead? It feels weird to say the pro class lead when we usually talk about it overall, because the pro class cars are more predominantly the ones that are in front. Off the road again has gone James Cousins. You can tell how tricky he's finding it. Then again, when is he never sideways? When is he never sideways on this track? He's always pretty much going sideways or hanging the tail out somewhere on an MX-5 SuperCup car, and today's no exception. So, into Coram for the second to last time, and there has been a change. So Sam Smith has got through. Sam Smith has passed John Langridge for the club class lead, for the pro class lead, because remember, of course, he won't be the overall victory. And look at Jack Harding. Jack Harding has sailed onto the back of John Langridge as a result of that, and also look at Braden Fletcher. Could Braden Fletcher be in line for his first pro class podium? Here comes Braden Fletcher looking to the outside of Jack Harding, but he might have a better run on the pair of them. Here he comes. On to the last lap then. Richard Amos, again, still leads overall and in club class. I think he was the first time since we introduced the class last year that will have, miraculously, an overall club class winner. Unless, because he doesn't even need really to back off and just let Sam through, because it won't change where either of them are going to finish in their respective classes. He can still go on and win overall. It'll be the bragging rights of winning overall. As up the inside for second in class goes Jack Harding. Now he's the second highest pro class driver. And Braden Fletcher, if he can get a good run here and find a way past John, he might well get his first pro class podium in third. The rain seems to have fairly abated for the most part here on the pit straight. Still a little bit damp, but it seems to have cleared up a little bit, because you have to remember also it's quite warm here today, still 20 degrees. So if there is any any rain that's falling, anything that lands on the circuit is kind of drying pretty quickly because of the fact it's quite warm out here. So it's quite a unique situation where literally the track is changing pretty much lap on lap. It's quite astonishing, but this has been quite one of the more memorable and quite eventful MX-5 SuperCup races of late. And so as they make their way into Oggies for the final time, John Langridge trying to hold on for dear life to this first podium finish. These two, John Langridge has been on the podium before in the MX-5 SuperCup. He hasn't picked one up this year. Braden Fletcher has never been on the podium in this championship before. So he's got now just a few more corners to try and find a way past John if he can. At least for Jack Harding, it'll be salvation for race one. He'll be able to pick up some strong score of 98 points, but I'm sure one thing he won't be too happy about, it will be at the deficit of losing out to Sam Smith. As a little too deep into the corner. I thought he was about to go straight on for a second, but he managed to hold it on. So there goes Sam into the right hand at the bomb hole. But try as he may, he still can't catch this man, because Richard Amos has been absolutely sensational in these changeable conditions. He's kept it smooth, he's kept it clean, he's kept it in front on the road. And as he heads through Corwin up towards Murray's for the final time, he's about to make a piece of MX-5 SuperCup history. Before the beginning of last season, we thought we were unsure we'd ever see it happen, but a club class driver is about to win an MX-5 SuperCup race overall. What a drive to take your first MX-5 SuperCup overall race win. Richard Amos wins overall at Snetterton in race number 2. It's a pro class win for Sam Smith. He's second of the weekend, and he just holds off Jack Harding to finish 3rd overall and 2nd in pro class. And as for 3rd place in pro, it's going to go to, if I checked it, it went to Patrick Fletcher. He got it on the last lap. So Patrick, a deficit having 2 Fletchers in the field. Braden Fletcher takes his first ever MX-5 SuperCup podium, which is incredible stuff in the pro class. John Langridge finishes 5th overall and 4th in pro class. I have to keep explaining backwards that it's this place overall and then this place in pro, because we've never had a club class winner overall. It's then Langridge finished 5th overall. We'll go through the overall order. 6th was James Cousins overall, despite having several offs on the grass. 7th was Declan Lee. 8th was Bob Blackwell Chambers. 9th was Patrick Fletcher. And 10th was Luke Whitworth, followed by Martin Canning. 2nd place in club class for Kevin Sylvain, who finishes 12th overall. Then Martin Tolley, Tom Selden, Alex Miller, Will Morris, Adam Bessel and Alex Osborne. And then it's Matt Pickford, Stephen New, Xavier Brook in 21st, James Warrior in 22nd, followed by Nick Rutter, Clive Powles, Christopher Richardson, and then George Grant in 26th. And still they come to the flag. 27th, is that Bruce Robertson struggling to the line? It is. Bruce Robertson will not make it to the flag, I don't think. He's going to lose out to Andrew Flynn, and then also to Scott Wright and Bruce Robinson. Sorry, Clive Chisnell. Bruce Robinson, can he make it to the flag? Crawl it over the line on the starter motor. Can he make it? Yes, just about. Cross the line in 30th position and 9th in club class. And I suspect he'll park it immediately. I think he's pointing to saying, can I have a push, please? I'm looking outside the window. Wow, that was eventful to say the least. What a memorable second MX-5 SuperCup race that was, for more than one reason. But for this man, he makes history. Not only has he won the club class at a canter, he also wins for the first time since the class was introduced a MX-5 race overall as a club class driver. That is an achievement in itself, and I'm sure when we cut to Lindsay in a second, we can find out what he thought about that. Of course, it's Sam Smith who wins the class overall, but not a bad day for BC Cars Motorsport boys. Not only is it 1-2 overall, but Lindsay, I'm sure you've got a very happy and relieved Richard Amos, who is also a history maker in the MX-5 SuperCup. What a race.
Richard, we have to speak to you. We've never had a club class car win overall, so you must be enthralled with this.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, I didn't expect it, to be honest, but I had a good start and had a bit of a look. Jack ran off the track at the first hairpin, and and it started raining, and he was just unlucky. He was the first one to kind of catch the rain at the time, so yeah, and just kind of felt it home from there, really. So yeah, pleased.
Well, the rain did throw a spanner in the works there. Was it everywhere on the track, or was it isolated to certain corners?
No, it was raining mostly at this end of the track at the end of the race, down at the last few bends, which I wasn't very good at, and then the first few corners was pretty dry at the end. So yeah, just felt it around, and lucky Sam didn't have a few laps, I think, but yeah, it's all right. Yeah,
I have to quickly ask you, obviously, because Sam, your teammate, did you feel a lot of pressure with him being right there behind you?
Not really, because I'm not in his class, so I think he would have left me alone, if I'm honest, because he knows I'm a little bit out of control at times, so we'd probably end up taking us both off. But I'm sure he would have left me alone.
Perfect. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you this afternoon. Right, let's quickly grab Jack. Jack, can we quickly talk through that race with you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the rain. We've got to ask about the rain. Where did it play? How did it work?
Well, I had the win in a bag, didn't I? You know, absolutely gone. Nobody was catching me, pulling away, and just really unfortunate. Started to rain, and the person at the front's always the guinea pig, and unfortunately, started to rain down at the hairpin. Locked the brakes, couldn't stop, and everybody else behind me nearly went off as well, but like I said, they just didn't go in as hard as I did. It's always the case, like I said, first one to get to the rain, leader, everybody follows where the leader breaks, and it backfired, so salvaged the podium, I suppose, but it would have been nice to get that win as a redemption for race one, but it's the way it goes, isn't it?
Yeah, how was it with Sam being in front of you? Because you two work quite well together normally. Did you think, no, another couple of laps I might have had him?
Yeah, on the last lap I reeled him in massively because the track went bone dry like halfway through the last lap, so I started taking normal lines, Sam was still taking wet lines, and I just reeled him in. So another lap I would have definitely had Sam, maybe Amos as well. But like I said, you know, don't take away from the fact that we'd have won that race if it wouldn't rain. But yeah, it is what it is. But massive thanks to you know, all my sponsors and everything, and all the support from my family, friends, and a big shout out to Stephen as well, watching at home.
Oh, perfect. That's really nice to hear. Well, well done, Jack, and we'll see you for the last race this afternoon. Right, let's see if we can catch Mr. Smith. Sam, can we quickly run through that race with you? Obviously, that was a very eventful event. Can you just quickly talk us through what were your highlights?
Yeah, just the strategy was we had a 10-place grid penalty. I think it was a fair with the incident. I mean, you know, I could argue it to the death. Jack could argue it was a racing incident. He finished 10th. I got a 10-place penalty. So I think the stewards did a firm but fair job. So start was survive. I didn't get the best of starts. I think I lost 2 places at the start, and then just slowly picked my way through. It's a 20-minute race. Car felt really good, and then yeah, happy.
Brilliant,
I was
lovely.
really happy for Richard. Really happy for Richard. So.
Yes, we are very happy for him overall. But thank you very much, and we're going to hand it straight back over to Scott.
Run, Shannon, run!
Yes, thanks, Lindsay. And as we say, history made in the MX-5 SuperCup for the first time since we introduced the class. First time ever we have a club class car winning the race overall. So congratulations to Richard, and of course to our other overall top 3 drivers. That being, of course, Sam Smith, who won the Pro class, and Jack Harding, who recovered after his off in the wet conditions for a 3rd place overall and 2nd in class. So back from the MX-5 SuperCup, we then switch back to the MX-5 Championship, when we're getting set for our 2nd race of the day. So the grid is set, as we said, by the results of race number 1, but we see there's one notable omission from the grid. It's the car that's sat right on the front of it, which is 263 Fraser, well, that should be sat alongside race 1 winner Jack Brewer, and that's Fraser Fenwick. So for reasons that I have to be honest, I'm not entirely sure, we don't have Fraser on the grid, so we suspect possibly he's had maybe a mechanical issue of some kind. But we can at least give you the grid in terms of how they should be lining up. So it's Jack Brewer on pole position. We should have Fraser Fenwick alongside him, but sadly doesn't appear to be starting. So Jack Brewer will be all on his own from on pole on the front row of the grid. 2nd row is going to be Sebastian Fisher and Brian Trott from Oliver Allwood and Matt Pollard. And then Jason Greatrex and Steve Foden round out the top 8 positions, with the top 10 completed on the 5th row of the grid by Oliver Graham in car 24, and then it's Luke Pullen in car 27. Then we get to the 6th row, which is Callum Greatrex and Adam Craig from Paul Bateman and Owen Mills. Tim Dorr and Michael Green then come next on the 8th row of the grid. Heading up to row 9 is where we see Richard Wooden and Kevin Dengate, followed by Christopher Ginn and Cian Donaldson. Christian Dan and Oak Richardson come next, followed by Bryn Griffiths and then Brad Jones in 24th position. And then to the last few rows on the grid, we have Bo Parry and Aaron Danapala, with Ollie Walden, Graham Rumsey, Michael Pearce, Richard Bartlett, and then Zach Oates starting from the back of the grid. Now, he's done this before, coming towards the back, charging his way through towards the front. So watch for him to come from 31st on the grid. If he's up there, which I think his white and purple car is just at the back I can spot, he will come through, and I'm pretty certain he will find himself quite, by the time he gets to the end of the race, he should be somewhere on the fringes, if not just inside the top 10, if not quite high, if he can pick his way through in the early laps to make up several positions. So, if we are without Fraser Fenwick for this 2nd race, that is quite a shame, because he was pressing Jack Brewer quite hard all the way through that race, from start to finish, and he was trading leads several times before we got to the end of the race, where he just missed out on the victory by a couple of tenths of a second. So if that means he will not start the 2nd race, hopefully it's not something which puts him out for the rest of the day. It means at least then he'll be able to. It'll give a bit of respite for Jack Brewer to try and pick up some more points over the rest of the field. So, as with the Super Cup, we've done some calculations on the points tables to add in the results from race number 1, so we can tell you, provisionally at least, where everyone is coming into this 2nd race of the day. So, including again the 3 worst scores and calculating everyone by that, Jack Brewer now leads the way by 16 points over Oliver Allwood in 2nd place, 694 for Jack Brewer compared to 678 for Oliver Allwood. He then puts Brian Trott into 3rd place now with 669, just 3 points ahead of Steve Foden now in 3rd position. It's 5th in points now with 658 for Sebastian Fisher, and that's with him counting the 3 races that he didn't perform in at Croft, because he missed those ones, so he lost out on those 3. So those 3 scores, those 3 0 scores, are his dropped scores. So therefore, every other point he's counting is pretty much going exactly towards his championship. Now, Fraser Fenwick, who would have started this race on the front row of the grid, would have come into this race 6th in points, or was going to come into it 6th, 650 points, just 1 point ahead of Oliver Graham, 649. And then the rest of that, from the rest of the top 10, is Jason Greatrex on 616 points. Then a gap of 50 points to Luke Pullen on drop scores with 566, and then a further 10 points back to Callum Greatrex on 556 points. So that is the top 10 as calculated provisionally after the results of race number 1. So, quite ironically, despite the rain shower that we had, the warm conditions that we have here, being sort of 20-21 degrees, which will mean a slightly warmer track temperature, means that the rain that we had and the surface, any surface water that we had is pretty much completely evaporated. So it's now gone back to being effectively a completely dry circuit. Maybe 1 or 2 damp patches out there. The one place it won't necessarily be quite too dry yet is the grass, because usually the grass takes longer to dry than the circuit, which means that if you go off the road, there might be some cars sliding and slipping off the road in those conditions. But whether or not it's going to affect them too much and how much it'll affect lap time, we'll see as the race gets underway with our first couple of proper flying laps. That was a mouthful. Couple of proper flying laps after lap number 1 is completed. So just quickly once again for those who are just joining us for our second race for colour identification. So Jack Brewer's car is the yellow car with the blue and red stripes. And I think they're actually giving them a second green flag lap, I think, because the track is not totally dry. There are still some damp patches, so they have decided, just for the reasons of safety, I think, just to make sure that they aren't going to a corner where they would have gone full speed before, that it doesn't, that if they did that in this race, it wouldn't work out. To make sure they don't discover that, they give them a second green flag lap just to make sure that they are fully aware with the conditions, given the fact that we have just had that rain shower. But as I mentioned, with it being quite warm out there, as I said, the ambient temperature is some 21 degrees. I think any water or any kind of damp parts or moisture on the circuit looks as though it's probably going to be clearing away pretty quickly, because the fact that the warm temperatures allows it to do that. And you can see that when we had that rain shower, it's completely gone. And yes, there are still some clouds hanging around, but you can see it's a bit brighter, and even some sun starting to creep through as well, which is quite nice. So a nice sort of mixed weather on this summer Saturday afternoon here with the British Racing and Sports Car Club. Of course, another live race day. We had that last week, and we've got more live action next weekend when we head to the Brscc's home circuit, in inverted commas, that being Brands Hatch in Kent, because Brscc is based in Kent itself. So Brands Hatch is the local circuit, and that'll be plenty of action in store with caterums. We've got the National Formula 4 Championship, the next rounds of a new Zio Prototype Cup as well. We've also got guest racing from not just Track Attack, who of course are part of the Brscc roster as well, but also the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club's Southern Series, which is a combined grid for their tin tops and saloons as well. So plenty of action there to watch next weekend, and of course you can catch it all if you're watching here, both on the Brscc Facebook page and also on the YouTube channel. Make sure that you like, subscribe, and also hit the notification icons and hit the notification bell for both, which means that whenever we go live, you'll get or at least a new highlights video gets uploaded, which they should be in the next few weeks of some of the previous meetings that we've had. You'll get a notification on your phone or on your browser to let you know that it's gone live, and also when we've gone live for the next live stream that we have in a week's time. So do be sure to join us for that, and we've still got plenty more live race days and race weekends to come, including, of course, essentially the centrepiece of the Brscc calendar. That being, of course, the 50th running, the 50th anniversary of the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch, 30th and 31st of October. If you can make it in person, that would be fantastic. It's sure to be a wonderful occasion. The Mazdas will be there. They'll be finishing off their season there as they did last year. So you'll have the MX-5 Championship, the MX-5 Clubman Championship making its debut, of course, there as well. That's interesting. Now then, I'll go back to that, run through the festival stuff in a second. Fraser Fenwick is on the grid, but he's at the back. So whether there was an issue where he came to the assembly area maybe late, or there was some work they had to do on that car, but whatever happens, that's interesting. Fraser Fenwick then, by the looks of it, is being forced to start from the back of the grid. So I suspect it must be either him getting late to assembly or an issue that forced him to not get out of assembly initially, and therefore because everyone else had gridded up, by the time he got underway, the green flag lap had already started, so I imagine that's the reason why. So Fraser Fenwick then, who is the purple car right at the back of the field there, car number 263, is the one which will be looking to try and make his way up through the field from 31st on the grid, and so it's got quite a lot of work to do that. Of course, he came within a couple of tenths of a second of winning that first race earlier on this morning, and led on several occasions, but he now has to start towards the back along with his fellow AB Motorsport teammate Zach Oates. So those two are going to be quite the ones to watch out for. One driver to also watch out for has to be the guy who's starting there on the outside of the second row of the grid, which is Brian Trott. And we have seen, not just last week at Snetterton, but also even just as recent as the first race we had here, Sebastian Fischer started on the outside of the front row of the grid for the first race and got a much better launch than Jack Brewer did, who was on the inside line. That's a shame. Luke Pullen's pulled off the road with a mechanical issue of some kind, sadly. So that's AB Motorsport's squad down one car for this second race, but hopefully they'll get that car quickly moved off before they hold the 5-second board up and get the green flags. So I think we're just waiting for the signal to get things underway. I think there's been a slight delay on things. Right, the 5-second board now goes up, so I think now that the grid is clear, we're all set to get our second MX-5 Championship race underway. Jack Brewer on his own from pole position, but watch for Brian Trott from the outside of the second row with a clean run down towards Ritchie's corner. We're underway and racing, and as I mentioned, it's a decent start from the pole man and also from Brian Trott from the outside of the second row. Everyone jostles away from the back of the grid as they head down towards Ritchie's on the start. And it's going to be Brewer who leads then, still side by side for second off the second row of the grid for that was Fischer and Trott. Looking around the outside also with a great start was Steve Foden into the first corner. And that's not quite the start Fraser Fenwick wanted. He's picked up some positions, but he's also on the grass. So see if we can fix that one pretty quickly. Whoa, 3 abreast. That's what, 5th, 6th and 7th behind Ollie Allwood. That was Pollard, Greytrex, and who was that also? I think it might have been Allwood, I think. But no, it's behind Allwood, I think. But we'll come back to that in a second because I was trying to work it all out. But there's plenty of position changes going on behind the front runners. But Brewer leads then. Second place now for Sebastian Fischer. It's then 3rd place for Brian Trott, 4th for Ollie Allwood, then it's 5th for, quite work out who was exactly 5th, it might be Greytrex, 6th then for Pollard, 7th for Foden, who was in that mix as well. And I think Tim Dawes up to 8th position. I saw a flash of the green and gold car. Decent start for Tim Dawes, who's one of our leading Masters drivers. Now he started, looking back at where he was on the grid, he started... I need to look back at where he was for a second, but we'll check the grid. I'll check back the grid as we go through this opening lap. So out through Oggies for the first time. Again, the track conditions, again, quite different to what we had towards the end of that SuperCup race. Now it seems as though that any damp patches or even just any wet parts of the circuit that were even remotely damp or saturated seem to have quickly been dried up by the heat around here at Snetterton. Look at that wonderful spectator bank at Agostini, which is near full of spectators watching on this brilliant MX-5 race, and they're currently watching, heading down the back straight, a battle on for second between Brian Trott in the 83 and the 81 car there, Sebastian Fischer. Now again, Fischer said in that interview with Lindsay at the end of the first race, he was quick enough to keep with the leaders, but he didn't quite have exactly the ultimate pace to get past them, so I think he may well need a benefit of a slipstream to try and get himself through. So they turn their way in through the bomb hole, through Coram for the first time, and they're now nose to tail. Ollie Allwood's made a good start into 4th position. There's Jason Greytrex in 5th. 6th place for Pollard, 7th place for Foden. There is Matt, former Rookie of the Year a couple of seasons ago, and certainly getting quicker and quicker, and he's now a fully established top 10 runner. But Jack Brewer back in his customary place at the head of the field. He leads with Fischer 2nd, Trott 3rd, Allwood 4th. Greytrex in 5th position. More battles going on further back as they sweep down the pit straight. And for Fraser Fenwick, I noticed he was a little bit higher up the pack now in that first lap in terms of where he's currently sat on the grid. He is currently at the moment across the line Fraser Fenwick is 19th, so he's made up 10 spots, but not as many as Zach Oates, who started, where did he start? In 28th position on the grid by the looks of things. But he's up now 13 places, up to 15th already. So I said to watch out for Zach. He's an incredibly rapid young driver, graduate from karting just a couple of seasons ago. Made his debut in the championship last year towards the end of the season. Already has a podium to his name from Anglesey. And he is now charging his way down to up the field again. He's the white and purple car who was in the mix, I think, just behind Oliver Graham in the blue and orange stripe machine. Up the inside of Tim Dorr goes to the 22 of Owen Mills. That's a pass 4 position. That will be heading up into, I think, 9th place. And So hats off to Tim Dorr, though. He's ahead of Paul Bateman, the defending Masters champion. He really is having a cracking run so far. Another AB Motorsport prepared car. So Ali Bray certainly has managed to get his cars in tip-top condition at the moment, particularly running on a pretty superb setup. And Tim Dorr having one of his best races already since he joined the MX-5s. Up in 9th, up around the top 10 places overall. So great stuff from the Australian. That reflected by his green and gold livery. And the white and purple car just there, 145. There's Zacco's in tandem now. He's in tandem now with Fraser Fennick. I think Fennick has actually caught and passed Zach now, and the pair of them are trying to work their way towards the front of the field. They're now watching on as Oliver Graham's having a move on. That must have been Paul Bateman for 12th and 13th place. So they're both moving up it's synchronised overtaking, shall we say, up the order. I was trying to find the words there. Past them, they've both slipped past Paul Bateman now, so that's another couple of positions made up. A couple of positions lost at Paul Bateman. You might lose another one in a second to Richard Wood into the bomb hole. There goes Fraser now looking up the inside of Kevin Dengate, so he really is driving it to the front on this second lap already. Here is the scrap on for 5th position. You've got Jason Greytrex, being chased down by Matt Pollard, and then just behind him in 7th place is Steve Foden. I'm sure he would have preferred it to be a little bit more damper in this race, because he's a demon in the wet, is Steve Foden, as characterised by those 2 wins that he got at Silverstone, which are both in less than ideal conditions, but he really is rapid when the circuit starts, when the rain starts to fall. There is Steve, car 77. I think he had 1 or 2 power issues towards the start of the season. They've managed to sort those out as they've gone on, and now he's keeping himself very much in that leading pack. And what's crucial is that Jack Brewer has not been allowed to run away like he has done in the past in some races. It looks like the pack has really started to find a way to keep him in touch and to reel him in. And these long straights at Snetterton will certainly be playing into that as well, because of course it gives a prime chance for the drivers to slipstream, to keep up, to get a little bit extra few miles an hour on the straights. And one driver benefited from that at the expense of Fisher is Brian Trott, because here he comes for 2nd place, looking to the inside into Agostini, but Fisher put the car right into the middle of the road in the braking zone and said, "Try again next time, Brian." So he remains 2nd, but of course he's got to be careful that the more time he spends defending from Brian, the possibility he might have is that the entire pack, including himself, might start to lose time to Jack. He'll probably be laughing to himself in his helmet, watching in his rearview mirror as the chasing contenders get smaller and smaller. So maybe if Sebastian Fisher does capitulate and let Brian Trott through, it might be to everyone else's benefit, because if Brian Trott becomes essentially the fastest car on the train, if everyone else can keep pace, particularly on the long straights here in the slipstream, there might be a chance they can all latch on to the back of Jack Brewer's tail. All pairing off like the old school NASCAR tandem drafting here, 2 by 2 by 2 for 2nd, for 4th and for 6th, so they're all pairing off with each other, although Jack Brewer doesn't have a drafting partner because he's out in front and not really needing it too much. There's Matt Pollard staying ahead of Steve Foden. Thump of the curb there from Steve as he tries to keep up with the top 6. Funnel their way through the bomb hole. The rest of the top 10 is Callum Greytrex, 8th across the line. Owen Mills is 9th and Oliver Graham is 10th. So Tim Dorr's been shuffled out of the top 10 already, down to 11th. Now they come back into the complex at Murray's again. So Brewer still leads. Fisher 2nd, Trott 3rd, Allwood in 4th, Jason Greytrex is 5th, then Pollard and Foden. That's the leading 7 as they come down the back straight. Now Sebastian Fisher last time when they came across the line, he did set the fastest lap of the race, 2:21.737, and he still holds it. In fact, the top 3, in fact, the pace between the top 6 or 7 cars is incredibly evenly matched. It's only about a gap spread of about 0.3 of a second in terms of lap time, so they're all lapping as quick as each other, which is really good to see. 7 very evenly matched, very competitive cars. As now looking up the inside to make the dive goes Matt Pollard, locks up the inside front, and he'll run wide, which will allow both Jason Greytrex to go back through and also give an avenue to potentially let Steve Foden get past into 6th position. So Matt Pollard went for the move into the top 5, found himself going a little bit too hot into Wilson's hairpin, and it really didn't work out for him. Now then, look at the lead battle. Sebastian Fisher's got onto the tail again once more of Jack Brewer, who is having to get defensive here again. He stays to the traditional outside line, but Fisher is all over his rear bumper as they turn into Agostini. This is interesting. Looks like the auto testing and found a little bit more pace in the break between races, because, remember as I mentioned earlier on, Sebastian did say in the interview that he had the pace to keep up with the leaders, but not just that little bit extra to try and get past. Well, look at the pace he's setting now. I wouldn't put it past him to put a move on Jack in the next few corners. If he can stay this close exiting Oggies and then through Williams and get the slipstream down the Bentley straight, he could line himself up to get himself into a really good position. Maybe through either Brundle and Nelson, or possibly in a chance to get himself close in the slipstream down the centre straight. But on the contrary, exiting Williams, he's now fallen back by about a car length or so, and it's starting to bring Brian Trott into play. Also looking at Oliver Allwood there in fourth, and a little bit of no man's land. He's not really in exact that close to get a big toe from the top three, but he's not being put under immediate pressure just yet from Jason Greatrex either, so he'll be hoping the top three in front start to fight and will bring them back towards him in the next lap or two. Brewer, meanwhile, it seems as though he's quicker on some parts of the circuit, and Fisher has the advantage on others, which the fact they're closing all back up together means that Brian Trott might have a chance here to squeeze through. Trott then turns his way out of Murray's, now down the centre straight. He'll be in the slipstream, something which Fisher doesn't have a benefit of. He won't get a strong slipstream off Brewer as Trott will from Fisher, because he's much closer down the pit straight. So there might be a chance to squeeze through. Now, that is Fraser Fenwick ahead of Zach Oates. So those two have been making some steady progress up the field. So Fenwick is now 8th and Zach Oates is now 9th. Remember, they started effectively 30th and 31st on the grid, and they're now up into the top 10, the pair of them. So let's look at their lap times as well. Their last lap times they're on leader pace, which is 2:22.2 for both of them. But Oates did a personal best and was about 600ths faster. So they're both lapping as quickly as each other. But the trouble is, they're also lapping as quick as the leaders, so that might be all their progress. There's Kevin Dengate going up the inside in the 178 car, the red MX-5, just past the black car with the yellow trim. That is Richard Woodson, and the yellow car, number 29, is Adam Craig, who he's usually a regular sort of driver in around the top 10 and top 15 places, and has his day when he just pops into trouble the leaders occasionally. And he's just having a decent scrap here with Dengate and Wootton. I think Wootton's getting a bit of a help here from Michael Green down the back straight towards Agostini. Michael Green, the third of the auto test cars. That's the white car with the blue and green stripes. There it is, 222. Scrapping over Kevin Dengate. He looks around the outside. He's another one of the drivers who I believe is an AV Motorsport prepared car. That's Oak Richardson behind. I think it is one of them is Oak Richardson. The other one I think I'm not too sure about. It is. It was Christopher Ginn and Oak Richardson in two very similar, the yellow-coloured cars in 19th and 20th positions. They were battling towards the bottom of the top 20. So the battle continues on. And there is Oak Richardson sliding up the inside of Christopher Ginn. So Ginn back into, I think he's now car 20 in position 20, and they're both being caught now by the rather rapid Bryn Griffiths in 21st position. Bryn Griffiths has been leading Masters driver in the past. Of course, some of these drivers get a little older, they can qualify for it, as Richard Wootton took 2 wheels onto the grass there as he went into Ronald Nelson. Then runs wide on the exit of Nelson, tried to desperately get past Richard Wootton. The next group comes through, still headed by Oak Richardson. Christopher Ginn gives him a small little handy little bump draft there heading into the bomb hole. And Oak, of course, is one of those drivers who has got that little novice cross on the back, you can see, which is usually on any other car that's not yellow, it would be a yellow square with a black cross there. That means they've done less than 6 races. So therefore, they're just learning on the fly here. They might well be that I think Oak has done a little more than that, but just hasn't quite yet taken his sticker off, which sometimes do tend to forget sometimes when they've been around for a while and just in their first few races. Once you get to the last, after you complete your 6 races, some do tend to leave it on for quite a while. Now then, here's the battle for the lead, and a change for second because Brian Trott has got around Sebastian Fisher here for second position. Now I wonder this time, now that Brian Trott's got through and now he's the main pursuer of Jack Brewer, I wonder if this will now give an incentive for everyone else to start going a bit quicker and to start closing him in, because Ollie Allwood's now taking up the mantle here of getting into 4th position. So he's now closing in 4th position. There he is. And now looking down the outside is Sebastian Fisher. Quite an ambitious move. He won't get the undercut if he can get a decent run out of Agostini and square off the corner on the exit. But what it's going to do is bring Allwood into play, and also watch for Pollard, who's the first of those 3 cars in the second part of that train. That's the white car, and the red and white machine of Greatrex and the black and gold car of Foden. So they're all closing up, and it just seems as though that Brewer, he's not desperately pulling away and creating a large gap, but at the same time, he hasn't got exactly on this race at least the overall pace to really do that. He's got enough pace just to keep the cars behind him and not actually make any big desperate moves. but at the same time, they're not allowing him to pull away that much. So this really is becoming quite an intensive battle here, and there's still 6.5 minutes to go. Still plenty of time as Brian Trott starts to mount an attack here. Now, Brian hasn't won a race so far this season, but he's been incredibly consistent in his results. The only time he didn't get a result was when he retired from the third race at Croft after he got caught up in an incident that was not of his own doing. He got caught up in somebody else's incident, and as a result of that, he lost points. But that will count as one of his 3 dropped scores. And now he's applying the pressure to Jack Brewer all the way through Coram Corner, and this could well be a prime chance for him to line up his first victory. Battle on for third is also starting to shape up between Sebastian Fisher and Oliver Allwood. Matt Pollard's also getting involved too. 5th position, the white, black and red machine in there, car number 55. Now here comes the leading pack all together. Top 5, nose to tail, 6th and 7th a little bit further back, and here comes Brian Trott darting to the inside line, and he forces Jack Brewer to go all the way to the edge of the circuit to try and defend it, which will put him offline, exiting Ritchie's. This will bring both Fisher and Allwood and everyone else right back into play. Look at them, 5 for the lead, down towards the hairpin at Wilson. Down the outside of everyone goes Ollie Allwood, tries to get 3rd place round the outside of Sebastian Fisher, and he has got it. He's done it. He's got his nose in front, so it's now AB Motorsport cars in 2nd and 3rd, and it could be 4th as well, because Sebastian Fisher leaves the door wide open, and up the inside looks Matt Pollard in 55, and does he get through? Not quite. He sits back into 5th position and holds on for the time being. Now Jason Greatrex is involved, and watch for Steve Foden in the background. He'll start to get involved too. Look at this. A fantastic 6-car battle for the lead in the MX-5 Championship. This is the kind of race we want to see, and what it regularly produces. Brilliant stuff between these guys. Down the back straight at Agostini, the short straight down towards the left-hander at Hamilton's. The heat haze just just flickering off the circuit as the temperatures start to climb a bit more, and it's the fantastic warm weather that we've got here now starting to shine through. The clouds starting to burn off a little bit more. It's producing some brilliant action here in the MX-5 Championship. So now Jason Greatrex takes up the mantle. He's now into 5th position, because Matt Pollard's now dropped back to 6th, and they're all starting to pair off again now as Trott starts to line up Brewer. Likewise Fisher on Allwood, likewise Pollard on Greatrex. How's it going to look heading into the complex where they're almost side by side with 1st and 3rd? Greatrex now is onto the back of Fisher himself, and he's bringing Matt Pollard with him. Brian Trott is really giving Jack Brewer a lot to think about here. They turn into the bomb hole. They've still got 3 3/4 minutes to go. So this end of this lap and 2 more, I reckon, on the timing. Through Coram. This long, almost never-ending right-hander, just leaning on those left-hand side tyres, and a quick short stop, flick right through Murray's and back onto the pit straight again, and back up through the gears to complete another lap. Ollie Allwood's having a good run up to 3rd place. So Ollie's got past. Okay, right. So Ollie Allwood has now got past, as we saw, into 3rd position. We saw that back at the hairpin, so that place has now been made up, and Trott's looking again, this time to the outside line. Again, he's forcing Brewer to come off that racing line. This might give him the undercut here if he plays his cards right on the exit through Ritchie's. And now look at Allwood and also Sebastian Fisher with a great run through the right-hander. Now down towards the hairpin. 3 of them for 2nd place. Allwood looks to the outside. Trott takes the defensive inside line. And now you see Fisher trying to creep up the inside and catch Allwood off guard through the right-hander at Wilson's. A little pump there from Jason Greatrex. Come on, Seb, get on with it. And he is trying to get on with it through Palmer's as they now turn out through the left. And now onto that short back straight. And Jack Brewer is doing everything he needs to. He's putting his car in all the right places at all the right times. And he's holding on to this lead beautifully. But there has to be a moment, surely, unless he can hold on for the duration of this next 2 minutes and 20 seconds, plus change for how long the rest of the final lap takes to close in. There's the top 7. And there's Fraser Fenwick in 8th position. I'm not suggesting he'll catch them, but he'll get pretty close if these 7 don't essentially stop squabbling. And I can't see that happening in a month of Sunday. So it looks as though it's going to be nose to tail and edge of your seat stuff all the way. And the more they hold each other up a scrap, it's going to just keep on allowing Fraser Fenwick to keep on getting closer and closer. Because remember, he is on his own. There he is, in 8th position, way on his own at the moment. I think Zach Oates is currently in 9th. He is. So I did say watch for Zach. That he get up into the top 10. So that premonition has come true. And Oliver Graham is currently sat in 10th place. Not quite the weekend he was hoping, as it's side by side for a lead. Round the outside into Brendan Nelson. Now they pulled level into the complex, but Jack Brewer somehow has remained in front. So out of Nelson, down the short straight towards the bomb hole. There's a yellow flag, so the car's pulled to the stop. I think it's Graham Rumsey. I recognise the yellow Senna-inspired helmet, so I think Graham sadly's pulled to a stop. So he's out of the race, sadly, in the closing stages. But in through Coram for the second to last time. There is 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. The fastest lap of the race is still held by Sebastian Fischer. And now they come onto the pit straight to start the final 3 miles of this second race. Jack Brewer has the lead, but everyone else wants it. There's Graham Rumsey to confirm that he's out of the race, sadly. So that's his car to the side of the road. He'll have to get that car fixed for race 3. Here they come then, 3 more miles to the side. Who wins the second race of the day here at Snetterton in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. And now under attack for second place is Ollie Allwood. He's putting Brian Trott under attack for second place, to rephrase that. But all of them nose to tail, the first 5 all together, down towards the hairpin at Wilson's. Brewer hits the brakes, turns in. Still under threat, and now around the outside looking for, looked like 4th position, maybe even 3rd there was Jason Greatrex. He was alongside and pulled level on corner apex with Sebastian Fischer. Now Greatrex is under threat from Matt Pollard. Fischer himself is now going on the attack, trying to get past Allwood. What a frantic finish this is for the race. And again, look, Brewer's not comfortable. He has to go defensive to try and break the toe down on the run towards Agostini. I think as much as I admire Fraser Fenwick's run here, I don't think he's going to catch these guys. He'll get close, but he'll just run out of laps and run out of time, because we are on the last lap here at Snetterton. Top 7 all together. There's Fenwick. He might just latch onto the back end, but not quick enough to make a difference, I don't think. Although stranger things in motorsport have happened, and they usually do. So I could be talking rubbish, and he might well pick up 6th and pass one of the cars in this group. But we'll have to wait and see how the last half a lap plays out between these guys. And I think Jack Brewer, for the first time in a while, has got a little bit of respite now, because Brian Trott's closing him down, but not at the rate in which he's not close enough, I don't think, to really make that much of a big difference to make an attack. He might get close down the back straight here. Change on for 3rd, because Ollie Allwood then still under threat from Fischer, who is right on the outside line. It could be side by side for 3rd. Trott will close in. Well, that 3rd place, Fischer looks round the outside into Brendan Nelson. Is he on the inside for the right-hander? The answer is no, he's not, because Ollie Allwood cuts across and holds on to the position. Still in 3rd. They come back towards the bomb hole one last time. Now, Trott will have to throw everything he can at this, because like Fraser Fenwick, he had to try and get him on the run to the checkered flag, and he just missed out by a couple of tenths a second. Can Brian Trott go one better, and can he beat Brewer to the line? He has to get a super exit out of Murray's to make it happen. Into the final corner. Brewer's now going to try and hold on, and Trott is right there. He's right underneath him. This could be a chance to the line and a photo finish. Brewer and Trott together as they come back towards the checkered flag, but I think with a little bit of better acceleration, Fischer might just have this, and it is going to be a 7th win. It's going to be a chance for 3rd place. Fischer wins, Trott 2nd, and for 3rd it's going to be Sebastian Fischer, who just steals it on the line from Ollie Allwood. And he picked up 3rd position by 0.140 of a second, by 1/10 separating them right at the flag. Jason Greatrex 5th, Matt Pollard 6th, Steve Foden 7th, and check this out for pace. You might not have caught the top 7, but Fraser Fenwick certainly was the fastest man out there. He popped in the last lap, a 2 minutes 21.302. That was 6/10 quicker than the previous, no, 4/10 quicker than the previous fastest lap, set by Sebastian Fischer. Woo, what another great race that was. And again, cracking stuff for the MX-5 Championship, as they always produce. Oops, off the race gone Christopher Ginn. I think you'll find that the circuit's to the left. Yep, on your left. There you go. He's back on the circuit now. He's back on the road after that small excursion. Across the line they go. Another great race. The rest of the field makes its way to the flag. And all of them picking up some great results. Let's just also check in with what happened behind those top 7-8 cars, because it was 8th for Fraser Fenwick, 9th for Zach Oates, who came from the back of the grid. The top 10 completed by Oliver Graham. Then we had 11th place for Callum Greatrex, 12th for Owen Mills, 13th for Adam Craig, 14th for Tim Dorr, 15th for Paul Bateman, and it was Kevin Dengate, Michael Green, Richard Woodman, and Bryn Griffiths, and Oak Richardson rounding out the top 20, followed by Bo Parry in 21st, and then it's quickly rattled through the rest of the order from that finish of that race. Aaron Denapala 22nd, and Ollie Walden, Michael Pearce, Christopher Ginn, who went off the road there just behind Michael Pearce, then Brad Jones and Richard Bartlett, and we sadly lost both Graham Rumsey in the closing stages, pulled up at just before the bomb hole, and we lost Luke Pullen before the start of the race, which delayed it by a few seconds. But the smile says it all. P1, another victory. That is his 7th of the season, and at the moment there is no stopping Jack Brewer's freight train for the lead. There's second place man Brian Trott after his runs the flag. He's happy with that too. And Sebastian Fisher, of course, with another podium, another race, another third place. He's getting closer. He's getting ever closer to that first victory. It will come one day. It will come. He's getting closer. The progress is being made. He's brilliant, but maybe in the third race it might come if his luck goes his way. But excellent stuff again from the MX-5 Championship, as they always produce. Let's find out what the top three thought of that incredible race. Here's Lindsay with our top three after an amazing race 2 for the MX-5 Championship here at Snetterton. More of that coming on later on this afternoon.
Right, let's go in and talk to the man of the hour. You are putting up one hell of a fight this weekend, Jack.
I made it difficult for myself on the last lap. I missed the gear twice. Well, what a car. What a car. I can't thank Tucker enough. It's been fantastic. The weather looked like it was going to give us a few headaches, but thankfully it was dry.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to you about that because it's been getting warmer and warmer the whole 20 minutes you guys are out there. Were you struggling at all?
Yeah, a little bit on the tyres. They were overheating quite a lot towards the end. Obviously having to defend as well, you wear the tyres out so much quicker, so they just boil, and then from there we were about a second a lap off the pace, but held it, and despite missing a few gears, we're still here, so one more to go.
I just very quickly want to check, did you feel the pressure with that Mr. Trott behind you racing up?
Well, yeah, a little bit after Silverstone, but yeah, he's a great driver, and I know full well got my hands full when he's behind me, so fair play and credit to him. He's keeping me on my toes.
Brilliant. Well, let's see if you can make it 3 out of 3 this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Trott, you don't make it easy for these boys. Please talk me through that race, because defending and attacking, where was your priorities?
Attacking, of course. Yeah, that first race didn't go according to plan, so the second one I wanted to get my elbows out a bit more, made a better start. It was a clean first lap, which it wasn't in the previous one. And then I found myself in third, managed to make a move halfway round the hairpin, and then got on to Jack. I was hassling him as much as I could, but he has got a rocket engine in that thing, and it was as much as I could do to stay in the toe down the back straight. He started making a few mistakes as I started getting closer, so maybe another couple of laps we might have had him. Almost had him on the last straight where he missed the gear again, so yeah, he's feeling the pressure. I don't think he'll make it 3 in a row.
No, well, obviously you're starting next to him on the last race. I'm guessing you're all going to be about the start.
To an extent, but round here, I mean, the toe does make a big difference, so you've got to get away in the lead group, and once you're in that, you've got to stay in there for the whole 20 minutes. It's not easy, but that's why we come racing.
Well, you make it look easy, so we'll look forward to seeing you in the last race of today.
Just a big thanks to AB Motorsport for setting the car up, and of course couldn't do it without Team Trott, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Seb, very, very quickly, I just want to check, what was that race? The pressure, the defending, the attacking, too much? How was it?
It was incredible. It was excellent fun. Yeah, I went for a move on Jack around the outside, which was a bad idea, which let Brian through, and then we were all fighting, and Ollie got through, and I thought, oh, no, I've got the pace, but I'm not racing very well. And then I thought, right, just calm down, you know, get yourself together. And Ollie made a mistake on the last corner, and I got the drag on him, and yeah, another third. So seems to be making a habit of this, but yeah, brilliant, well happy.
Brilliant, right, well, we look forward to seeing you for the very last race of today. Congratulations. Right, and we're going to hand it straight back over to Scott for the rest of today's racing.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Ever modest to these MX-5 drivers. After the question, how much pressure were you under? It was all right. So, it's not too bad for these guys, but I should correct myself ever so slightly. That was, in fact, Jack's 7th win of the season. So, in the excitement, I credited him one less win than he actually has. So, 7th win of the season for Jack Brewer. And he, of course, will go into the last race of today, once again, on pole position. So, that'll be one to watch out for. And again, if the races that we've seen already for their second races are anything to go by, these last races for the SuperCup and for the MX-5 Championship could be absolute barnstormers. Right, well, one more race before we have our second break here on the broadcast, our third of the day, which is for the second race of the day and the last one for the MX-5 Clubman Championship, of course, so them being a 2-race format, so it's their second race will be the last one before they pack up, for some of them, head home. Others might stick around for the last MX-5 races and possibly even our brand new MX-5 Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race, which has generated quite a lot of interest off the away from the racetrack. The inquiry form which the club set up on the Formula page, which you can find on the website, brscc.co.uk. Head to the Formula section. If you want to find out more about the SuperSport Endurance Cup, you can head on to the dedicated Formula page there, and all the information about this brand new endurance series is there for you to take a look. But there was an inquiry form on there for drivers to get involved and to declare their interest and to see, what can I what do they want to see it as a series or a championship? How long the races do you want, and how many races would you want in the season, and what kind of refueling unit the cars use? And the response was absolutely incredible. We had about 65 to 70 plus inquiries from drivers from all sorts of all corners of the UK club racing spectacle, from endurance series and other series in the UK further afield. All sorts of cars involved, from some TCR cars and GT4s, which would fit into the top class of Super Pro, all the way through other cars that you would regularly see competing in other Brscc championships and other series like the Club Sport Trophy, and which would fit into the Clubman classes, amongst others. And it's shaping up to be quite a handy little series for next year. There's about 5 races scheduled for next year, and race lengths will be between 90 minutes and 3 hours, with mandatory pit stops, refueling involved, up to 3 drivers involved per car, and pretty much there's a wide scope of cars. Anything from we'd find in cars like from cars that you find in like the lowest class of, for example, Club Sport Trophy, like BMW Compact Cup cars and Mark 1 and Mazda MX-5s, all the way through to what would be the top class of that particular series, and then even going higher and further to more powerful cars, up to the top class, which is Super Pro, with a maximum power to weight ratio of 350 brake horsepower per tonne, and that can fit the likes of TCR cars and GT4 cars. All the cars that run the series in the SuperSport Endurance Cup have to run a list 1A, 1B or 1C tyres. So no slicks involved, unfortunately, but those who can run 1A, 1B and 1C tyres are permitted to use any tyre from that list, which is found in the Motorsport UK's yearbook. And that is certainly something which not only we're very much looking forward to this afternoon, but also we're looking forward to for next week. Let's just remind ourselves of what's happening this afternoon once again. So after this upcoming race for the MX-5 Clubman Championship, we have our sort of second to last break. We allow the teams to turn the cars back around, give them some extra time rather than being back-to-back. So after that break, we then have our third races of the day for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and for the Mazda MX-5 Championship that we've just seen. And then, as we say, another break to get things prepared for our centrepiece event of today, which is the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup, 1 hour and 40 minutes or 100 minutes in total, with 20 cars on the grid, a nice round number to kick things off for the first ever race for this brand new series. So be sure to stay tuned and watch the action. Whether it's on Facebook or on YouTube, please be sure to keep tuned. And thank you to everyone who has been watching. I appreciate for the race. I haven't had too much to have a look at, see who's been saying what in the comments. But incredible stuff from everyone involved. And again, thank you for those who have been watching. It's great to have you all on board. It's great to have you with us. We've got about 120 of you watching currently on the stream at the moment. So great to have you guys commenting and good stuff. I did see... there's some comments in the stream there for people who've been watching. So it looks like you've all been enjoying the mega action that the Mazdas have been putting on, as have these guys, of course, as well on the spectator banks. Again, since we've had all the restrictions being unlocked and being removed, it's really nice to see spectators back trackside at a club racing event. That is a wonderful thing to see, because I know not only do we appreciate it as a club at the Brscc and as everyone in Club Motorsport, but the drivers appreciate it, the teams do, and the circuit does as well, of course, to have spectators back. And it's wonderful to see everyone here supporting Club Motorsport, because this is the grassroots where all the racing stars in the higher formulas, this is where they all start when they start circuit racing. Most will start in these kind of what they call club racing or grassroots championships and series to get themselves off the ground, whether it's at a junior level or in a beginner series or an initial series, starter series, like for example the MX-5 Clubman Championship. Brilliant way to get involved in Mazda MX-5 racings with the Brscc. It's always a great way for these guys to come support, and anyone who does come and watch, it's always a great afternoon's activity, because there's never really a let up in the action, aside from today where there are breaks put in purposely to allow the MX-5 teams a bit of respite, to an extra time to allow them to prepare the cars, turn them around once again, to check them over, to tweak the setup, to repair any damage. They've got a little bit extra time rather than being forcibly back to back and possibly forcing drivers to miss races because cars aren't ready or they need to fix something which got damaged in the earlier race. It gives them a little bit of extra time, a little bit of a break on top of the lunch breaks that we've had to allow them to do that. And also there are some teams out there who have cars that are racing in more than one Mazda MX-5 series. that more than one driver is racing in more than one MX-5 series today, championship today. So some of them have to have the time to finish the race, go through Parc Fermé, drive the car back through the paddock up to assembly, reform for the next one, and then go back out again. And I'm sure they'll get a quick check over. All they'll get from their mechanics in the team is a quick check over to make sure the car is A-OK. And if he gets the thumbs up, he then heads back out again. So having the brakes in place allows the teams not to be constantly rushing around, to be able to go out there to make sure all the cars are working, all the cars are damage-free, and more importantly, all the cars are safe and ready to race. We're getting ready to race our MX-5 Clubman contenders as they head out of assembly area and onto the grid for this second race of the day here at Snetterton in the ever-increasingly bright conditions. I think the sun's even starting to peek out again, so if we are going to get rain, touch wood, it's not really fallen too much. We had that brief shower, which seems to have burned off pretty quickly, and so they now head back out. The 22-strong field for this fourth meeting of the season for the MX-5 Clubman Championship began tentatively with about 12 cars at Croc. We had a mega field of just over 30 cars for the second races at Silverstone. Then we had a bit sort of 15-16 car entry for the next rounds at Anglesey last time out, and we've got 22 on the grid here for our next meeting here. This is a great new championship. Not only is it for other drivers who prefer to have just the two races, slightly shorter sprint races, and everything done in one day like we'd normally have on a typical two-day weekend the Mazdas would appear on, but also it's a great chance for drivers who are just starting out in MX-5 racing, as we mentioned just briefly just then, talking about the spectators and Club Motorsport. It's a great championship for those who just want to find their feet, and rather than jump straight into the action-packed world of the MX-5 championship that we just saw, chance for them to just kind of get to grips with the cars and the race weekend format and the championship and getting involved with their teams. It's a really nice way for them to kind of simply get to grips with it, rather than feeling as though they're right into the pressure cooker of trying to get towards the front of the three-race format MX-5 championship that's been around since in its current format, 2012-2013, so to speak. So great to have it on board, and it means that these guys get an extra race. They've got extra trophies to fight for and an extra sort of prize, and also even an extra championship table to fight for as well, because before, when we had the Groups A and B races, those who won a Group B race would get a trophy for it, but they would only get the points for, let's say if there's 40 cars on the grid and there's two 20-car grids, one for Group A, one for Group B, they'd only get the points for finishing the equivalent of 21st overall if they won that Group B race, even though they'd come home with a trophy and so on and so forth. So therefore you wouldn't have anything to fight for in terms of points around you from the drivers that might occasionally appear in those races. Whereas at the Clubman Championship, you at least do get the chance to possibly battle for a title and for the points that go with it. So recap on race one from this morning then. It was a first ever win in the MX-5 Clubman Championship. To his utter delight, if you watched earlier on, he was punching the air with delight out of the cockpit for Matthew Fletcher, who starts his race on pole position. Again, the grid is set by the results of race number one, so it means that where you finish in that first race is where you start. And so that means that Matthew Fletcher, after his victory in race one, will start from pole position with John Pethick, the man who took pole last time in qualifying this morning, starting alongside him once again on the front row of the grid. Neil Chisnell and Dan Blake, who is the highest placed main championship contender here this weekend, because we have no Harry Storer, the points leader, and no Rob Greensmith. He starts fourth, looking to hopefully try and take the points lead if he can come the end of today. Then it's Alan Hawkins and Matthew Bankhurst, one of our rookies one of our new drivers in the championship this weekend, starting in sixth. Then it's Graham Rumsey and Peter Higton with some work to do from eighth on the grid. Moving backwards to row 5, where we find Charles Medwin and Brad Jones ahead of Kevin Bird and Richard Bartlett. Then Nick Ledoyen and Andrew Dean, followed by another newcomer, Jamie Turner, and Owen Woodward, starting from 16th on the grid on row 8. And then the last few cars, as we head downwards to row 9, we see Peter Williams and David Sculler from Jay Shepard, who hopefully is on the grid after he had that unfortunate mechanical problem yet again in the race whilst he was up towards the front. He starts back in 19th if he's on the grid, alongside William Bream, Richard Harwood, who went skating off the road at Palmer's earlier on and went out of the race, and Barney Francis, who is running with Misty Racing. He'll start in 22nd on the grid, provided that we have all 22 cars lining up. So the field makes its way around onto the formation lap. Use this as a chance to get some heat and temperature into the tyres, into the brakes, and just to get them all bedded in for the start of the race, because you want them in this optimum operating window to try and get the best possible chance of getting some grip off the line and immediately some grip in the first few corners. And you have to be careful that if you don't push too hard, because otherwise you might overheat the tyres. Overheated and the brakes, and it means that if they get too hot, that you start to lose grip and lose efficiency. So that's going to be one thing to watch out for. I was about to say it's good to see Jay Shepard on the grid, but I suspect the fact that he put his hand in the air out of the cockpit might unfortunately suggest that there's more problems with the 777 car. Oh dear. Well, Jay Shepard really has not had very much luck, as he took a 3rd place in the first ever race for the Clubman Championship at Croft, but since then, goodness me, the luck has been absolutely downhill. He just cannot get a break in that car, but sadly, Jay Shepard, I'm afraid, will not make the 2nd race. He pulls the 777 car off the road up against the barrier, and that will be a non-starter. That has got to be so frustrating for Jay Shepard, who is a vastly experienced racer himself. He's been a brick car frontrunner and a brick car champion in the past. He's raced in Radicals. He's raced in all sorts in the past. He's also raced in Fun Cup in the last couple of years. He's also, including winning a race with his main teammate and business partner, Ed Worthington. He's also raced more recently in the Zero Prototype Cup in this new MPO1 Evo closed-top sports prototype, which is powered by a Mazda engine. And all of that, he's been incredibly experienced. And of course, he's also raced in the best one-make series previously in the past, which was the incredible TVR Tuscan Challenge. And of course, this season giving a Mazda MX-5 a go, and so far, yeah, he really has not had any luck at all, unfortunately. It's the only 2 times he's managed to finish a race were the first race at Croft, where he picked up a 3rd place and got 96 points. Then the other race he finished was the 2nd race at Silverstone, where he picked up, that would have been 7th place. But apart from that, he had retirements from the 2nd race at Croft, the 1st race at Silverstone, then both races at Anglesey. He retired from being a front runner in the 1st race here at Snetterton, and then cruelly doesn't even make the start for the 2nd race. So that is really unfortunate. But hopefully he'll be back for the next time out, which is in just under a month's time, at the end of August at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire, the Mini Nürburgring as it's known. And hopefully, if he is out in action, that car will have a lot more luck than it's had before. So Matthew Fletcher, the Matuka Motorsport car with the dark navy blue car with the yellow wheels, is on pole position. The blue car with the offset white racing stripe, that is John Pethick. Then on the 2nd row, the silver car with the purple and green striping, that is Neil Chisnell. And the black, white and blue machine is Dan Blake, one of the highest placed championship contender, who is in attendance this weekend after we had, sadly, no appearance from Harry Storer or Rob Greensmith. But Dan Blake could take the title lead if he finishes well today in his 2nd race. So all set for the 2nd MX-5 Clubman Championship race here at Snetterton. It is Fletcher and Pethick on the front row of the grid. Who's going to get the sprint down towards Ritchie's corner for the first time? Revs are up. We're away. Decent start from Alan Hawkins from the 3rd row. The grid will pull alongside the 2 2nd row men as they head down towards Ritchie's for the first time. Fletcher on the left, Pethick on the right. It's going to be 3 abreast behind, I think, between Chisnell, Hawkins on the inside, and Dan Blake slotting back between himself and Graham Rumsey. They turn in through Ritchie's for the first time, through that right-hander. And they've all got through calmly. So all through turn 1 safely into Wilson. Diving up the outside of everyone appears to be Neil Chisnell. And also I think in there too is Matthew. It's one of our newcomers, isn't it? That's Matthew Bankhurst. Did well in the first race, picked up 6th position. Graham Rumsey there, I think, either backing out or missing a shift as they turn towards Palmer's. And so Fletcher leads then out of the left-hander onto the short straight towards Agostini. Fletcher in front, Pethick 2nd, Alan Hawkins up to 3rd. He picked up 2 podiums in his first time out in Clubman at Anglesey last time, a 2nd and a 3rd place, which he shared after swapping places in both races with George Grant. Matthew Bankhurst there in car 144, one of the Mike Comber Racing run MX-5. Good to see that. Good to see those cars back out in action. Here was, whoops, that's a bit of side-by-side action there. That was Kevin Bird having a bit of a tete-a-tete, I think, with Brad Jones in the 69. So might not have been very nice for Kevin Bird, but Brad certainly trying to dive up the inside, and he was going for Matthew Bankhurst there into Oggies. He was trying to stick his nose up the inside of the red and white machine, just off to the right of camera, just as they disappeared out of shot. There's Barney Francis, who retired from the first race, but he's now getting stuck in. I think he's behind Charles Medwin. Some more scrapping towards the back. There's car 68. Car 68 being Owen Woodward's. There's another one of the BC Cars Motorsport Squadron. But now then, chase for the leaders around the outside. Looks John Pethick. He'll have the inside line for Nelson. Up the inside of the right-hander, and through he goes. So I think Fletcher didn't expect him to really still be there to take the racing line, because he tried to turn into the exit of the corner, found that John was there, and turned back out of it quickly. So quite expecting to be that far alongside that quickly, but still, that's a position lost, and so now they make their way in through Coram now for the first time. So Pethick leads the way then. Fletcher in second place. It's then Hawkins in third, Chisnell fourth, and Peter Higden's made a great start. Now, when he started, I think it was 7th or 8th on the grid. He's now up to, I think, 5th position already, and he needs to make up some positions because he's also in the top 5 positions in the points table, along with Dan Blake. So, and Dan's actually lost a couple of places. He's behind Graham Rumsey. As behind them, we see side by side between Brad Jones and Matthew Bankhurst. So Bankhurst on the outside in the 144, and they're still going side by side in big sideways moment. I don't think they touched, but it was very close. I think Brad had to try and turn out of it a little bit, tries to turn a little bit harder to try and avoid contact with Matthew Bankhurst. And as Bankhurst was trying to turn across, Brad Jones had to be very careful not to make contact. So that's pretty. They have to be very, very careful on that side. His next target is going to be Dan Blake, who, as we say, has fallen behind Peter Higden. There's Peter in the number 4, the white car. Top 3 make their way out of Palmer. Now down towards Agostini hairpin. John Pethick, who is yet to win an MX-5 race, to my knowledge. You can do it here in the Clubman Championship. He'll be delighted with that. There goes Dan Blake diving up the inside and trying to defend from Brad Jones, but he himself is also going on the attack, trying to get past Graham Rumsey. As we said, it's nice to see a few drivers that have been regularly in the MX-5 Championship now switching across to, not just maybe switching, but also in addition to the MX-5 Championship, also jumping out and doing the MX-5 Clubman Championship, because there's nothing stopping them from jumping in and doing both on one weekend. It's a busy weekend for them, as running wide on the exit there is Alan Hawkins. So trying to draw more attention to himself than the Jigsaw livery does already. So kicking up some dust on the exit of Oggies and now staying in front through Williams. The loss of momentum might not really work there. Here goes Dan Blake to the outside of Graham Rumsey. I think Peter Higden also is in there too, trying to get past Allen. There's the top 3. 4th, 5th, and Dan Blake has got around Graham Rumsey, so that's a nice little move there from Dan. His next target is going to be Peter Higden. He knows he has to get past him as Matthew Bankhurst is still at it with Brad Jones. Little wave to Brad. Yes, I know you're there, Brad. Leave me alone. So I think he got back past him. A little friendly wave to say, "Remember me? Should we carry on having the battle that we had a lap ago?" And I think that's a resounding yes from Brad Jones, because they turn their way through, still nose to tail. As we now wander back into the left-hander at Murray's end of the second lap now. Graham Rumsey's going to try and get back at Dan Blake here down the pit straight. Slightly better exit from the 45 car on the Paddock Motorsport repair car. And John Pethick has to go right to the racing line, what would perceive the edge of the track, the racing line down towards Ritchie's, because he knows he has to try and break the toe from Matthew Fletcher to stop him trying to close in. There goes Dan Blake and Graham Rumsey. Matthew Bankhurst comes next, and it's Brad Jones under threat from Kevin Bird, who is solo in the Steel City MX-5 this weekend, because of course no Rob Greensmith this weekend, as Dan Blake has a look up the inside. Best way to defend, go on the attack against the car in front of you, and he's going to go for it now, side by side between the two men who are at the moment coming into this weekend, I think 3rd and 4th of the championship overall. So these two really do have to try and pick up points where they can against each other. But Dan Blake has got through. I think he's gone through up the inside into Palmer and got past. Meanwhile, for the lead, here comes Matthew Fletcher. He wants to make it 2 from 2. Pethick defends into Agostini. He wants to try and pick up his first MX-5 win. Hasn't managed it just yet, but he really is pushing hard here. Took that pole position. And again behind them, that's Matthew Bankhurst has got past Peter Higden. So Higden has not only lost out to Dan Blake, but he's also been passed by both Graham Rumsey and Matthew Bankhurst. So it's not really working out for Peter after that start. And as we mentioned earlier on, he's quite an experienced small sports car racer. He's been prominent before in MGs, particularly MGFs, and also in recent years, and also on top of that in the Toyota MR2 Championship as well, racing a Mark 1 MR2 if I'm correct. So now giving MX-5s a go. His first try in the MX-5 Championship last year, now committed to a full season in the Clubman Championship this year, and that bright plain white number 4 MX-5. Started that lap 5th, he's now down to 8th. Brundle and Nelson through the complex, Pethick, Fletcher, then it's Chisnell in 3rd, Hawkins 4th with a rather rampant Dan Blake pushing after them in 5th position. Here's a nice little battle here, that's Nick LeDoyen scrapping away. He's making some rapid progress too. He started quite far back in the order. He started back in. When did he start? Nick Ledoyen 13th. So he's now up to, that will be 10th position now, because he's got past Kevin Bird. So he's now up into the top 10. Matthew Bankhurst there in 6th. The rest of the field goes streaming through. Nick Ledoyen, predominantly you see him in a red car, but he's now managed to pick up a black MX-5 for this season. So change of colour for him. It's now side by side for the lead. Matthew Fletcher goes again. When you look round the outside into Ritchie's, he's going to try it. The leaders go side by side into the right hander. Fletcher goes to the outside line, sticks through, and he's done it. He's gone through. Great pass around the outside. It's not impossible to pass around the outside at Ritchie's, but it's a very difficult and bold pass to make. And Matthew Fletcher's done it. He's managed to pull off the move, and he's into the lead once again here in the MX-5 Clubman Championship in their second race this afternoon here at Snetterton. Pethick coming back at him on the exit of Wilson Hairpin. This battle might not be done yet. And remember, if they're quick enough, they might start to pull away a little bit more. They might start to go into their own little private battle, or if they scrap too much, it might bring Neil Chisnell and co back into play. Now, in the background, I've noticed Dan Blake is past Alan Hawkins, so he's now up into 4th position. Now, the next question, can he catch and possibly even pass Neil Chisnell? Because that would be something for Dan. I think it would give Paddock Motorsport their first Mark 1 MX-5 podium, because they've already had their first in the Pro class earlier on in that second SuperCup race, courtesy of Braden Fletcher. Battle's going on there. Peter Higton now getting stuck in with Kevin Bird and Nick Ledoyen. As now we watch I have to admit, what was our 4th place battle, because Dan Blake has got past Alan, and now his next target surely has to be to start chasing after Neil Chisnell. It's only a 15-minute race, remember, so it's not lots of time. Matthew Bankhurst is having a great debut in the championship. This could be a pair of 6 positions if he plays his cards right and carries on this form. Really good stuff from Matthew in his first race, so good job from him so far. We've got just under 6 minutes to go now in this race, so I imagine possibly this than maybe another 3 laps, I think, possibly, given on the time, because lap time-wise, we're at 2:24s, 2:25s. It was a new fastest lap of the race as Brad Jones gets very sideways, and still sideways. He's off the road, he's sideways again. How did he catch that and keep it in the right direction? Rallycross his way on the exit at Nelson, lets both Nick Ledoyen and Peter Higton through as they have their own battle. Kevin Bird got through as well. That was one of the saves of the season from Brad Jones. Goodness me, he was fully on the lock stops all the way through both Brundle and then caught it again through Nelson. If that doesn't make it in the end of season montage, I'm not sure what will. Wow, that was a great... And he's still getting back past Peter Higton, look. So he's done all of that, got it back up again. He just says, I'll have my place back, Peter, if you don't mind. He just gives him a friendly wave. Did you enjoy that, Peter? Brilliant stuff. Right, now a black and white flag has come out to turn things a bit more serious. Now, who's that for? Can't quite tell, but someone's got some track limits. Do you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if that's for Brad Jones, because he was going a little too far on the exit of Brundle Nelson. I can't get over that. That was incredible car control from Brad to hold on to that. Amazing stuff. So he carries on then, still in. Where is he now? He's still in 10th position. So still in the top 10 after a move like that. Fantastic. There's Kevin Bird, followed by Nick Ledoyen. There he is, but there's the daredevil himself, Brad Jones. Charles Medwin's now also got past Peter Higton. So this is not really turning into a good second half of the race for Peter. Decent start, but he's now marching towards the back of the top 10 and further backwards. That's not really working out. What might be working out, though, is this, because Dan Blake took a second out of Neil Chisnell on that last lap. And Dan Blake has yet to score a podium in the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Is that about to change? Because Neil Chisnell is under threat here from the flying Dan Blake. His last lap, in fact, also, I should tell you, he was only 4 1,000ths of a second slower than Matthew Fletcher's time. So now Dan Blake literally is the second fastest man on track right now. So that Paddock Motorsport car is absolutely motoring. And also someone else who's motoring is that man right there, Carl 144. Matthew Bankhurst, new fastest lap of the race for the new boy. 2:24.857. He is flying along. And here he goes then. You wouldn't think he's got a rookie cross on the back. He's absolutely going for it. He's going to go for 5th position here. But actually, the fact actually he is... yes, no, sorry. I thought for a second it was going to be for second place, not for 3rd for Dan Blake, but it is 3rd for him because Matt Fletcher is now pulled away by quite a margin. So it's still as it was. So Matthew Bankhurst is into the top 5 positions here. Great drive from him so far. Here's our top 2. Fletcher and Pethick together, separated by about a second. Here's third and fourth. Then there's Matthew Bankhurst in the red and white machine, 144. And again, he might have a rookie cross, but he's driving like he's been doing this for a while. There he is. Good job from Matthew. Certainly, I'm sure he'll be a contender for driver of the meetings the weekend. So for the Clubman Championship, for his first outing, great job from Matthew. Sixth for Alan Hawkins. Now car 69, which is Brad Jones, who else, has got himself a black and white flag for track limits. Sorry, Brad. But that excursion on the exit of Nelson, I think, has possibly given him a warning flag as a result of that. It's just a warning to be a little bit more careful. Someone's got to be careful here is Neil Chisnell, because Dan Blake is all over him down towards the hairpin. Now, if he can put himself alongside on the exit, which he's trying to do, he looks across and finds Dan Blake to his left-hand side. Dan Blake with a super exit on the outside of Wilson hairpin, puts himself on the inside for Palmer's, and there's nothing Chisnell can do but have to capitulate. He has to let him through. And he's through. He's done it. So up to third place goes Dan Blake. With 2 minutes to go, he's into a podium place, but for how much longer? Because here comes Chisnell back down the outside, down towards the hairpin at Agostini. They hit the brakes together, but Blake has the line and he has the track position. And three goes once more and holds on to third place. A little wayward on the exit there, slightly tighter exit than he would have wanted there. A little twitch at the back end from Blake as he put the power back on. He knows he's under pressure here from Chisnell, because now the hunter becomes the hunted. Now he's the one that's got to do the defending. Back into Oggies once again. Penultimate lap here between these two. Looking for that undercut on the exit, but nice, neatly parked on the apex there for Dan Blake. Just holds on to the position, looking back up the inside again, and just Dan Blake just showed him the idea. And look at Matthew Bankhurst. Bankhurst has closed right up onto these top two. He could steal the podium here at this rate. Matthew Bankhurst is absolutely charging. He's at a 2:24.698. He wasn't as fast as Blake on that last lap, but these two battling has brought him right into contention. Imagine that. So, Fletcher from Pethick, then the three of them all together for third place. Blake holds on. Chisnell fourth, and Matthew Bankhurst on his first weekend in the MX-5 Clubman Championship. Is he about to leave here with a podium on his first ever time racing in the championship? Forget the rookie cross. He's driving like he's been doing it for ages, like I said earlier on. Back into Coram, they're all nose to tail again. Pethick is closing steadily back up on Fletcher, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. Here they come again then, nose to tail for third. Blake, Chisnell and Bankhurst. A lock up from Dan Blake. He runs wide at Murray's. No! Dan Blake loses it and loses third position. He's sideways in the middle of the road. Oh, Dan throws it all away. And just before the last lap, he'll be gutted with that. So now it's a straight fight for third between Neil Chisnell and Matthew Bankhurst. It could be now a fight for the lead, because now with the new fastest lap of the race, John Pethick has slashed Matthew Fletcher's lead by half. It's now, what was a second? It's now down to half a second now. So thrilling battles here for first and third place. It's not over yet between either of them. Matthew Fletcher in position for that second win, but John Pethick is right underneath him now. And for third place, remember, it's Chisnell versus the rookie Matthew Bankhurst. But oh, that has got to be gutting for Dan Blake. He must have had the same sinking feeling as soon as that car started sliding. He must have just thought, no, not now, not a spin now at this point in time. But sadly, his chance of that first podium has just gone, unfortunately, no pun intended, spinning away. So he's got to try and he'll have to regroup for the next rounds at Cadwell Park, but he was so close. He was one lap and a bit away from that first podium. So leaders then up through Hamilton in towards Oggies for the final time. Now, whilst we're keeping an eye on the leaders, we need to also keep another eye on what's happening for third, because I saw Matthew Bankhurst there, just as they came through shot, was all over the back of Neil Chisnell as they come into the right-hander at Williams for the final time. Pethick is still there, but he's dropped back a tenth or two, so I think Fletcher, at the moment, appears to have it in control, but it's never over until they get to the checkered flag. Down the back straight for the final time, up towards Brundle and Nelson. And Matthew Fletcher in line to take that second win of the day. Pethick will push him all the way, but what for third place? Will it be another podium visit for Neil Chisnell, or is Matthew Bankhurst going to steal it at the death here with half a lap to go? Pethick is continuing to push. I saw a quick flash in the background. I think Chisnell is still ahead of Bankhurst at the moment, but it could be a sprint to a line between those two. The checkered flag is being readied on the pit straight. I can see out of my commentary box window as Matthew Fletcher turns his way out through Coram for the final time. And before this weekend, he'd never won an MX-5 race. He'd always been a perennial Class B runner, but he's managed to put himself into the Clubman Championship. He's taken a gamble on it, and he really has gone for it. And it's really paid off. He took his first victory in race number 1 today. Now he can count himself a double race winner. Up to the checkered flag to his celebration. Matthew Fletcher wins 2 out of 2 in the Clubman Championship in the MX-5. It's Pethick for second place and the sprint for third. He'll close in, but Bankhurst is too late. And it's going to be third for Neil Chisnell, his second podium of the weekend as well. Bankhurst, what a drive to fourth. A brilliant effort for the rookie. 5th and 6th together. Here comes Dan Blake. No, not quite. He just misses out to Alan Hawkins. Hawkins 5th, and Dan Blake will be gutted with that. He'll have to settle for 6th. But he's quite far ahead of Peter Higdon, so that'll be a comfort in some ways. He'll take up more points for them. And I think he might even still potentially, maybe even, I think take the lead of the championship potentially. But I'll have to check the points afterwards, post-event. Nick Ledoyen was 7th. Charles Medwin takes 8th. Kevin Bird will be slightly disappointed with 9th. And then rounding out the top 10 is Graham Rumsey. Brad Jones 11th. Peter Higdon will be really disappointed with P12. But it's Barney Francis 13th, Richard Bartlett 14th, and Andrew Dean. William Bream 16th, who gets the flag this time. Richard Harwood takes 17th place as the only invitation class car. And Jamie Turner and Owen Woodwards with Peter Williams, the finals, and David Sculler expected to be the final 2 finishers. And Jay Shepard, Sally, didn't even make the start. More mechanical woes for the 777 car. Surely his luck has to turn and get better in the second half of the season. We'll find out at Cadwell when these guys are back in action once again. Wow, what a thrilling way to conclude the MX-5 Clubmans for this afternoon. Of course, as we say, that's their work done for today. They're kin in the MX-5 Championship and the SuperCup to still have one more race left to go this afternoon before we take that last break. And then we go into our SuperSport Endurance Cup race, our first ever race for this brand new endurance series by the Brscc. But there, I'm sure, is a very happy Matthew Fletcher. What a day it's been for Tucker Motorsport. 4 races so far and 4 victories. 2 for Jack Brewer, 2 for Matthew Fletcher, his first 2. He's happy with that. There's the smile and the thumbs up. That's what matters the most to him. He enjoyed that and he was very happy with it. Second place will go to John Pethick, and as we mentioned, third to Neil Chisnell. But what could have been for the likes of Dan Blake and Alan Hawkins? But they'll be back. They'll be back for the next rounds at Cadwell Park onwards, and surely they'll be trying to get one over them. But of course, they've all got to remember that Harry Storer, I'm sure, will be back for the second half of the season, where they're going to make it, or he's going to make it infinitely more difficult for everyone else. So let's have a chat with our top 3 from that second race, handing back over to Lindsay in pit lane. They're very happy and very relieved after that second half battle. Matthew Fletcher, your double winner here at Snetterton in the MX-5 Clubman Championship.
John. Matt, please do talk us through that race, because that was good. I don't know how else to describe it.
Yeah, that was quite exciting. I didn't get off the line quite as fast as I'd like to. John behind really put some pressure on me, and I mean, he was quick. He was much faster than me through the first half. So it was a case of, as long as I stayed in front of him through those first few corners, I knew that I could then pull enough of a gap through the second half to keep ahead. So yeah, tough race. The guys, Tucker did an amazing job getting the car back up and going with all the issues with the exhaust. So I'm very grateful for them, and what a super weekend.
So you coming back to join us for the next round?
So that's the plan. So we'll have to see what happens.
Brilliant. And I have to ask, because all your fans are asking, the hair, it's got to be down to the hair, right?
Well, I mean, the lockdown, not being able to cut it has let me grow it out a bit, and I've kept it, so there we go.
All down to a new style, new man. Lovely, thank you very much. Right, John, I just want to check, you were putting a lot of pressure on Matt in the front there.
Yeah. I think it was a little less busy than the last race, but yeah, we were able to get away, and we didn't really have to worry about anyone behind us. But yeah, he's just too quick in the end. I was quite close to him on the last lap, but missed the gear coming off the hairpin. And apart from that, yeah, good race. Yeah.
Fantastic. So as I've just asked Matt, are you coming back to join us for the next round?
Yeah, we'll be at Cadwell. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, we'll see you then. Congratulations. Well done. Right, and I need to come back to this main man. You were making a name for yourself. Good race?
Yeah, great race. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Off the start, I was just trying to keep up with these two guys, but in the end, they just had a little bit too much pace for me. And I think I started to fall off towards the end of the race, and I almost lost third place in the end. So he made me work for it. It was a good race in the end, yeah.
Is it quite challenging to watch them in front. In just, do you look at them and think, right, that is my goal, I'm going to get them in the next lap, like shadowing them?
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at where they're braking, where they're turning in, but they just kept pulling away from me inch by inch. So a little bit disappointing in the end, but just try and work on it for the next round and see if I can get them at Cadwell.
Brilliant, right, well, we'll see you then. Thank you very much. Right, and we're going to hand it back over to Scott to see what happens with the Super Cups.
Bars 4 Tornado. Mike.
Yes, thank you, Lindsay. The break I think we were scheduled to have at the timetable seems to be either been brought forward or given a chance to possibly cut out for, I'm not 100% sure, but we're straight back into racing then. So into our third race of the day for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. So this will be a grid that's set by, I think it's a random draw, no, is it random draw top 10? No, sorry, it's not. It's a randomly drawn reverse top 10 with a number pulled out between 6 and 10. So looks like number 7 has been pulled out, I think, which means that the car that finished 7th in race number 2 should be starting from pole position for this third race of the day. So once again, great effort by all the teams and all the drivers to get the cars turned around for this third race. And as we said, the grid sees everyone all formed up and ready to go. So as we say, the grid is pretty much formed up by the order which they finished overall in that third race, but the top, the number ball that was pulled out was 7, so the top 7 is reversed from the those guys, and so we're now going to take you through the grid for this final race for the MX-5 Super Cup. So from pole position on the front row of the grid is Declan Lee, number 12, on the front row of the grid. He'll start alongside James Cousins, who won the reverse grid race at Croft in the season opener. He'll start from the front row, so he always finds himself in these positions, as James. He's been on the front row, I think, twice, if not 3 times today, so possible chance for him to get a good result. John Langridge starts on the second row of the grid in 3rd, alongside Braden Fletcher in 4th, fresh off his first ever MX-5 Pro Class podium. Then Jack Harding and Sam Smith, the championship rivals, on the 3rd row of the grid. That'll be spicy. And then it's the club class winner and overall race winner for the first time in race 2, Richard Amos, who starts 7th on the grid alongside Will Blackwell Chambers in 8th. Moving down to the top 10, or bottom of the top 10, is Patrick Fletcher back in 9th, and Luke Whitworth will start in 10th place. Then it's Martin Canning and Kevin Sylvain on the 6th row, followed by Martin Tolley and Tom Selden. Then Alex Miller and Will Morris rounding out the top 16, with the top 20 rounded out by the cars on row 9 and row 10. And that being Adam Bezel in 17th place and Alex Osborne in 18th place, followed by Matt Pickford and Stephen New to round off the top 20. And then it's Xavier Brooke and James Warrior from Nick Rutter and Clive Powers in 23rd and 24th positions on the 12th row. Row 13 sees Christopher Richardson and George Grant from Andrew Flynn and Scott Wright. And then it's Clive Chisnell and Bruce Robinson from Marcus Carlton and Liz Walton. Duncan Harris and Lee Britton from Ivor Mayers and Simon Fleet. And then Kevin Brent will start towards the back of the field for the 37 car entry that we have for this car grid that we have for this final race. So that's the grid order complete, and I was going to use, if there was that break, a chance to input the points from that second race to see who was where, but it would have been a maximum score of 100 points for Sam Smith and 98 points for Jack Harding after his incident in race 1, which it seems as though there was that 10th place grid penalty came through for Sam Smith for that second race, but no such penalties for the final one, where, as we said, the partially reversed grid. So Declan Lee in the British Racing Green liveried number 12 car, run by Hills Motorsport. It's an all Hills Motorsport front row with John Langridge 3rd. So it's Hills Motorsport cars 1st, 2nd and 3rd on the grid. Braden Fletcher 4th, and then we have this rather enticing prospect of the 2 championship contenders once again lining up alongside each other on the front row of the grid. That will be quite the run down towards turn 1 for the first time. So other drivers to watch out for. Richard Amos, who we know is pretty quick. There is car number 14 in the field. That is Kevin Brent. That is the ex-Jake Bailey car, which used to be quite prominent in the MX-5 Super Series, which was the non-point scoring formula for these MX-5 Mark III SuperCup cars, which ran on the same package as the Mark I MX-5 Championship, back when the SuperCup went off to be a support championship in its own right for the TCR UK paddock a couple of years ago, when that ran with the Brscc on its roster. But as I say, 2020 was the year that, regardless of other things happening in the world, that the entire MX-5 Mark III grid contingent came back together, and that's where the pro and club class format was born. So those who are more used to it, being the Super Series, would be racing. Mainly, if they were before a Super Series drive, would jump into the club class, whereas some who were quick enough were able to jump straight onto the pro class, and thought they were able to put themselves against the very best that the Super Cup had to offer. So a couple of readjustments of grid position there for the two front row men, and you saw Declan Lee there feeling it's bright enough to wear a pair of sunglasses whilst he races. So I'm sure he's keeping the sun out of his eyes amongst many things. So it's the dark British Racing Green number 12 car of Declan Lee that starts on pole position. The blue, orange and black car of James Cousins starts alongside him on the front row. The grey and white car with the green accents is going to be John Langridge, and then the white, black and red car with Braden Fletcher is on the second row. The final MX-5 Super Cup race of the day here at Snetterton, all set to get underway. Action stations, we head down towards turn 1 for the first time. It's a jump for the first couple of rows. There might be a couple of jump penalties, but now as they get underway finally, I think possibly James Cousins went, John Langridge went with him, and the both of them I think will get probably 10-second penalties for jump starts. So we'll let the stewards work that one out, but down towards turn 1 for the first time, Declan Lee turns in as the leader. As they all pile in once again, there goes Xavier Brook in the middle of the pack with Matt Pickford and James Warrior, all fighting for racing room, all 37 of them, but they've all got through cleanly so far, and now it's the hairpin. Side by side for the lead, diving up the inside to take second place goes Braden Fletcher, and the two main championship contenders have fallen back a couple of spots. That was Jack Harding battling with Luke Whitworth, and Adam Bezel's also got some work to do after he slid off in the slightly damp conditions at one point. He finished back in, I think, 30th on the grid. Where did he start? In fact, actually, where did he start? Actually, looking quick. We'll look at that in a second because there's quite a lot going on towards the front. Declan Lee goes defensive as he continues to lead, heading into Agostini. Looking around the outside to try and reclaim second place goes Braden Fletcher. Goes James Cousins on Braden Fletcher. As Braden's made a great start from the second row of the grid to put himself up into the mix. He looks up the inside and goes into second place. He's done it. So up past James Cousins, or at least he's held on to second place past James Cousins. You look down the outside. And I've also noticed that Sam Smith has gotten past Richard Amos. In fact, now Sam Smith is going up the inside of Fletcher. He's made a rapid start already for 7th on the grid. He now goes through Braden Fletcher on the inside of Williams. And the rest of the pack funnels its way through, line astern, through the right-hander, onto that Bentley straight. Those fantastic, buzzing 2-litre Mazda engines as they sing their way down the Bentley straight and up towards the complex of Brundle and Nelson. This should be interesting. Side by side, here goes James Cousins looking for the lead on the outside of his teammate Declan Lee. They turn into Brundle, then flick right through Nelson, and it's Lee who leads then. It's then second place for Cousins, third for Smith, fourth for Braden Fletcher, fifth for Richard Amos, who still at a canter leads the club class. The rest of them all go pouring through. There's Andrew Flynn, there's Bruce Robertson, who just finished the second race after he crawled across with mechanical problems. Managed to get across the line, and there's Duncan Harris having a scrap with Kevin Brent towards the back. I think there's also a car that's dropped behind. I think it was an orange car, so it might be Nick Rutter, but we'll wait and see when they come past the pits for the first time. There's Kevin Sylvain in the club class car, battling with Luke Whitworth, and then behind him is Adam Bezel, who is a pretty rapid driver in his own right. He's got some work to do from deep in the field. So we head down the pit straight once again. Let's take stock. Lee leads then. It's then Cousins second. Sam Smith is already charging on for third as they make their way down towards the Ritchie's corner again. And you saw there, trying to go all the way to the inside line was Declan Lee, defensively trying to prevent a move from Sam Smith into Ritchie's, kicking up the dust as they go through, and Lee's now found himself on the outside line, which means he's been under threat from both Sam Smith and then Braden Fletcher and almost everyone else that wants to get through. He's lost 2 places. He might still be side by side with Braden Fletcher, and through the gap between John Langridge and Will Blackwell Chambers, who have been long Mark I rivals before in the MX-5 Championship, shooting through the gap came Jack Harding. Out of the way, boys, excuse me. Flew past both of them, so he's not hanging around, he's making a move. So up to second place has gone Sam Smith. He's already challenging Cousins for the lead. Back up for third place, up the inside of Declan Lee goes Braden Fletcher. And there goes diving up the inside of Richard Amos. There was Jack Harding. He really isn't hanging around. He knows he's got to pick up as many points as he can to stop Sam Smith running away with the points lead. There goes Matt Pickford battling away with Tom Selden in the Luke Herbert racing car. That is Luke's former 3-time championship winning MX-5, the blue car. So it's got some pedigree, that machine, and it's in the hands of one of his new drivers for this year, being just a team boss this season rather than being a driver himself after having won the championship 3 times on the bounce. In previous years, in 2017, 18 and 19, some dust being kicked up on the exit. There's 2 of the Go For It racing cars. There's Martin Tolley with Martin Canning behind him. Now that was Adam Bezel running wide, so he's lost a couple of spots. As into Brundle Nelson they go, side by side for Lee, looking round the outside into Brundle, up the inside at Nelson. Job done. That's a move done for Sam Smith. And look at that, James Cousins got really bulked on the exit, and he's losing out to Braden Fletcher around the outside. And there goes Declan Lee trying to make a move for 3rd position. A little wide on the exit. This might allow Jack Harding to go up the inside. Has a look, forced his way through. And he's into 4th position. So wherever Sam Smith goes, Jack Harding's chasing him hard now through the right-hander at Coram. Now into the left-hander at Murray's as they flick their way through. So Smith, Fletcher, Cousins, Harding, Amos, and it's Lee and Langridge in 7th place. 8th position now for Will Blackwell Chambers. Pit ball's being held at. They get the encouragement on the pit wall from their mechanics and from the team members. Give them the speed up. Come on, let's go. And look at Braden Fletcher. He's all over the back of. Well, he's got past James Cousins, but he's all over the back of Sam Smith. And he could be on for his, never mind his first podium in race 2. He's challenging on legitimate pace for his first win. And this is only lap 3. So 5 minutes gone in this 20-minute race. They're 20-minute races each for the MX-5 SuperCup. We've had just over 5. So this 3rd lap now run. The first proper flying lap has been completed, and the first proper fastest lap of the race has gone to Jack Harding, 2 minutes 18.015. He was at least 0.3 of a second quicker than the 3 cars in front of him. And you can see him there trying to go up the inside. A big last-minute dive up the inside into Agostini. That was a late move from Jack Harding. He really caught James Cousins unawares. Holds his line. There's contact between the pair of them, and James Cousins really got caught. He got caught so by surprise, he just got to the corner, went to turn the apex, and Jack Harding's car just arrived on his inside line. And then Jack Harding, as he's entitled to do, held his line on the outside, and James Cousins chose to try and stick it out with him on his outside. As a result of that, found himself over the curbs and unfortunately loses out to a position. He's now under threat from Richard Amos, who's the runaway leading club class car. There's Declan Lee as they head down towards the complex at Brundle and Nelson again. Sam Smith still leads. Braden Fletcher still keeping him under threat. They turn back in through Brundle and Nelson. That really tricky braking zone as Jack Harding pitches the car in 3rd place. It's working wonderfully. He's in all the road and a bit more. You can tell by the way these cars just slightly move around at pace. You can tell when they're being driven hard, and Jack Harding's certainly going for it. He knows he's got to try and close up to these top 2 and put the maximum amount of pressure onto Sam Smith to try and grab a result here. Sam Smith, of course, remember, has won the first 2 races. He did this at Anglesey. He won all 3 races. If he does this, it'll be his 6th win in a row if he can do it. But again, the chasing pack is starting to close in. The contenders are lining up now to try and close him down. Let's look at lap times to see if Jack Harding and co can catch him. Across the line they go. Smith does a 2 minutes 15.844. That's a new fastest lap of the race. It's 2:16.1 for Fletcher, a 2:16.7 for Harding. So I think this partially was down to that, was him making that big last minute move on the inside of the Agostini hairpin, trying to catch James Cousins unawares. And running wide there is Declan Lee. He goes grass mowing on the exit of Ritchie, so he's going to lose out to Will Blackwell Chambers. That's a position lost, I think. Yes, it is. So Will Blackwell Chambers has got through. That's him up to 7th place. Declan Lee's down to 8th. One driver who's been pretty anonymous today is Patrick Fletcher. He really hasn't had the ideal weekend at all. He's back down in 9th place, quite far away from the 2 main championship contenders around him. And he's going to be dropping further away from the contenders. There he is in the middle of the shot there, the black car with the red stripes, number 29. Just gone through the shot there. The rest of the field comes through. We're looking at Luke Whitworth here in the 757, under threat from the 2 Go For It racing cars. The 23 of Martin Tolley and the 419 of Martin Canning, who cut his teeth in the MX-5 Championship with some occasional races. Now he's contesting a full season in the SuperCup, as is Martin for his 2nd crack at Mark 3s. And Luke Whitworth, who's doing quite a decent job. I think he previously came out of karting, if I'm correct. Did Luke. And he's now jumped straight into the SuperCup and Some drivers jumping into the championships can be a bit intimidating, but for some others they do take to it pretty quickly. And usually that's why some drivers spend a few seasons in the Mark 1s first before they jump into the Super Cup and test their mettle. Two Go For It racing cars with a bit of bump drafting there as Martin Canning helps Martin Toy down the straight. Just ahead of them, that was Kevin Sylvain having a battle with Alex Miller. Kevin Sylvain, who is the current points leader in the club class on drop scores. He's scrapping away with Alex Miller, who's had 1 or 2 decent results in the pro class today. He's been up and around the top 10 as Martin Canning just working away at the wheel there, just clipped the inside curb through the bomb hole. There's Will Blackwell Chambers, followed by Declan Lee, Patrick Fletcher, Adam Beslin there too as well. And there is those two Go For It racing cars as they turn in through Murray's for the end of lap 3. Another new fastest lap of the race in front for Sam Smith. There he is, 2 minutes 15.478. Now Harding was a 10th quicker than Fletcher on that last lap in second place. There's the other Fletcher, Patrick Fletcher, having a scrap with Blackwell Chambers and Declan Lee. Here we see James Warrior having a battle with that was Clive Powers. They were going side by side into Ritchie's. Warrior trying to put his nose up the inside. Meanwhile, as we go back to this battle here between these 4 cars, Fletcher's managed to stick his nose up the inside of Will Blackwell Chambers into the hairpin at Wilson. Here comes Adam Bezel trying to fight back as well. So looking at the race control messages, we've had a couple of warnings for track limits for 2 cars. One is for car 6, Richard Amos, but the other one's for Braden Fletcher. So warnings for them. If they keep on stepping over the white line a little too much on the exits and corners, they might find themselves with a time penalty. We haven't had any of those yet, although, touch wood, it hasn't happened just yet, but let's hope it doesn't for the rest of the race. We've still got this and one more of our shorter kind of sprint races to go today, which is the 3rd Mazda MX-5 Championship race. And then of course we have the main event, the MX-5. I keep saying MX-5. There's so much about Mazda racing, it's a habit to say that the next race is an MX-5 one, because it has been up until this point. But the final race is the new SuperSport Endurance Cup race, so an hour and 40 minutes. Look at that, fantastic to see so many people on the banks here at Snetterton watching these Mazda MX-5s, and I hope if you're watching this back afterwards they'll give you some great entertainment, because they really have. It's been fantastic to watch and to cover here in the commentary box. So there's Declan Lee with now Patrick Fletcher behind him. He's worked his way around Will Blackwell Chambers. Adam Bezel now still just behind him as well. This battle's going on for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, so it's the bottom end of the top 10 for these 4 cars. And I imagine, I think here, Fletcher's going to try and make a move on Declan, because Declan started on pole by virtue of the reverse grid draw. The number that was pulled out was 7, so as Declan Lee finished 7th in race 2, it meant that he started on pole position. They reversed the top 7 on the grid for race 3. He was the one that got lucky and started on the inside of the front row. He's now under threat from Patrick Fletcher, who's had 3 wins so far this year. He took his first 2 at last at Croft. It was quite a long time coming, and then managed to collect another one at Silverstone. Further back, there's Luke Whitworth, followed by the Go For It Racing twins as Martin Canning just a little wide and puts the wheel onto the grass and just holds on for the time being. But this appears to be the main battle on track. Just keeping tabs on the leaders. Jack Harding is about 4/10 of a second away. Here they are. He's just trying to close in here on Braden Fletcher, who, of course, now has a podium to his name in the Super Cup, at least in the pro class. 3rd in the class in the last race, and he's currently 2nd, so this would be 1 up from his best result. Jack Harding knows he has to try and get past Braden as quick as he can. He's running out of time. He's only got 7.5 minutes if he can get past him now to try and catch back up to Sam Smith again, who looks odds on to go for another victory, and therefore another clean sweep of the 3 races in the Super Cup on a weekend. He's done it at Anglesey. And the only weekend he hasn't won a race was the season opener at Croft. It was 2 wins for Fletcher and 1 for James Cousins. So ever since he managed to find his groove again after Croft, he hasn't left a weekend so far without winning a race, which is pretty impressive. Here's that battle going on. And, right, there it's happened now immediately. So Jack Harding has slipped through down the back straight and into Brundle. Fletcher thumps the curb in protest. Come on, I want my 2nd place back, but It's not really going to work that way. It will only lose him time. So now Jack Harding is through. Now the question is, he's got some 7 minutes to go in this race. Can he do anything about the lead that Sam Smith has? Well, they come through Coram. There is second and third. There's Sam Smith just flashing through shot. And when they came across the line last time, if I find the timing screen on my PC here. So when they came across the line, the gap was 2.2 seconds between Smith and Fletcher, with Harding just a fraction behind them. Across the line they go this time, and the gap is now 3.3 because Harding lost 7/10 of a second on that last lap. So now he's got clear air. He's got to see if he can try and catch him up now. Remember, Smith has that fastest lap of the race now, 2 minutes 15.478, which means he'll get him another extra point for fastest lap. You do get a bonus point for fastest lap as well. You also get in the main qualifying session, you get a bonus point for pole position overall. So that will be, of course, it was Jack Harding that got that in the. Wait, no, yes, it was because he was on pole position. So down the back straight and towards Agostini again. Braden Fletcher is doing very well to keep with Jack Harding at the moment. James Cousins still fourth. Richard Amos, who again is by far and away the dominant club class leader again, is in 5th position overall. John Langeridge is 6th, but he'll get points for 5th in pro class at this point. So now with these last 5 minutes to go, really, Jack Harding's got to try and switch up a gear a little bit and just try and find a little bit more pace underneath him to try and close this gap of some 3.3 seconds at the front. Through Williams they go. Braden Fletcher on his tail. It's good stuff from Braden. Of course, Braden, the younger brother of Kelvin Fletcher, who is part owner of the Paddock Motorsport team, which runs these cars, along with Martin Plowman, or Plowy as he's known. Of course, in his regular racing career at the moment, he's, of course, his team now, of course, run their own. Well, they now are running their own Bentley GT3 and British GT after that car was previously run by JRM. They switched over from the second round at the Silverstone 500. They also run McLarens as well. They run them in the GT Cup Championship, and of course as well Mazdas. And Mazdas are a nice proving ground for some of their drivers and some of their customers to get the feel for it. And drivers like Paul O'Neill as well recommended he wants to go into a career that might be something along the lines of Ginettas or higher up in the order to come and join the Super Cup as a starting point, because it's an ultra competitive championship, being a one-make spec championship, to get to grips with the whole concept of one-make spec racing, and in a championship that is incredibly competitive, that forces you to have to get your elbows out to really up your game, to really find that extra speed. And even this year, you look in the GT4 Super Cup, you do see some drivers who have moved up in the last couple of seasons. James Blake Baldwin's one. We have Steve Roberts, who's been a former MX-5 Super Cup racer. We have Carl Garnett in there as well. Jack Sycamore's been racing there recently. So this really is a fantastic proving ground and a great breeding ground for future GT talent in many cases who have moved up in the last few seasons. Of course, another one we have to think about, of course, is Abby Eaton, who won the championship in Super Cup in 2014, is now a W Series racer, and she's over at the Hungaro ring this weekend, of course, continuing her first ever single-seater series. But she's also doing a little bit of Brit car this year, and she's done British GT, she's done GT Cup and all sorts. She's been working with the Grand Tour, and certainly is a very much loved and admired alumni of the championship. Has got 3 minutes left to go in this final race of the day for the Super Cup. Braden Fletcher, I'm very impressed. Not that I doubt his ability for a second, not at all, but it's incredible to see that he's keeping pace with and actually keeping honest. A driver like Jack Harding, who you would have expected to just put his foot down and pull away immediately. And while Braden Fletcher would have been able to hold his own in 3rd place overall, you might have seen Jack run off into the distance to try and chase after Sam Smith, but it hasn't really happened, because not only has he not closed the gap went out last time by to 3.7 seconds, he's also not been able to shake him off. Now look at this huge battle pack of cars. I wondered why the camera was waiting for it, because this is what it was waiting for. So Declan Lee heads this group. We've got Patrick Fletcher in there, Adam Bessel, Alex Miller's coming through. He might pass all 3 at this rate. Will Blackwell Chambers is also stuck in there. Luke Whitworth, Kevin Sylvain, and the Go For It Racing twins of Martin Canning and Martin Tolley. So all of them all together piling into the complex here, one after the other. Someone's got to shake this out into a particular order. Well, Declan Lee heads it up now. Pat Fletcher just behind them. Then it's side by side between Adam Bezel on the inside and Alex Miller on the outside into the bomb hole. Miller capitulates, lets Bezel have the position. Here comes Will Blackwell Chambers trying to fight back on Luke Whitworth, and the two-tone kind of split black and white car. It's black on one side, white on the other. And then you've got the black and green car of Kevin Sylvain, and then there's those two Go For It racing cars with that sort of what's classical painting style sort of motif on the side of that car. Across the line they go. So down the pit straight. Now look at the time, we've got 1 minute and 10 to go. So I think this may well be the last lap of the race. I think, yes, there it is, last lap graphic on the top of the screen. So now they make their way up towards it. And for this man, Sam Smith, it's been another, I wouldn't say casual, but it's been another fairly dominant day for him, car number 1. He's doing everything he needs to keep in a position to defend his title. Keep that number 1 on the door for next year. And when it's his day and everything goes well, he is very much an incredibly difficult man to beat. Even Jack Harding's finding that, and Jack Harding is no slouch at all. He's an incredibly formidable driver. And someone I'm sure who will move into things like Ginettas or further afield in his racing career, and will certainly carry all that speed through with him, because he is one of those drivers who, like others, not just on the Brscc roster, but other places where they currently are club racers, but they could certainly hold their own at higher levels of motorsport in the UK. There is John Langridge, fifth in Pro Class and overall, because it's just Pro Class cars first to 5th. Richard Amos is back in 6th, just behind him. But turning his way into Brundle and Nelson for the final time. Nice and calm, nice and steady for Sam Smith. It's been a nice, slightly less frantic drive. Once he managed to pick his way through from 7th on the grid, he managed to get to the front and left Braden Fletcher and Jack Harding to just scrap amongst themselves. He now heads his way in through Coram for the last time. And once again, like it was in Anglesey, it's going to be the perfect hat-trick for this man. He heads out of Morris the final time. Nice little run on the exit. He'll sprint to the checkered flag. He took a hat-trick. Oh, he missed a gear there for a second there. He doesn't want to do that towards the line. He took a perfect hat-trick at Anglesey. He will do it again at Snetterton. It is 6 wins on the bounce for reigning champion Sam Smith. A perfect hat-trick at Snetterton. 2nd place to Jack Harding. And another podium for Braden Fletcher. He's delighted with that. 4th for James Cousins. 5th for John Langridge. 6th for Richard Amos. And now we wait, because the massive freight train for 7th backwards is on its way. Here it comes. You can see it at the top of the screen. They're all charging their way through it. It might be a photo finish for 7th. Up to the line. What's the order? It's going to be, I'll count them as they come across, Bezel, Fletcher, Miller, then Whitworth and Lee across the line, followed by Blackwood, Chambers, Sylvain, Tolley and Canning. Incredibly, that group of cars from 7th down to 15th was covered by 2.5 seconds. That was brilliant stuff. Then it's Alex Osborne on his SuperCup debut, just beats James Warrior to the line. There's a photo finish here between George Grant and Tom Selden. And that's Grant beating Selden to the line by 1/10.5. Just ahead of them was Christopher Richardson and Matt Pickford from George Grant and Tom Selden. Xavier Brooke holds on ahead against Simon Fleet. Good to see him make the flag this time after he retired in race 2. Nick Rutter and Clyde Chisnell come next. It's going to be Andrew Flynn, Scott Wright and Marcus Carlton. The last couple of finishes should be Kevin Brent, followed by Liz Walton. She will come home as 10th place in club class, just ahead of Duncan Harris. And it'll be Lee Britton with Stephen New and Will Morris sounding pitting earlier on in that race. So there he is, another hat-trick hero, another 3 race wins, another massive haul of points for leader Sam Smith. He will certainly take that from his day trip to Norfolk. Very happy with that indeed. And I'm sure he'll be delighted with that. Jack will certainly be happy with, you can use the result in race 1 as a drop score, but at least 2 more second places in will certainly help him keep Sam Smith in touch as much as possible. And Braden Fletcher, of course, an excellent drive this afternoon to pick up 2 third places in Pro Class. He will be absolutely thrilled with that. Some great stuff. There we go. Despite what happened in race 1, they're still good friends off track, and they still have massive respect for each other. So good to see the 2 chatting about that, and good stuff. So Lindsay's just, I think, off, sort of possibly helping to sort out some of the other stuff in the Mazda. So doing a bit of double duty this weekend, but helping out with the coordination as well as on the microphone for us. But good stuff from Sam. Of course, he will be heading to Cadwell Park at the end of August for the next one. And there's Mark Werrell, quite well-renowned commentator as well. He'll be back here next week. He was telling me for British GT, so he does do quite a bit. But he's just having a chat with, I'm sure, a rather delighted Braden Fletcher after that one. So nice little conversation with them going on. And Mark was telling me he's busy until the end of November. He's working every single weekend to the end of November. So it's busy stuff as for people in motorsport, particularly with that slightly more compressed season, given the fact not as compressed as it was last year, with shorter seasons, everything being compressed into one shorter season. Just hearing a bit of.
Well, well done for you on your first podium of the season, and good luck for Kelvin next weekend in British GT.
Just hearing a bit of Mark conversing with Braden. So,
grab
good stuff.
a quick word with the driver that finished in second position,
Mark has the microphone,
which was Jack Harding.
Quickly hand over to him.
Smile on your face. Still some good championship points, but do you feel as though maybe today just got away in race number 1?
Yeah, definitely. Sam's had 2 good weekends now. He's won 6 races in a row, making me look quite bad, really. But no, like I said, we got pole. We did everything we needed to do. Pole for both races. Got taken out in race 1. Yeah, like I said, Sam got a penalty for that for the race 2 grid start. And then, like I said, I went off in the wet, so I just got no luck these days. And yeah, the start wasn't great. I got hemmed in, lost the mirror, and then it's just went from there really. So I went backwards on the start and then pulled my way through.
Go back, regroup, Cadwell Park next.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't been there since about 2017, so don't know how we'll be. We'll just have to give it a go, won't we? But we need to claw some points back. I think we're about 6 points behind Sam now on drop scores, so it's still all to play for, but I just need to start getting some wins.
Well, fingers crossed for Cadwell Park. Very well done on 2 second places. We'll wander down and grab a quick word with our race winner, who has had a solid day really, with 2 wins and a second place, Sam, including a P13 start. So on the whole, not a bad day.
Yeah, it was unexpected coming into yesterday. We lacked pace yesterday. We felt comfortable but lacked pace. Qualifying, we felt good but lacked pace again. And then the team did a great job. A few little changes on the car. And yeah, bar the penalty, we had a great day. So yeah.
And that also means that you've been on the podium every single race so far this season.
Yeah, every race, and yeah, so pretty happy with that. That's what you got to do to win championships, so just stop crashing.
And it's quite bizarre, your worst results of the season were the first 2 races. You were only 3rd. You've either been 2nd or 1st since those.
We had a problem at the first round. We had a block cat which was restricting us, so we were just, we were quick, but we were running 10 horsepower behind what we should have been. So we salvaged a good weekend, and then yeah, it's been good from there. So on to Cadwell.
Well, very well done. All the best at Cadwell Park. There we go. There's Sam Smith, our final driver that we're going to speak to in the Brscc.
Thank you very much to Mark there for jumping in whilst Lindsay was otherwise occupied helping out, because she's also part of the Mazda MX-5 coordination team, and she's also did give a bit of help to the for the SuperSport Endurance Cup coming up. I think maybe because of, I heard something about inclement weather possibly trying to keep things moving. But we're straight into our last race, our last sprint race of the day before we have a bit of a break before our main event SuperSport Endurance Cup race, which is the final race of the day and of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. So, of course, the grid's set by the results of race 2. And we're getting set for what should be a mega final race after it was very close in the second one. Is the third one going to even be able to top that? Well, Jack Brewer then is going for the hat-trick, a la Sam Smith, but he'll have Brian Trott alongside him this time on the front row of the grid. Then it's next going to be Sebastian Fischer and Oliver Allwood, followed by Matt Pollard and Jason Greatrex. Then Steve Foden, and then this time, starting from the 4th row of the grid, Fraser Fenwick. What can he do now, as he was arguably the fastest man on track on that last race? Can he come up high from 8th and possibly even get himself into a race-winning position? Zach Oates and Oliver Graham come next on the 5th row of the grid. Watch for Zach now, he's as high as 9th on the grid there. From Callum Greatrex and Owen Mills, followed by Adam Craig and Tim Dorr. Then it's Paul Bateman and Kevin Dengate to round out the top 16 runners on the 8th row of the grid. Then the top 20 finished off by Michael Green, Richard Wooten, Bryn Griffiths and Oak Richardson. Then it's Bo Parry and Aaron Dellapala, followed by Ollie Walden and Michael Pearce on the 12th row of the grid. Moving backwards into row 13 is Christopher Ginn, Brad Jones, Richard Bartlett, Graham Rumsey and Luke Pullen looks set to be the last car that will start this race. I think we possibly had a couple of cars who weren't able to make it between races 2 and 3, so therefore we have 29 all set to get started for race number 3. So just seeing a shot, that was the quick still there of the SuperCup cars never coming back in, but here's the shot we see now live of our cars making their way around on the formation lap, just weaving from side to side to get some tyres, temperature and pressure into the tyres, and getting a bit more temperature into the brakes as well to get them into the optimum operating range. And so they make their way around on this formation lap. And as you mentioned, we've still got rounds to go this year. We've still got Cadwell Park that will be next for the MX-5s at the end of August. We've then got the end of September where we take to Donington Park, which is always a thrilling circuit for the Mazda MX-5s to visit. It's been a title decider for many times. Whether or not it'll be a title decider this year, given the fact that it's quite close, remains to be seen. And of course we then have, as we had last year, the season finale being at the Formula Ford Festival, the 50th anniversary of the Formula Ford Festival, on the 30th and 31st of October on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, which is where the title was decided at the time in dramatic fashion, where Oliver Orr was provisionally given the title, and then subject to some ongoing discussions and ongoing procedures in the background, it was then subsequently given to Joe Wiggin after an overturned penalty from a race earlier on in the season. So Snetterton so far has produced some spectacular racing for the MX-5s, and I'm sure that the spectators around the circuit have been thoroughly enjoyed by the action that they've provided, both in all three championships, the Clubman Championship, the MX-5 Championship, which we're seeing here, and the MX-5 SuperCup. And so the Clubmans and the SuperCup Championships have finished for their afternoon. It's now the MX-5 Championship to round off the Mazda part of the show. And as we say, we'll have a short break before we then get things underway for the first ever Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race. Just as they come to the grid, quick mention, of course, once again to our brilliant partners and sponsors, runyourfleet.com. You can just see a glimpse of the Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car, just about middle of shot, the white car just behind the rescue unit. That's the safety car, and it's of course been provided by our partners runyourfleet.com, and they are the most cost-effective and flexible way to buy, lease and manage everything you need for your fleet of company vehicles through their managed fleet services. And they can help you with everything through breakdown cover, fleet management, risk management and fleet funding to the latest telematics, rental and short lease options. Run Your Fleet has every solution for your fleet requirements. If you're a business that requires to run a fleet of vehicles or a fleet of cars, they can help. All you need to do is get in touch. So head to the website, runyourfleet.com. You can also get in touch by phone or by email, also on their social media channels. And there's also a great 2.5-minute explainer video just covering everything that they do on their YouTube channel as well. So do be sure to give them a like and a follow on social media. Go and check that out on YouTube. And yeah, do go show them some love and support, not just for supporting the club, but for providing us with that brilliant Jaguar safety car as well. We will see it in action, I'm sure, to lead the cars away around for the SuperSport Endurance Cup race later on, coming up shortly this afternoon. But until then, we haven't needed it so far today, which has been quite like that. Now, whether I've cursed it or whether it's an omen for this final race, I hope it's not. But so far, it's been quite a great day of racing, which has been relatively trouble-free. So, 5-second board is up. And the final race of the day, then the third and final race at Snetterton for the Mazda MX-5 Championship, has Brewer and Trott on the front row of the grid. Can it be 3 in a row for Brewer, or will someone else snatch it from him in this final encounter? We're underway here in Norfolk for the final time in Mazda MX-5s. Now the sprint down towards Ritchie's corner begins. And is Jack Brewer going to hold on to the lead? The answer is no, because Trott, again from the outside of the front row, has beaten Jack Brewer away. He looks to the inside lines to try and regain it. And I think Fraser Fenwick, with a mega start from the fourth row of the grid, is he third already by the time he got to Ritchie's? We'll find out when they come through towards Wilson for the first time. Down towards the hairpin. And the answer is, it was Sebastian Fisher who got through, because he has also got quite a purple car. Fraser Fenwick is in some way side by side with Steve Foden, I can spot. There's Callum Greatrex in car 34. He's under threat from Zach Oates. He's got him to his inside line. Wait for them through Palmer for the first time, and it's still going to be Brian Trott that leads. Yes, it is. So Brian Trott leads the way then. Jack Brewer in second place. For third, it could be 3 abreast. Here they come. It's then Fisher in third position. Up the inside for fourth, and possibly third comes Oliver Allward. He's got Greatrex to his outside. Steve Foden just behind him. Allward's going for third. He went up the inside of Greatrex, but also saw that Fisher was going to leave the door open and goes straight up the inside to get past both of them. Has he done it? Yes, I think he has. Yes, he's got through. So there goes Trott, Brewer. Yes, Allward is into third place. There's Matt Pollard going around the outside of his teammate Fraser Fenwick, puts 2 wheels onto the grass. He's now on the inside for Oggies, as Foden also has to lock up and avoid contact with Jason Greatrex. Now around the outside goes Fraser Fenwick. And of course, Fenwick, remember, started in 8th position, and he was one of the fastest men at one point, had the fast lap of the race as Steve Foden got all over the curb on the through Williams' corner there and almost lost the back end sliding into Steve Foden, but he managed to hold on to that. So Fenwick is up to 6th position, and Zach Oates is about 9th or 10th. He's tucked in behind Matt Pollard, who is side by side with Oliver Graham. But now, more importantly, Brian Trott is ahead of Jack Brewer, but we've been here before with Fraser Fenwick in that first race. somehow in that first race, Brewer always finds a way to sneak back through as Oliver Graham runs wide on the exit there, just mid-pack. He's under threat. He's now being about to be overtaken there by Zach Oates, exiting through Nelson. Couldn't quite manage it there as Oates slots back into position. Now back through the right-hander. And 5th, 6th and 7th nose to tail now. It's currently Greatrex, then Fisher, sorry for Fennick, and then it's Steve Foden. Then it's Matt Pollard in 8th position. 9th is then Oliver Graham, and 10th it appears to be is Zach Oates. So down the pit straight for the end of the first lap. And it's going to be, well, at the moment it's Brian Trott, but Jack Brewer's at it again. He's going to go for the lead into the right-hander. Meanwhile, Fennick is on the charge. He's got past Steve Foden. Now he's going up the inside of Jason Greatrex. Tries to squeeze his way through. Oh, and there's more cars running wide on the exit. One of them I think was Kevin, well, I couldn't quite tell who was just, but I think Callum Greatrex. The other one I think was Zach Oates. But Greatrex now side by side with Foden, so he has capitulated and let the charging Fraser Fennick through. And looking at Matt Pollard, a great exit from Wilson Hairpin. He might pull him alongside Foden, but at the last minute he dips back in behind and thinks, nope, I'm going to hold on for the time being. So now Jack Brewer, now he's settled in after he lost the lead off the start. Now putting himself into attack mode now as they come down towards Agostini for the second time. Here goes Steve Foden, look to the outside. Greatrex puts his car right in the middle of the circuit to try and avoid any possible attack from the cars behind, because he knows he's got Foden and Pollard and Graham and possibly Zach Oates stacking up behind him. So he's got to try and get his elbows out here as the rather rapid Welshman, who himself will also be in the mix for the Masters contest as well. Now again, because we didn't have the planned break, we didn't get a chance to put in, I didn't get a chance to put in the results of race 2 to try and figure out who was where coming into this race. But of course we saw that Jack Brewer took another 100 points. Brian Trott picked up 98, and I think Ollie Orwood picked up 3rd. So no, Fisher got 3rd, forgive me. So that was 96 points for him, and Ollie Orwood I think got 4th. So that was 94. So down towards the back straight they go. There's the bridge, and it's still Trott that leads then. He's got about a car length or so over Brewer this time. And Brewer, now that Trott's been released, he's now coming under threat from Ollie Orwood. So remember we had this in in the final race, in race 3 at Anglesey, where he got beaten away from Malinded Jack, and then very slowly but surely was caught by the cars behind and started getting knocked down towards the back of the top 5. So wasn't the way Jack wanted to finish it, but as they now come out through the left-hander, the top 5 and all nose together. Now, Fraser Fennick is on the back of these first few cars, so he might well put himself into the mix for a podium. That would be a really nice way to end his day after he would kind of, for whatever reason, had that second place. He had second place in race 1, had to fight his way through from the back of the grid in race 2 for reasons we're not sure. Maybe Lindsay can possibly find out if he does make it onto the podium in this 3rd race. But trying to make his way back to these front runners, and we saw how much he was trying to close in when the top 7 were all together in that second race. He got very close in the end. And how agonising was that he couldn't get himself in the mix. But he is firmly in there now. He's right behind Sebastian Fisher, who in turn has had quite a healthy day. 2 3rd places. That will do his points tally no harm. He's now just having a little poke around the back end of Ollie Orwood's car. So Trott still leads then, down towards Agostini for the 3rd time. Brewer 2nd, Orwood 3rd, Fisher 4th. Here's a Fennick 5th. Just sense there's possibly something there. There's Christopher Ginn, who I think has either had a moment or somewhere towards the back. So top 5 all together. You just sense that they're all just something bubbling away under the surface here. There's possibly a chance for a bit of an absolute barnstorm of a scrap that's about to happen here, I imagine. Even though I've just made the greatest prediction ever, or that's a huge anticlimax, but I hope it's the former, or something along the lines of the former, because we'd love to see these guys go at it for the duration of the race in this front-running battle. There goes the top 5. It's wonderful to see just how evenly matched these 5 cars are, and just how close and how competitive this year's MX-5 Championship is becoming, because it's not just, yes, Jack Brewer is leading the way, but there are races now when he's shuffled back into the backwards in that leading group and having to force to get his elbows out and find that little bit extra. He's not being allowed to really pull it. He hasn't actually, if I'm correct, he hasn't actually won all 3 races in one weekend so far yet. In fact, no, yes, sorry, no, I'm being stupid. Yes, he has. That was Croft at the beginning of the season. Come on, Scott, get it right. You should know this. You're around MX-5s all the time. So he has won all 3 races in one season already. That was at Croft at the beginning of the season. He won 2 at Anglesey. Didn't have the greatest weekend at Silverstone. He had a contact with, of all people, Brian Trott, which I know Brian was very apologetic about after that race. And then he had contact at the beginning of race 2, which put him down the order, and then a really forgettable race 3. But he's bounced back nicely at Anglesey with 2 wins, and was around the top 5 positions in the 3rd race when Ollie Allwood went on to win that one. And so far here in Norfolk, he's kind of managed to get back at what he couldn't manage at Snetterton a couple of years ago when he was battling away with his teammate Joe Wiggin when he picked up a couple of second places at the time in 2019. That was his best result, his best weekend to date, but now of course he's had bigger and better weekends in the MX-5 Championship since then. Battle here going on. Zach Oates having a scrap with one of the Great Rexes. Also in there's Oliver Graham in the 24 car, the blue car with the orange striping. And also, as well, you saw Adam Craig in there too as well. Jason Greatrex is in there. Now then, I predicted that might happen. Here we go. Now down to 3rd place has gone Jack Brewer. He's about to lose it in a second to Fraser Fennick. He looks up the inside into the hairpin Agostini, and he's almost through. Yes, so Jack Brewer shuffled down to 4th. Is it going to be 5th this time? Sebastian Fischer might finally be able to get past Jack Brewer in a race this time. So the double race winner, championship leader, is now being pushed down the bottom of the top 5. He's lost out now just to both Ollie Allwood and now Fraser Fennick. It is an AB Motorsport 1, 2, 3, so that'll put a smile on Ali Bray's face. See 3 of his cars in the lead here. How great would that be to round off his weekend? I know him and his partner Nicky have recently had a child recently, so congratulations to them. And how great a present would that be for the weekend to round it off with all 3 cars in the top 3. Well, they're about to fight amongst each other in a second because Fraser Fennick is on the tail of him as they head down towards on the tail of Ollie Allwood down towards Brundle and Nelson. And Jack Brewer, though, he's out of the tow and under threat from Fischer, who's got through. So Jack Brewer has been really literally shuffled to the back of the top 5. He's got some work to try and recover here, and all that battling is, particularly getting held up with Fischer, has forced both of them to lose time to the 2 AB Motorsport cars in front. So up through Coram then. This is now on the, I think, 3rd or 4th lap. I'll double check my timing screen to get that right for you. We're now on lap 4. This is the end of lap 4 now. Fraser Fennick has the fastest lap of the race. Last time they came across the line. Oops, that's Paul Bateman. I think he's had a trip across the grass or a spin. But that's the reigning Masters champion that's hit some trouble briefly. There's Owen Mills battling away with Callum Greatrex out of Murray's. Down the pit straight they go. Look at that pat from Pollard backwards, hugging the pit walls. They come down towards Ritchie's once again for the 5th time. End lap 4. Down the inside goes Steve Foden. Their own little private battle for position. This is over 6th place. So up into 6th place. It looks like it's on Steve Foden, but now they're both under attack from Jason Greatrex, who thinks, right, can I come and play, boys? Up the inside of both of them, and he's taken the pair of them into Wilson Hairpin. That was cheeky. So he's now gone from 8th to 6th in one move. He's caught them both unawares, and this might even bring Zach Oates into play, because of course Zach Oates has ever the opportunity, so he can try and squeeze through. Now this is interesting as well at the front. So everyone's closed back up again a little bit, because it looks as though Fennick has Fennick has got past Allwood. Allwood is now under threat from Fischer. Brewer sitting back in 5th position, trying to get back into this fight. Here's the scrap for 6th going on between Jason Greatrex and the red and white 33, the white, black and red car of Matt Pollard, and the black and gold car of number 77, Steve Foden. They're also being caught by Zach Oates and Oliver Graham and Adam Craig, and Owen Mills isn't too far away either, and he might also bring Callum Greatrex into play as well. So just as we had in that big scrap for 6th position in the SuperCup race, we might be about to get it with another big battle pack in the Mark 1s this time. So into Williams they go then for the 5th time. Just under 9 minutes to go in this final MX-5 race of the day here at Snetterton. It's been a mega day of MX-5 racing. It's still carrying on as, oh, Steve Foden. Oh dear, now then, Zach Oates was going for the move, and Steve Foden just really sent him right to the edge of the circuit on the grass. I'm sure Zach will have something to say about that one. I'm not sure he wouldn't have appreciated that very much, that's for sure. That was, I have to admit, that was a bit cheeky from Steve there. That was, Zach had quite a bit of momentum, and then Steve did try to push him all the way to the grass there to try and defend the position, but Zach had the momentum, so I think Zach wants to try and pass him back here. Looking up the inside of Cora, he might well try and get his elbows out here in a minute. But it's quite hard and fast racing here in the MX-5 Championship, as you can tell. So here's the second half of the top 10, 6th down to 10th. Adam Craig's not too far away in 11th place, as we said, and Owen Mills is in there too. Now then, Fraser Fenwick has begun to run away with Brian Trott here, because those two are at the top of the top of the timing table, half a second between them. Ollie Allwood still third, so it's still at AB Motorsport 1-2-3. Jack Brewer has got back into 4th place, ahead of Sebastian Fischer. This is where our big battle is happening here for 6th down to 10th. So there are our leaders. So Fischer's back down to 5th position again. Brewer's back up to 4th, so he's off the podium at the moment. He's still got 7.5 minutes to correct this. So let's see what happens. Here's the top 2. And Brian Trott hasn't won a race so far this year. He's come close several times, but he hasn't quite managed it. Fraser Fenwick has won once, and that was at the first race of the weekend at Silverstone on the second meeting. That was back in June, so just about a month and a half ago. 3rd, 4th and 5th, Allwood. Just with Brewer still in contention here, because these two on drop scores came into the weekend as the top 2 in the championship, and Allwood would love to get himself ahead of Brewer and take a couple of points away. Of course, this won't be the worst results that Brewer will have had, because those 3 drop scores that he's dropping is pretty much the entire Silverstone weekend, because he, as I mentioned earlier on, he got tipped into a spin on the last lap, not intentionally, I can stress, by Brian Trott. I know he was, on the post-race interview, he was incredibly apologetic. He really didn't want that to happen at all. So Brewer lost points on that one. He also lost points after collision. I think it was with Aston Wigley and Zach Oates, I think, in the second race at the beginning. And then in the third race, he dropped back further back. But I think he's about to take 3rd away from Ollie Allwood. Yes, he does. So he goes round the outside into Brundle Nelson. Allwood has a bit of a stack up there. Sebastian Fischer, I think, trying to get on the power, and Ollie Allwood was trying to get back up the inside of Brewer, which he does. Through the bomb hole he goes. So they're back to where we started again. Here comes Fischer thinking, can I come through, boys, as well? I want to try and get a position up and maybe back onto the podium, because, of course, he's had 2 third places today. If he can get a 3rd one, that'd be a great way to round off the weekend for Sebastian. Top 2 are nose to tail as well. So Fraser Fenwick, if he can keep pushing Brian, either these two are going to start to work to run away, or they might start to go into combat in a second here. There's 5.5 minutes to go, just over. Here comes Fischer, side by side with Brewer, as the top 2 go side by side, and Trott just puts his car, quickly moves to the middle, tries to defend the position. Here comes Brewer, who I think, rather than attacking Allwood, is just defending on the inside line for Fischer, who wants to take the racing line and get the better momentum off the corner for the sprint down to Wilson Hairpin. So where are they in the shot? There they are. Further back, I think saw a shot of Bo Parry there for a second. Now as they head under brakes again, this is the scrap that's been going on for the last few laps for 6th, which is still going on between Greatrex, Pollard, then Steve Foden. Zach Oates is in there as well, and Car 145, and Oliver Graham. I think they've also now been caught by Adam Craig, and not quite Owen Mills, but Adam Craig is in there. He was half a second away in closing in every corner. There goes our scrap for 3rd, just through the middle of the shot. Just behind our top 2, which is still Trott and Fenwick. It's now a 6-car scrap for 6th position down to 11th. Here comes Pollard, forcing Greatrex to go down the middle to defend the position. And Steve Foden's getting stuck in there as well. He's doesn't want to be there. Now then, I did hear I don't know whether on the circuit com's getting excited, so that might be our leaders, possibly for a bit of a change of position in a second. So we'll have to switch to them in a moment to see what's happening with them as they head down the back straight. Whether there's been a change between Trott and Fenwick, I'm not sure. Whether or not Trott's hold firm, and it's Allwood, Brewer and Fischer that are kicking off for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Here's that scrap for 6th as they come onto Williams Straight. Out of Williams onto the Bentley Straight, I'll correct myself. So still 4 minutes to go in this race now, 4 minutes exactly. Now for the lead, here it is. Now Fraser Fenwick is not allowing Brian Trott to relax for a second. They might be teammates, but they can still race hard against each other. They both thump the curbs, but they're both holding on to 1st and 2nd. I imagine it might be 3rd place downwards. That's where the action is. So what's the order as it flashes through the shot? Well, Allwood's still 3rd. Whether 4th and 5th have switched positions, we'll wait and see as they come through the shot. So let's see if we can see them then. So 1st and 2nd come through. There's Trott and Fenwick. What about 3rd, 4th and 5th? What's the order? Is it Allwood still 3rd? It is. Brewer 4th and Fischer 5th. So 3rd, 4th and 5th. It's no change, but it must have been a pretty close moment between them, which must have got Adam Weller excited on the commentary, on the circuit commentary here at Snetterton. So I think we're going to get 2 more laps of MX-5 racing here. We've got 3 minutes 15 to go. Look at that. Literally nose to tail. And also, I'm seeing that is that a 5-second penalty being applied to someone? Either that's a warning. Now, who's that for? Because it hasn't come on the screen. Right, here we go. It's gone to 2 cars. 1 to number 7 and 1 to 37. Car 7 is Oak Richardson. 37 is Tim Dorr. They're 17th and 18th. So they've got 5-second penalties, I imagine, for... That would be for, I think, must be track limits. So track limit penalties for both of them. Still, this battle for third is going on as Fisher tries to get the better acceleration off the corner. Brewer just creeps up behind Allwood and just gives him a knock, and then looking up the inside, Fisher just silently just crept up alongside Jack Brewer, then thought about making a dive into Palmer's, but didn't quite work. So he was getting close. He thought about it, but sat back and thought, well, if I try and do that, I'll catch him off guard and he'll probably turn into me, which is going to be a disaster for both of us. So let's not make contact. Oh, something came off one of the cars there. I think it's nothing important, but something, a piece of loose debris or something came off the car, I think, or like a big piece of rubber. But nonetheless, the battle for third continues between Ollie Allwood and Jack Brewer, and of course this is key for the guys that are around them in the points championship. Guys like Brian Trott, guys like Ollie Allwood and Sebastian Fisher, they need, you know, and this is no disrespect at all meant to Jack Brewer at all. They need Jack to be off the podium and back in 4th and 5th places, and then being ahead of them to try and claw those points back to keep it nice, to keep it as close as possible in the remaining rounds for the championship. They can't allow Jack Brewer to run away with it. They have to try and do what they can. And you almost sense a little bit that there's a bit of team tactics going on here, because Ollie Allwood's making it difficult for Jack Brewer as much as possible whilst the top 2 run away. That, I think, is Oak Richardson that's come to a stop on the exit of Brundle Nelson towards the bomb hole. Top 2, I think, have just gone through the right-hander there at that point of the circuit before we cut away. Just further back, we've got Graham Rumsey scrapping with Christopher Ginn. And that was also Michael Pearson there too, I think. That was between 23rd to 25th position. So battles everywhere you look at in the pack. So we're just over a minute to go. A few seconds before we hit the minute timer on the TSL timing clock. We're going to start our last lap of MX-5 racing here this afternoon. Ollie Allwood's pulled a car length or 2 over Jack Brewer and co here as they come down the pit straight. And again, these 2 are working together. They are Brian Trott and Fraser Fennick. They're going for it here. Now, whether or not they're going to battle on this last lap, we'll have to wait and see, because they are very close together. And I wonder if Fraser Fennick is possibly just trying to help Brian Trott pick up as many points as he can, because Fraser is behind Brian in the points. So I wonder possibly if he's trying to help him out to get some extra points over Jack. Because, and again, I think Ollie will be trying to make life difficult for Jack as well, particularly now with Sebastian Fisher also trying to get past as well. I did see Fisher in the background was trying to look down the outside of Jack as they came into the Wilson hairpin for the final time. But this will certainly be a pleasing sight for AB Motorsport if Ollie Allwood can hold on to 3rd place. But you sense, are these 2 about to battle? Have they left it to the last lap and thought, right, gloves off, let's go for it? Because Trott's, it doesn't look like a steady run to the finish. These 2, I think, are about to battle here towards the end, where they've been allowed to be let off the leash here. Fraser's looking one way then the other. Either he's just keeping him honest for a bit of fun, or they really are about to go for position here. Through Hamilton, up towards Oggies. Fennick's looking. Trott has to go to the inside. It's hard to tell whether it's just a fun little battle between them, or they really are going to go for it for position, because Brian Trott hasn't won a race so far this year. He's come second close before, many times. But if he does get a victory, it will have been quite a long time coming this season. Onto the back straight for the final time. Is Fennick about to launch an attack, or is he going to sit tight and just let Trott have it? Down towards Brundle Nelson. Again, Trott's not safe. He has to go to the inside line because he knows that Fennick might try it around the outside. Here they come into Brundle Nelson. He's going for it. He has a look. But maybe not. It might be a ruse. It might be a false move, maybe, because those 2 are going to be key. Now, these 2 look pretty much well set for 3rd place. Is Allwood still ahead? Is he still ahead of Brewer, or has Brewer managed to get himself back onto the podium? If it's either going to be an AB Motorsport 1, 2, 3, or it will be 2 wins and a 3rd for Brewer, or a trio of 3rd places for Fisher. Here they come then, through the right-hander. Fennick is on the tail of there. I can see in the background, Allwood is still 3rd, but he might well hold on for the 2nd. But as they come towards the pit straight with the help of Fraser Fennick in the tow, he's come close time and time again today, but it might well be a victory, I think, for Brian Trott. They're going to be side by side. He's going to hang back for a second. It is going to be a first win of the year for Brian Trott at last in the MX-5 Championship. It's second for Fraser Fenwick, and holding on to the line, it is going to be an AB Motorsport 1, 2, 3 for Ali Bray's team. Great job by the squad. They'll be delighted with that. Fourth place, just in the end, went to Jack Brewer. He just held on from Sebastian Fischer. The rest of the motley crew from 6th downwards come past. It's Jason Greatrix who wins that battle from Oliver Graham 7th, Matt Pollard 8th, and then it's Oates and Foden, Craig next, and on the line, Callum Greatrix just stole 12th on the line from Owen Mills by 14 1,000ths of a second, and again a photo finish, and that was between Green and Dengate, 24,000ths of a second. That was over 15th place. Some brilliant last-minute finishes towards the line. All these cars that are grouped together. Oh, the 2 cars went off the road. I think one's Tim Dorr. The other one I think is Bryn Griffiths. I recognise the green and gold of Tim Dorr, and the other one is definitely the blue and gold car of Bryn Griffiths. So I think either they've had separate incidents just going off the road, or they've come together. But either way, both made it to the flag with the other cars around them. So cross the line they come. And the last car to come across is going to be Ollie Walden, because we lost sadly Oak Richardson, and Brad Jones retired after 2 laps, which is unfortunate, but either way, there we go. So there it is then, our last MX-5 race. I think the happiest man of all, from all of that, is definitely going to be this man. He will have waited for that there. You can see the smile behind his helmet. He's been waiting a long time for that this year. Finally a first win for Brian Trott. Second place for Fraser Fenwick. He'll be delighted to get it back on the podium. And a 3rd place for Ollie Allwood as well. I think the happiest man from that race is certainly going to be Ali Bray and his team. I think the squad are all going to be very, very happy with that. So let's head down to Lindsay. I'm sure it's going to be quite a celebration for the boys tonight. It's a win for Brian Trott at last, 2nd for Fraser Fenwick, and a 3rd for Ollie Allwood at AB Motorsport. 1, 2, 3 in the last MX-5 Championship race of the day. Brilliant stuff.
Right, before these guys get into it, I want a quick word with these two. Brian, you first. That was an unbelievable battle. He kept you very much on your toes.
Yeah, I mean, I got away at the front. I beat Jack off the line again, and this time he couldn't actually get back to me. So I put my head down, and then I saw they were squabbling behind, and I made a bit of a gap. But I know Fraser was quick all weekend. He's been a bit unlucky, to be fair, this weekend, and but he had the pace. And when I saw him coming through, I knew that he's probably going to be coming for me. So I just made sure I had everything in line. And waited for him to catch me, and then I defended like mad. I knew there wasn't long left, about 5 minutes when he got into my bumper, and then I just had to hold him off. But it's a great win. I was happy with that, happy with the whole weekend, to be fair. And yeah, another AB win, so that's great for them, and obviously Team Trott, I wouldn't be here without them as well, so it's all good.
Yeah, you guys have pulled a fabulous weekend off, and Fraser was only 0.1 of a second behind you. Were you getting a little bit nervous? Come on, you've got to tell us.
I've been racing a long time, so I've got a bit of racecraft. He was definitely quicker, but I was able to hold him off in the right places. And to be fair, Fraser didn't do anything dirty. He drove very clean, and it was a great battle to the end.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations on your win today.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Well, let's try and catch up with Fraser. Fraser, 0.1 of a second behind Mr. Trott. How do you feel?
A lot better. Hopefully this 2nd place stays, but we win as a team. There's a few moves I could have done on him, but they're the ones that you leave for your rivals, not teammates. But no, he drove really well, and he knows where to place his car.
So obviously in that race it was pushed very hard. How was it? Because obviously you didn't start there to begin with, but you made a hell of a comeback.
Yeah, even the 2nd race was hard, coming all the way from the back of the grid to get us here. You can't win a race being at the back of the grid, so I had to try as hard as I could in that race, and then I started 8th, and you just work your way through. I got myself there, and I'm really happy with the pace that we got this weekend.
Well, congratulations from us, and we hope to see you in the next round.
Hopefully, thank you.
Right, and if we can find Mr. Ollie Allwood. Ollie, can we grab a quick word with your good self? 3rd place. They made you work for it this weekend, my friend.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it's been a hard weekend. We don't really seem to have had it, to be perfectly honest. So 3rd place is probably as good as it gets, I think. I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, but you're a very technical driver, and we're at Cadwell next, so should we be expecting big things?
I always expect big things. I'm a racing driver. Yeah, let's hope so. We'll see. We've got a month to sort the engine out, so yeah, we'll come back stronger. Have a go.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, and we'll see you then. Right. Well, we're going to hand it back over to Scott in the box, and right in time for the SuperSport challenge.
Thank you, Lindsay. Yes, good to see that the AB Motorsport squad are delighted with that result. And of course, that is the MX-5 action done and dusted for today. As I said, if you enjoyed that and want to catch more, if you happen to be around the Lincolnshire area or nearby, you can get to it at the end of August. Then you can get tickets for trackside action, as well as also joining us on the live stream here for the next rounds of the Mazda MX-5 Championship, the MX-5 Clubman Championship, and the MX-5 SuperCup. They'll all be back in action at Cadwell Park in a few weeks' time. Right, we're just kind of playing it by ear a little bit, because we are, of course, getting set now for today's main event, which is the much anticipated all-new first ever race for the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup. 100 minutes of racing with mandatory pit stops, refueling, driver teams of up to 3 drivers per car as well, and a nice balanced multi-class structure as well, with some very exciting cars on the grid, which we'll take you through once we're ready to go. So what we'll do, whilst we're waiting for the racing to go, we'll go for a quick break whilst we get things underway, because we've got some of the Mazdas, of course, are taking place in that to get them sort of prepared. And then once we're all set to get underway, we'll be rejoining for our first ever Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race here at Snetterton. Stay tuned, this one should be a belter. So, welcome back everybody after that short break to the Brscc live race day here at Snetterton. And as you can see, the cars are starting to form up now for a very special moment in the Brscc's 2021 season, because we are now getting set now to make a little bit of history for the first ever Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race. So this is now a bit of a slight sister series to the Club Sport Trophy, a longer race format, and a chance to try out something a little bit different, of course, with some longer races, pit stops, refueling, multiple driver changes. It should be quite a fun spectacle for the next 100 minutes in this race. We've got the cars forming up, ready and raring to go. A nice variety of machines for this first race. We've got 20, I believe, in 20, maybe 21 cars on the grid. I've got to count them through, but I think we have, yes, about 20 cars for this race of all different shapes and sizes. And actually, if you look at the front of the grid, what a pair of machines we have. A wonderful looking Lotus Exige Euro Cup R and a Porsche Cayman to lead them off for this first race. You've also got some cars which, if you've been watching the Brscc Club Sport Trophy over the last few race meetings, you'll see some familiar cars, including the Nissan 370Z with David May and Mark Skeets at the wheel of that car as well. You've also got some of the Mazda MX-5s that have jumped in for this race too, and a couple of BMW Compact Cup stars too in there, including the car that starts third on the grid, which is the much more souped up compact with Ian Jones and I should know the drivers, Ian Jones and Martin Gadsby at the wheel. So then, here's the first ever grid then for the first ever Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race as the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XS Sport Brake Safety Car heads them off onto the grid. So on pole position for the first ever race, it will be David Trigg and Stuart Daburn in their Lotus Exige Euro Cup R. They will start on pole. Alongside them is the Porsche Cayman of Steve Hewson, who will drive solo. Then on the second row of the grid, it's the Pro A class BMW Compact, which is driven by Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones, two regulars in the BMW Compact Cup. Alongside them, their mates from the Compact Cup, David May and Mark Skeets, on the second row, Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones. Then on the third row, I might have to quickly go back a row for the because I was still going through row 3, I think. So row 3, there we go, thank you, is Ben Davis, who's been a regular racer in the Renault Clio Cup in recent times. He starts alongside Peter Tyler in their Renault Clio Cup car, and then Mike Nash alongside him in his Seat SuperCup on the third row. But it's the Honda Civic Type R FK2 of let's see, where are they? Stuart Emmett and Dan Ludlow. Alongside him is Matt Nossiter in his BMW E36 on the fourth row of the grid. Then we head through to the top 10, which is Ben Salmon, who shares that car with Nick Starkey and Matthew Maxted in their Pro B class BMW M3. Then it's Alec Livesley and Jeremy Crook alongside them to round off the top 10 in their 777 Honda Civic Type R EP3. Paul Scheer comes next on row 6 on the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV. Alongside him is the Mark III example of George Grant, who's been a busy boy today with 3 Super Cup races and now the first ever Super Sport Endurance race today. Scott Ferguson, who's been a regular Club Sport racer in his Mazda MX-5 Mark I with the Supercharger. Alongside him, another Super Cup driver, Xavier Brook in car 701 in his Mark III. There's Ivor Mayers in his MX-5 Mark III, and the first of the BMW Compact Cup cars, the Jim Barrett and Matthew Parks car number 15 that starts in 16th on the grid. And the last few cars at the back of the grid here on rows 9 and 10, we have the Mazda MX-5, which is Matthew Fletcher, who's taken 2 wins today in the MX-5 Clubman Championship. He shares that car with Michael Lillywhite. He shares with Wayne Flint, who is starts alongside Wayne Flint, who shares his car with Gordon McMillan in their BMW Compact. And towards the back of the grid, it's Simon Woods and Joshua Jackson making a return into a Mazda MX-5 Mark IV. And then it's the Lukes, Neil and Charlie Luke, making their racing debut in a Mazda MX-5 Mark III to round out the 20-car grid for the first ever Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup. So the cars are already off on their formation. That, of course, they will form up side by side on the rolling lap. It will be a rolling start. So, of course, they will get the signal once the red lights go out on the pit gantry. They will be underway for 100 minutes. Just to clarify, it is 2 mandatory pit stops. And, of course, pit stops. Refueling is also allowed. There is 2 pit windows to have to go through. And, of course, making a pit stop through that is important to do so. 5 classes on track. So you've got Pro A and Pro B for the faster cars. And then you've got Clubman A, Clubman B, and Clubman C. The first pit window, I believe, is 20 minutes in. And I believe the second pit window, I believe it ends with 20 minutes to go. So in between those sort of periods, you've got that period of time for the guys to jump in and make their pit stops. But we'll have a notification on the screen once they come through on the timing screen once those races are underway. So, cars forming up on the grid. Welcome to something a little bit different and a little bit new for the Brscc. It's the first ever sort of long distance race that we've had for a while that's more Clubman level. Some great machinery, including those 2 superb sports cars at the front of the field. The Lotus Exige Euro Cup R, David Trigg and Stuart Dabburn, alongside the solo driving Steve Hewson in his Porsche Cayman. They're all getting set for the start of the race. The Run Your Fleet Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car will pull into pit lane. The revs will rise, and we're getting set then to make history for the first ever Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race. The revs are going to rise. Speed is building. Watch for the red lights at the top of the gantry. It is Lotus and Porsche on the front row of the grid. BMW and Nissan on the second row. The lights go out any second now, and we're racing in the SuperSport Endurance Cup for the first time. Charging down towards Ritchie's for the first time, and immediately into the lead goes David Trigg in the Lotus Euro Cup, but diving up the inside for second place goes the BMW, and that of course was with Martin Gansby and Ian Jones in the second place as they turn their way into Ritchie's for the first time. Everyone's got through safely so far. It's good to see as they head up towards Wilson's hairpin. Big dive up the inside already from Steve Hewson in the Porsche Cayman. He's through into the lead. To second place, they're scrapping side by side. There's also a battle there with the Crook and Livesley Civic. And that's going into combat with the trio of drivers that are battling in that BMW M3, the Gas Shock sponsored car. That's Ben Salmon, Nick Starkey and Matthew Maxted. So it's now Steve Hewson then in the Porsche, well, he's in Club A apparently, the Club A class Porsche. He leads the way then from the Pro A class Lotus XG Euro Cup R machine. And then in third place, as we saw, the very rapid I think it's an M3 engine BMW compact with Martin Gansby and Ian Jones at the wheel. They're the top three at the moment. The Skeets and May Nissan 370Z is fourth. In fifth position now is the Renault Clio. That's the car also in Club A. That's the Ben Davis and Peter Tyler number 2 car. There it is in fifth position, just behind the Nissan 370Z. And so the field will start to get a little bit spread out in this race, as it usually does so in an endurance race, but they're all turning their way through. Ben Noster's BMW is 6th, Mike Nash is 7th, under threat from the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV, and then we've got the other Pro A class car, which is Stuart Emmett and Dan Ludlow in their beautiful looking FK2 Honda Civic Type R with that huge wing on the back. He was battling away with the Salmon, Starkey and Maxted BMW. Through come the leaders for the first time on this SuperSport Endurance Cup start. A nice clean first lap so far from everyone involved. Great to get a new series underway here, and great to have all the drivers here supporting us, so thank you to all of them for entering for this first race and getting it off the ground. And there's been a lot of interest for the 2022 season, and so this will be a great first chance for the drivers who are looking for next season to check it out and see what it's all about. So, end of the first lap, and the official leader of the first ever racing lap in the SuperSport Endurance Cup is going to be Steve Hewson in that Porsche Cayman. Down the pit straight, Porsche leads, Lotus second, BMW third, Nissan fourth, and then it's the Renault Clio to round up the top 5. Ben Noster is 6th, Mike Nash is 7th, Porsche is 8th, the Emmett and Ludlow Civic is 9th, and then it's the trio of drivers in the MF3, the Salmon, Starkey and Maxted BMW M3 that rounds out the top 10. So out through Ritchie's then for the second time. And now down into the Wilson hairpin. So we're seeing now Mike Nash, who's been out a couple of times this season with the Brscc in the Track Attack Race Club contest. So it's good to see him racing in a slightly longer race there. Oh, that was the Emmett and Ludlow car stumbling a bit for gears a second there. It was under threat, not just for trying to get being passed by the Gas Shock sponsored BMW, but also we had the older EP3 model Civic of Alec Livesley and Jeremy Crook trying to get past as well. So that was a bit of a missed gear there for the Emmett and Ludlow car, but hopefully they'll be able to carry on with the pace. Good battle here as Mike Nash looks up the inside to steal a place away from Ben Noster's BMW 3 Series. Through goes the SuperCup, a little wide over the curves there when they're all fishtailing there was the Porsche Mazda MX-5 Mark IV. That car runs as part of the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV trophy, which regularly runs in the Brscc Club Sport Trophy race, usually in the hands of former Rallycross and Formula Ford Festival champion Chrissy Palmer, who usually, remember Croft had a bit of an excursion that on the first lap when tried to get past one of the leading cars and found himself spinning off onto the wet infield grass because had quite the adventure. Here comes the leaders into Brundle and Nelson for the second time. So really starting to settle down a little bit here. We've got this front three that are in a bit of a healthy battle here. 4th and 5th come through. Mike Nash will certainly put himself into contention in 6th position. There goes Notter to 7th. 8th now for Porsche. 9th for the Salmon, Starkey and Maxted BMW. And there's the Livesley and Crook Honda Civic with the FK2 example behind. That's the Emmett and Ludlow car. Here's 2 MX-5s as well. This is the Mark 1 supercharged car of Scott Ferguson in combat with George Grant, who's having a bit of fun here in the Mark 3. Again, quite a busy day today with 3 MX-5 Super Cup races. Then we've had this SuperSport Endurance Cup race as well. As the battle continues on for these guys. So lap time-wise, we can look at it. It's pretty evenly matched lap time-wise between Steve Hewson's Porsche Cayman and the Trigg and Dabben Load 6 Euro Cup R. About 0.3 of a second difference in pace between them. Let's cross the line they go. Some brilliant sounding cars in this event. Wonderful to see so much variety with the mix, pushing towards the front of the field. Battle there, well, that was between the Flint and Macmillan BMW Compact, and he's scrapping away with the Club B class car of Xavier Brook in their Mark III. Rest of the field behind those cars we mentioned. 16th place is the Barrett and Parks Compact. 17th place is the Ivan Mayer's Mazda MX-5 Mark III. The Woods and Jackson Mark IV MX-5 is up to 18th place. No, it's down one place from where it was because Ivan Mayer's has got through. And then the last two cars that are still heading around is the Fletcher and Lily White's Mazda MX-5 Mark I. And then the Mark III MX-5 at the back of the field with Neil and Charlie Luke. Rounds out the 20 runners. So 20 started, all 20 still running, which is good to see. On to lap 3 of this 100-minute race. So as a reminder, of course, we've got the 2 pit stops. And so that especially accommodates the fact that we can have 3 driver combos. It means it's a stint for one each of the 3 drivers. That will certainly happen with the BMW. Now I'm noting that I think actually it might just be 2 drivers in that BMW because I can see on TSL it says Ben Salmon and Nick Starkey, but Matthew Maxted's name's not there. So whether that's just they've run out of room to put it on there, or quite simply Matthew Maxted was not able to come for this race, so it will just be Salmon and Starkey sharing that BMW M3 that's currently sat in 9th place and 4th in the Pro B class. So watch out for that one. So we should, whilst we're watching this, as we see the 2 Honda Civics go into battle with each other down towards Brundle and Nelson. Here's another battle just ahead. This is Paul Sheard of the Mark IV MX-5 battling away with the Salmon and Starkey Gaz Shocks back BMW, and that car I think has been as far afield as the Nürburgring 24 Hours, that BMW M3. It's been quite around for quite a while, doing some other endurance-based championships throughout the UK. But it's nice to see it on board and for our first ever SuperSport Endurance Cup race. Great to have it in the pack. And a bit of a nice, neat battle going on here. It's quite nice to see, in fact, actually, even in the early stages, some battles going on here between some of the cars. Not necessarily in the same class, but still a nice evenly matched. Because you can have one car that might be in a lower class, but depending on the skill of the driver, can drive it almost beyond its class, so to speak, in terms of keeping up with some of the faster cars out there. And the grunt of that BMW M3 sees it charge past Paul Sheard, but Sheardy, of course, is a quite experienced driver in the pack. He's been obviously running Mazda MX-5s for ages. He's also got history of racing in the of being part of the Euro car paddock as well in many cases before. So up through the hairpin they go. That was a change for position. That would have been for 8th position overall. So that was Salmon and Starkey up to 8th and Paul Sheard down to 9th position. So good to see for them. Next target for the Salmon and Starkey car is the other E36 3 Series in the pack. That is the regular E36 of Matt Nossiter. And Matt's also quite a regular in terms of racing around the country as well with that car, amongst other things. So it's nice to see a variety of different drivers, some that we don't normally see sometimes on a Brscc weekend, jumping in for this first race and experiencing what it's all about. It's nice to have them. So for those who might watch this back, thank you for jumping in and being part of this first ever SuperSport Endurance Cup race. It's great to get it off the ground, and of course the prospect for next year, as we said, is to run as many as 5 races next year. And we know that the interest has been quite broad from teams that run GT4 and TCR cars and other club-based endurance championships, all the way down to cars that you would regularly find in not just Brscc championships across the board, but also those that you would regularly see in stuff like the Club Sport trophies. It's good to see that the interest from Club Sport is then translating over to SuperSport. We're anticipating some quite healthy and well-populated grids for next year, given the interest. These 2 Hondas are having a good battle here. This is the EP3 car, of course, with Crook and Livesley at the wheel. I think it might be Alec at the wheel for this one, with Jeremy Crook to take over. Of course, they're battling away with the current generation FK2 Civic Type R with that nice little wrap-around rear wing. That car is currently at the moment, as we say, that's battling over 10th and 11th place at this point in time. So Paul Sheard hasn't quite let the Salmon and Starkey BMW get away here. This is good to see a nice little battle here. It's not just cars fully spreading out here. We've got some duels forming here, which is quite nice to see. So Paul Sheard in the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV, which runs a sequential gearbox, we should point out. It's been quite well developed over the last 18 months, this car, and runs quite regularly in Club Sport as well as other club events around the country. But Paul Sheard does like to bring it out and give it its proper mileage. So into the hairpin goes the Sam and Starkey BMW. Just looking at some other battles that might be quite close on the track. The other one was the two Honda Civics. I did hear. This is interesting. Now then, just might want to check in with our leaders, because I look at our timing screen, and the top two cars, the Porsche and the Lotus, are actually about less than 0.2 of a second apart, and the David Trigg and Dabin car has set the fastest lap of the race. So I suspect the fact that Adam Weller, yes, he was getting excited for a reason. I heard him on the circuit commentary, because there has been a change for the overall lead then between the Trigg and Dabin Lotus 6E Euro Cup R, which now takes the lead, and the Steve Hewson Porsche Cayman now down to second place. So we might have a bit of a battle for the lead here between arguably the two fastest cars on the track. So, and quite mega cars they are. It's just quite a striking car, this Lotus 6G Euro Cup R. It's brilliant to see David Trigg out of this machine, as it is with Steve Hewson in this Intelligent Money Racing backed car. Of course, Intelligent Money, who also sponsor the British GT Championship. So Steve Hewson, of course, he's still getting to grips with this car a little bit, but certainly using it for a bit of a nice run out to put it in the championship. It's nice to have these two really striking sports cars in the field as well. It breaks it up. It just shows the kind of car which can and is allowed in the championship. Of course, we would have the Super Pro category, which can accommodate cars up to 350 brake horsepower per tonne, which can fit in things like TCR cars and even GT4 cars that will have to run on a list 1A, 1B or 1C tyre. There's no slicks allowed in this series. And also as well, things like big BMW M3s that seem to populate club racing as well. Those are all welcome, provided they fit the 350 brake horsepower per tonne power to weight ratio limit. Turning in, top two nicely nose to tail here. I'll get a proper little GT battle between the Lotus and the Porsche. Just checking in on other leaders. So these are the two kind of leaders of the two Pro categories. It's Pro A for the Lotus 6E Euro Cup R, and I should correct myself. I think there's been a correction on the since the entry list in the programme was published. The Steve Hewson Porsche is in Pro B, so it is in one of the Pro classes. So both leading their classes respectively, but also enjoying the battles amongst each other. They're coming up to put a lap on the Neils, so on the Lukes, I should say. Neil and Charlie in their number 127 car. They're currently sat in 4th in Club C. The class leaders at this early stage after 12 minutes of racing. So we've got the top two overall are the top two cars in SuperSport Endurance Cup, which is the Pro A leading and overall leading Trigg and Dabin Lotus Exige Euro Cup R. And this car, the Pro B leading class leading Porsche Cayman of Steve Hewson. It's a club. For 5th place overall and leading Club B is the Ben Davis and Peter Tyler Renault Clio Cup car. In Club, I was hoping to see if we had a Club A car, but that might have been changed with some of the power to weight ratio stuff that's been amended, because we've actually got, I think, 4 classes in fact, because there's no Club A car, but there is Club C, and that's been led by Wayne Flint and Gordon McMillan in their BMW Compact Cup car. So that's down in 15th overall, but leading class Club C. So good to see we've got our class leaders all around. The Pro. So the Club B leader is currently sat in 5th overall at the moment. That's the Renault Clio Cup car. So at the moment it is Lotus from Porsche, from BMW, from Nissan, from Renault, from Seat. So a nice little mix of manufacturers in the top 6 at the moment. And a bit of a nice little, again, this duel forming here now between the two of them. The Trigg and Dabin Lotus and the Hewson Porsche. Here comes Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones in their M3 engines. BMW Compact, that sounds pretty nice. As there's also this V6 370Z. Here comes the Renault Clio Cup car, which has been chased down by the Mike Nash Seat SuperCup in 5th and 6th position. So what will make it interesting is once the pit stop start in earnest, where the strategy is in terms of when do you choose to pit, when do you look to make your pit stops, where are you in relation to the cars around you. That's one to keep an eye on. Got a battle going on here now. This is between the MX-5 SuperCup car of Xavier Brook, and also being kept honest here now by the Wayne Flint Gordon McMillan Class C leading. So it's a Club C leading BMW Compact. So I suspect it's Wayne at the wheel, so he'll hand over to Gordon a little bit later on when the first pit stops get underway. So into Murray's they go, and this has got quite a nice comparison actually between these. So you get to see the comparison between an MX-5 Super Cup car and a BMW Compact Cup car. You do also see it in the Club Sport Trophy as well, but it's good to see these cars that can do these series. A chance to kind of compare and see, well, how does an MX-5 Super Cup car stack up? A well-driven one compared to a well-driven BMW compact, you'd be surprised in some cases how even it can be. So around the outside there, going into the right hander at Ritchie's turn 1, went through, just saw bottom of the shot there, the Mike Nash Seat. Also saw Ledge going past the pits. I just saw as well in the background out my commentary box window. It was the Woods and Jackson Mark IV. It's their own Mark IV example, and they're battling with the Mark I of Matt Fletcher and Michael Lillywhite. So that car currently at the moment, that car currently third in Club C is the Mazda MX-5 Mark I. The second place car in Club C is another compact, and that's the car of Jim Barrett and Matthew Parks. Good to have Matthew back on a Brscc race weekend. Of course, it's been a couple of years since he's raced with us, particularly in the Compact Cup, and that car now is in the hands of Jim Barrett in the season. So he's teamed up with the man who drives his ex-Compact Cup car to drive a different machine altogether. So they're another compact, but it's a different one to the one that Jim drives in the season. So the gap, the lap times now between, now that the Trigg and Dabber Lotus has got through, the Houston Porsches is kind of keeping up with it in terms of pace. The gap is 1.4 seconds, so there's a bit of a stalemate forming, but these two look very evenly matched. There might be in two different classes, Pro A and Pro B, but they're very evenly matched in terms of pace. That looks like quite promising for what could be quite a nice battle, not just to win their classes, because they're quite far ahead of those who are in their classes, but also to go for the overall victory between them. So keep an eye out for those towards the front of the field. This is quite a nice battle that's also continuing on. So bear in mind, of course, like I said, that the Mazda MX-5 here is setting Club B, because these cars are all set by what they call a true power to weight ratio, same as the Club Sport Trophy. What does a true power to weight ratio mean? What it means is that rather than simply anyone just when the cars are dynoed to figure out their horsepower, rather than just anyone jumping in, whoever would normally conduct the power test, what happens is that the driver the power test is done by the driver, but it's done with their full race kit and all the consumable fluids they have in there, like oil, coolant, water, everything else that needs to be in there. And so what it means is that when the driver's also in the car in full race kit, so they're in helmet and overalls, gloves, boots, and fireproof underwear, the lot. What it means then is that the car, then when it's power tested, it gives you a true power to weight ratio, as in the power to weight ratio of the car as it would be on track when it's racing, and therefore it means then that they have to, when placing it into a class, it's placed as accurately as possible. So it means that rather than, because depending on a driver's weight or how it can change on track or anything else in terms of whatever fluids you've got in the car, that's consumables like oil or coolant or water or anything else, it could change. So what you might find is being the power to weight ratio off track could be different on track based on those factors. So it's done to make it as accurate as possible. That means that when you are racing, you are put in the class that represents exactly what the power to weight ratio your car makes, and therefore you're up against the right opposition in your respective class. It's quite a nice, quite a clever system to make it happen, and as I say, it works really well in the Club Sport Trophy, so they've applied it to their kind of longer sister series, the SuperSport Endurance Cup, and it's worked a treat in many cases to put the cars in the right classes. So what you might get is some cars that will declare themselves as being in one class before the beginning of the weekend, get power tested, and then they might find themselves they're actually in a different class. They might be moved up if they're a bit quicker, they might be moved down if they're a bit slower, or if they find themselves just right and they're in the right class, then happy days, nothing to change. So this is interesting. This little battle's going back and forth here between the Mike Nash set Super Copper and the Davis and Tyler Renault Clio Cup car. Ben Davis, of course, him and his brother Toby have been quite regular racers all over club racing. Of course, Ben's been doing a little bit of Clio Cup racing. Toby Davis was, if I'm correct, he was a former Team Hard scholarship winner who did some running in the VW Racing Cup and actually even won a race at one point in one time. I remember that as well. That was quite a way. They've also come through the ranks of racing in karts as well, in super karts, and also they're quite prominent sim races as well in the past. Particularly Toby and Ben have been quite good. Particularly Toby, he's quite handy in a touring car in the sim world. So good to see the Davis brothers still racing. Good to see Ben back on track as well, sharing with Peter Tyler. And these guys, of course, in that Renault Clio Cup car. Good to see that car back out in contention, and good to see Ben back out on track. So making the most of their first appearance in the SuperSport Endurance Cup. And as I say, they currently lead their class in Club B. Second in class is the Matt Noster BMW. Third in class is Paul Sheard in his Mazda MX-5 Mark IV. Fourth in class is the Crook and Livesley Honda Civic Type R EP3, and the fifth in Club B is George Grant in the Mazda MX-5 Mark III, his Super Cup car that he regularly drives in the championship. There's Mike Nash, who He's also quite a regular in club racing wherever he goes. You can see there's some stuff in Classic Sports Car Club. He's done some stuff in the Track Attack Race Club. He was out at Alton Park a few weeks ago. And nice to have a car such as the Seat SuperCup on the track too. Nice to have so many different machines out there rather than some of the more kind of regular machines that you might see. Good to have one of these kind of cup cars from the Seat days on track with us. So, of course, he's running solo this entire 100-minute race, and you can do that for many cases, but, of course, usually with these endurance races, it's nice to share the driving and to share the work a little bit. So, of course, that's why we permit up to 3 drivers, because there are 2 mandatory pit stops. Now, I think that's the pit open board that's got, yes, his pit window is now open. So, after that would have been 20 minutes. So, the first pit window is now open, which means that any time within this pit window, drivers can pit. Now, I believe it's a minimum pit stop of 2 minutes. So from pit in to pit out. So I believe, like the Club Sport, there are also penalties for those who complete pit stops that are less than 2 minutes, and the penalty is the length of the penalty is the time that you were short by. So for example, if you have a 2-minute pit stop limit and your pit stop from pit in to pit out is 1 minute 55, your penalty will be a 5-second, I think, stop and go penalty, because of the fact that your pit stop was 5 seconds too short, and so on and so forth. So the first pit window is now open for drivers to come in whenever they wish, so they can hand over to their second driver. Of course, had Matthew Maxted been here, we would have had the trio of Ben Salmon, Nick Starkey and Matthew Maxted in that number 83 Pro B class BMW M3, but only the 2 of them are just there. Here's our overall lead battle, our 2 Pro class leaders, Pro A and Pro B. Still the Lotus ahead of the Porsche, putting a lap on the, that's the number 15 car, that's the Barrett and Parks BMW Compact. As the Crows watch on in the midfield. I'm sure they're enjoying this SuperSport endurance race as much as we are so far. Out of Murray's goes the Lotus. And up through the gears once again goes the Exige. The Trigg and Dabburn car continuing on. No one pitting just yet, but of course the window is open. And some of these drivers have only just seen the pit board the first time they've gone past, so whether they choose to pit early or pit towards the end of it, we'll wait and see. And of course, for this first race in SuperSport Endurance, it's all a new process for everyone involved. It's a new series, so of course everyone's learning as they go, and of course anything which happens here, of course, will be lessons for next year in terms of tweaking the format, tweaking some of the regulations to get it a little bit better. So again, I'm sure they'll get feedback from some of the competitors as well about what they liked about it, what they might tweak and amend a little bit to make it a bit more competitive and a bit more enjoyable, and more than it already is. I'm sure that by next year's season opener, the SuperSport Endurance Cup will have along with a very healthy entry, we'll have some quick good. Right, here's our first pit caller. This is the Davis and Tyler Renault Clio. Out jumps Ben Davis, so recognising the helmet. So he will jump out. Now I think they are also refuelling as well. So I think the plan is, as in usually with endurance racing, no work is done to the car, or the driver can't change in until the refuelling is done. So refuelling will be done first of all. Bit of conversation with his team. And there is the main Skeets. Nissan 370Z. They've been regulars in the Club Sport Trophy this year. Of course, David May and Mark Skeets before then were regular drivers in the BMW Compact Cup, but they've teamed up together. They did do Club Sport Trophy last year, one round in a couple of rounds in a BMW 330, an E46 model, but they decided then to switch to something a bit different, and they've gone for this striking Nissan 370Z with this thumping V6 engine on the front of it. It's a great machine. This battle we've got going on here between George Grant and Scott Ferguson. George Grant was about a second quicker on that lap, so Ferguson's holding on for the time being. Still the pit window continues to be open. The only pit call, as we said, just yet is the Davis and Tyler Honda Civic. Next pit caller's in, and that looks to be, I think that's the Flint and Millen BMW, I think. Either that or it's the Civic, one of the two. In it comes, and that is, yes it is, Flint and Millen are in. So here comes our second pit caller. So if it is Wayne Flint, he will hand over to Gordon McMillan for their stint. So we'll head over and check out that pit stop. So out jumps, we presume, is Wayne Flint. So Gordon, so we say if they're going to refuel, if they are going to refuel. So again, no other driver can touch no one else can touch the car apart from those refueling. And once that's completed, the driver can then jump in and take over on the second stint. Really had a series that includes refuelling at the Brscc outside the British GT Championship, of course. But there's I think that's Gordon. So refueling continues on that car. We're still looking at the Renault Clio, of course, of Ben Davis and Peter Tyler, so that pit stop is almost about finished. And that will be pushed backwards, of course. They put in a 45-degree angle, essentially to ensure safety. And so out goes Peter Tyler then. First SuperSport pit stop is complete, and out goes the current Renault Clio as the refueling continues on the Wayne Flint and Gordon McMillan BMW Compact. So again, still the top two fairly locked in. I mean, if you look at the leaders, it's now last lap for Steve Hewson Porsche was 4/10 quicker than the Trigg and Dabben Lotus Exige, as Peter Tyler makes his way back onto the circuit and makes his first run in the SuperSport Endurance Cup race. Now he's handed over from Ben Davis. So I want to keep tabs on that lead battle because it's 1.5 seconds now. Now this battle's not done either because the Crook and Livesley EP3 Honda Civic is still being chased down by the Emmett and Ludlow FK2 Honda Civic, and so this is quite a nice battle between two cars which are in fairly different classes. It's Club B for the Crook and Livesley Honda, and it's Pro A for the Emmett and Ludlow car. I suspect that car might go a bit quicker next time. As we're watching the pit stop, the lead battle has changed now, so it's now gone to 3.3 seconds now between the Lotus and the Porsche. It's the last lap time by, I suspect, possibly due to traffic. Trigg did a 2 minutes 9.6 compared to a 2:11.3 for the Porsche, so that's something to watch out for. Into the pit lane, I think that looks like the Gadsby and Ian Jones BMW into pit lanes. That's the Pro A class car, second in class. Here it is, and it's wonderful kind of old school BMW Schnitzer style livery. So again, this will be refueling too. I think that must have been Ian Jones that was behind the wheel of that car. So it'll be Martin Gadsby who will come in. Just in the background, you can see there is the Flint and McMillan car heading back out. And so I think it's Wayne Flint who has. I think Wayne Flint has got out, and Gordon McMillan I think has got in. So there goes the refueling. Of course, they've got the fire extinguisher on hand to make sure that the if there happens to be a spill or any kind, that they can get straight on it and kind of neutralise any potential for it to cause a problem, shall we say. There goes the 55 car, so that's the Wayne Flint BMW. Again, it's a car that he's regularly raced in the Compact Cup quite a lot. So he's now back out there, and I believe it should be Gordon McMillan at the wheel. There's Mike Nash in the Seat SuperCup looking to make a move on Jim Barrett, and Matthew Park's car. Just behind there, I think that was Simon Woods, I think, in the his Mark IV, and he sharing that car with Josh Jackson, who was quite a prominent racer in the what was then the Mazda MX-5. First of all, the MX-5 Mark I Championship, and then on top of that, the MX-5 Super Series that we talked about earlier on. And he was, I think, essentially, if that had been scoring points, essentially you could have essentially called him a champion because he was essentially the most winningest driver in that series. I know there's some people who don't like the word winningest, but the most successful driver in that series, shall we say. And I think he had a great battle that year with Jake Bailey, particularly in 2018. In the pit lane comes George Grant. He's driving solo in this race, so he'll be in for the first of his 2 pit stops, and I suspect he will drive out. He will jump out first of all, and allow the team to work on the car to refuel it. So the man behind Clapham North, and also the owner of Downforce Radio as well, who's working hard to get that off the ground with Jake Sanson and co. And there's one MX-5 pit, so there's another. This is the number 17 Xavier Brook car pit lane, but it's complete with its Silkaline inspired colours, of course black, gold and red. So George Grant stays in the car for his pit stop. I don't think they're refueling for this first pit stop, but the fuel tank might well do that. There's a shot at the tyres, see how they're looking. In good condition it seems. And there's George just having a chat, having a bit of a chinwag with the Rob Boston guys. Thumbs up to the camera. Maxime was conversing there with our cameraman, so as he has a chat, we'll look back to our overall race leaders, who have now extended their gap out to 5.1 seconds here in this race so far. We're coming up to half an hour complete in this 100-minute race. Of course, pit window's still open, so we've still got quite a few cars. No one outside the current top 13 have made a pit stop just yet. The highest placed car that we've had that has made a pit stop so far is the Gadsby and Jones car, which is the BMW Compact with the M3 engine in Pro A. This wonderful sounding, beautiful V6 engined car. Just the official there just saying, just stay back a little bit, just keep within the regulations. There's Xavier, who's jumped out after refueling takes place. Of course, he was last year's club class champion in the MX-5 Super Cup. He's moved up to Pro this year. There's George Grant, who's also jumped out as well for a bit of a break. Hopefully it's just a break. Hopefully he's not out of the race, so he continues on. There's that wonderful looking Lotus Exige. It's great to have this car on the grid. Makes quite a sound. Listen to that. That thumping Toyota V6. This sounds pretty good as well. This Porsche. Let's have a listen. So we're going to have a chat quickly to George Grant, who I think is with Lindsay in the pit lane. Or this with Mark in the pit lane. So let's have a quick chat to him and see how he's feeling in that race and whether or not he's in trouble, hopefully.
And as you say, you know, in actually race 2, there was a bit of a smell, but race 3 was just obviously quite putrid, and we just didn't have enough time to change the to change the diff, which is a bit of a shame. But you know, Celevi, you know, onwards and upwards.
It's been a good day. SuperSport got a good little ball. That's something you might dip your toe in later in the 2022 season.
Oh, I definitely think so. Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, it's fantastic, and you know, it's brilliant that what the Brscc have done, and just thanks to Clubman North and of course Downforce Radio.
Well done, George. Very well done indeed. There we go. There's George Grant.
So, unfortunately, it seems as though that George Grant with some issues which I think were manifesting from that second race he was talking about in the Super Cup. I think possibly means that he may well be, I'm afraid, out of the race. It's a real shame, but that's forwards. So the race continues on then. Pit window's still open for those that want to make their stop. Let's have a look and see if we've got any more. So we've still got, of course, George Grant's in the pit lane. We've also got in the pit lane as well, a car we've had in pit lane for a while, unfortunately, which is the Ben Salmon and Nick Starkey BMW. That was running for 5 laps. Now it's been in the pit lane for a while, sadly. So, unfortunately, looks as though that car's in trouble as well. So there goes the Gadsby and Ian Jones car. I think it's Martin Gadsby at the wheel now. Here's our overall race leader. This is the Trig and Dabben Lotus, and he is continuing on. Get the most out of his first stint. Out of the pit lane goes the Xavier Brook Mazda MX-5 as he returns to the track after his first pit stop. And just as he returns onto the track, he does so just as the Lotus sweeps past. And it's continuing to the lead, sweeps past to put a lap on him as well. So the race continues on, and this will still be, I'm sure, hopefully an entertaining spectacle next year. We have a few more cars on the grid. As I said, there is a lot of genuine interest for next year. It just seems to be some cases just logistics or commitments to other championships that have been racing at Snetterton or even elsewhere this weekend. That those who possibly would have been able to race were otherwise unable to. But still, a 20-car entry for the first race is a nice, strong entry to begin with. And of course, it's set to go even higher, much higher than that once we get 2022 underway. So if you want to find out more about the series and what it has to offer, you can head to the website, of course, bracc.co.uk, head to the Formula section, and then click the button that says Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup. As we see, the Lotus turns in and continue on. So Trig and Dabben continue their way through. Let's start back straight. So the 9-second gap now that Trig and Dabben has over the Houston Porsche. In the pit lane, I can see has gone the Barrett and Parks BMW. That's its first pit stop. There it is. As well. Mark Roll helping set in the pit lane interviews for this one. chat to some of the drivers that are jumping out of the cars throughout the pit stops. So I think that's Jim Barrett's jumped. I think Matthew Parks has jumped out, and Jim Barrett will jump in for this one. So Matthew Parks has been driving for that first stint. There goes the, I believe it's Martin Gadsby at the wheel of that BMW now. I'm sure, I think Ian Johnson started that, given the pace he was setting already. There goes our race leader, the 36 Euro Cup R of David Trigg and Stuart Dabben. Here's a Nissan. That I think is Mark Skeets. I think it's Mark Skeets at the wheel. Recognise the open face helmet, so I think it's Mark Skeets, and of course David May will pick that up when he comes in. So I remember on one of the previous races that it was said when this car was racing Club Sport, you can tell which one is which, because if the car's sideways and kind of all arms and elbows, the driver's all arms and elbows in the cockpit, it's David May at the wheel. So it looks though whilst it's looking rather neat and tidy, you'd suspect, of course, that it's Mark Skeets, the Irishman. He continues down the pit straight, puts another lap into the books, and we're coming out now to an hour to go in this race. So we've already had almost 40 minutes going in this race so far. So incredible, time flies when you're having fun. And as we head down into the hairpin, that car currently sitting third overall, and it's 34 seconds off the class lead in Pro B. So it continues on. Thank you to those who are watching this first race as well. We've still got a few on the live stream who are watching while tuning in, so thanks for the support. We've still got a way to go, still about an hour or so until this race is up. And of course, it's a window which I think it's a long window which opens with 20 minutes run and closes with 20 minutes to go. So, so that window continues to be open for those who want to make their pit stops within that 2 pit stops within that window. You have to have made, I think, the 2 pit stops between them. So the race continues on. So as the Nissan comes through, of course, for those who are Club Sport Trophy fans, there's a little bit to wait for them, because their next race isn't until September at Donington Park, and then they're back here at Snetterton just a couple of weeks later in October as well. So a couple of races for them to go on, but between a couple of the drivers who we might have seen before, including this car in the Club Sport Trophy, just giving the SuperSport Trophy a bit of a go as well. SuperSport Endurance Cup. There goes the Barrett and Parks BMW. I think it would have been Jim Barrett in the car now. Matthew Parks has been in it and handed over to Jim. So as he heads out, there goes the Xavier Brook Mazda MX-5. And BMW heads back out on track, and they'll continue on with their race. That car, the Barretts, have finished their pit stop, and they're currently about 3rd in Club C, behind the Flint & Macmillan compact, and then Club C still being led by now led by the Fletcher and Lillywhite MX-5, but that's still yet to make its pit stop. So gotta wait for that one. So the 2 of the original 5 front-running cars have made their pit stops. We've had the Tyler and Davis Clio, and also the M3 engined compact with Gadsby and Jones at the wheel. This is the Lukes. This is Neil and Charlie Luke, who are making their racing debut with us, and their first appearance, and also their first pit stop as well. So in goes the fuel, the fuel, as the drivers have a bit of a conversation between them. That was the experience, he says. I think it's their first race they've ever done, so they're doing pretty well for a long distance race. And so I think we've got one Luke brother has jumped out, the other one will let jump in. That's a Paul Shear prepared car, so the refueling goes on. Again, mind you the rule, whilst refueling is going on, no one else is allowed to touch the car. So we have almost an hour's left to go. Left is see Mark Rowell, they're having just a brief conversation off microphone. In the pit lane comes that's the Fletcher and Lillywhite car. So that was the car that was running in the Club C lead. But that car has now pitted in for its pit stop, so that should then give the lead, I think, back to the Flint & Macmillan BMW, because of course this car's going to make its pit stop. So it looks like, I think, out of the car has gone Matt Fletcher. And he will now hand it over to Michael Lillywhite, who will take over for his pit stop. Remember, of course, it is a mandatory 2-minute pit stop from pit in to pit out. Thumbs up from Matt, who has had quite a good day today, hasn't he? He's had 2 wins in the MX-5 Clubman Championship, and of course now he's up there in the mix. There's the timer going on the pit stop to make sure that all is well.
Pace come down for car number 78. So the Seat on
So just a bit of a pace has gone up a little bit for the... right, this is interesting. You might have to pretty cut to our on-track action because it's getting pretty close now for 3rd and 4th overall and 2nd and 3rd in Pro B, because the Mike Nash Seat SuperCup, when they crossed the line, was 58,000 of a second behind the Brscc Nissan 370Z. There's still the Lukes in their Mazda MX-5, but if we can get our 3rd place battle on screen, overall, and it'll be 2nd place in class, we'll certainly want to take a look at that. So that'll be an interesting thing to watch out for. Right, there's... Ooh, that's Steve Hewson putting a lap on the Flint and Macmillan BMW. That was almost contact, but the Steve Hewson car just went, right, out of the way, I'm coming through. So now, speaking of going through, Mike Nash has got past the Brscc Nissan 370Z. So he's now up into what's now currently 3rd place overall. But remember, there's quite a few cars that haven't made their pit stops yet. So still making their way around in this pit window. So there's Scott Ferguson's Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. That currently is at the moment 4th in Club B, and it's 9th overall. So 4th in class, 9th overall. There's the Nissan 370Z as it makes its way onto the back straight. And Mike Nash, after taking it steady for a little while, seems to have woken up in this part of the stint, because he's now been charging his way along. He set a personal best last time by, which was 2 minutes. Who set a personal best? Well, the best time for Nash is a 2 minutes 10.746. I think when he went past next time, that car was also pretty good. Here's another pit stop. This is the Jeremy Crook and Alec Livesley entered Honda Civic, which you've seen a couple of times in Club Sport Trophy. It's in Clubman B, as you can see. And that car was having, for a while, quite a nice back-and-forth battle with the Emmett and Ludlow car. There's Jeremy Crook, of course, former regular MX-5 SuperCup racer. Of course, he's now, I think, ready to potentially jump in and have a go. Handing over Alec Livesley. There goes Xavier Brook, followed by Mike Nash's Seat, and then the 370Z. Another car's also heading to the pit lane, as there goes Mike Nash having a little dive up the inside and putting a lap on the Mazda, as the Nissan tries to keep pace to keep up with him at the moment. The pace, the gap between the top two for the record, the battle between the Lotus and the Porsche, is now just a fraction. It was a fraction under 10 seconds when they crossed the line. So the Trig and Dab and Lotus looking as though it's pretty much in command, both in Pro A and in overall. The rundown of the classes, Pro A is led by the overall lead in Trig and Dab and in their Lotus. As we see also in the background there, not only is Scott Ferguson in for his pit stop, but also so is Paul Sheard in that MX-5 Mark 4. So a couple more cars in for their mandatory stops throughout this window.
Very, very new indeed to the sport, all coming together across this SuperSport Endurance Cup event.
Lots of waves to the camera here for this whilst these pit stops are going on, but I guess whilst you're waiting for the pit stops to finish, it's all so we can really do, I suppose, is give a wave to the camera and just wait for the pit stop to hit its timer. So as they now wait for that to finish, the race continues on. There's the Lukes in their Mazda MX-5 Mark III. He's of course been chased down now by the Steve Hewson Porsche Cayman, and that is also ahead of the Davis and Tyler Renault Clio with Peter Tyler at the wheel. He's handed over that car. He's been given that car from Ben Davis. Behind them there you can see is the Woods and Jackson Mark IV. It's a different spec to the Paul Sheard one. As the Porsche makes its way through the right-hander at Ritchie's. So we've gone past the hour to go mark. It's now 56 minutes left on the clock. When we hit 50 minutes, it'll be officially halfway in our first ever Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race here at Snetterton, the first ever race that we've ever had for this brand new series. And again, big thank you to everyone who's jumped in for this first race and made it happen. It's very much appreciated, and hopefully a few of these drivers will become a few more regular faces when we get the full season underway next year with the a 5-race calendar planned at some various top circuits around the country. Still under wraps as to what's happening next year, but it's been worked on in the background. There's a little shot there of the Scott Ferguson car as it's being worked on for its pit stop. So the race continues on for our contenders. There's the Barrett and Parks BMW. 2 MX-5s on the screen here. The Mark IV car, the blue car in the mix, which is, I believe that is Simon Woods at the wheel for that one. Yeah, that recognised the orange striping on the helmet there. And he will hand over to Josh Jackson. So on to the what I will do very quickly is apologise and quickly correct myself. The mandatory pit stop time is 3 minutes rather than 2 minutes, forgive me. So it's a longer race. I think it requires a longer pit stop. So forgive me for being slightly incorrect there. My apologies for that, but I'll correct myself now. 3-minute pit stops. So again, but that is pit in to pit out. So it's pit in, stop, refuel if you need to, or change drivers, then go back out again. It's a minute longer than Club Sport because it is a longer race, and therefore refueling sometimes adds to that and makes it a longer pit stop. So there we go. The race continues on here at Snetterton. So down the pit straight go our 2 MX-5s. Also, there you see the sort of Schnitzer tribute liveried car of Gadsby and Jones. I think that's Martin Gadsby at the wheel now, after we believe Ian Jones started that car. So that race continues on. We are getting towards the end of the first half of this race here as the BMW looks up the inside of the Mazda and continues on. The closest battle we've got on screen at the moment, gap-wise, appears to be that battle, in fact, there, because that is for the overall position. So the Gadsby and Jones car that has made a pit stop has just make its way back up through the order now. It's got past the Woods and Jackson car. That's now into 9th place overall. The next car it's got to try and catch, which is quite a way up the road now, is the Ben Davis and Peter Tyler Renault Clio Cup car with Peter Tyler at the wheel. That's still been kept on by the Lukes in their first car, in their first race. So the pit window is 60 minutes in length, so yeah, essentially it is open from 20 minutes into the race until 20 minutes before the end of the race, and so any time drivers can go ahead and make their pit stops. So looks like, I think I'm correct, yes, Martin Gadsby has got out, and there's David May onto the camera. He's playing the role of kind of fire marshal for a second to make sure that the pit stop goes well and that refueling doesn't have any issues. We see here some closer angles of that wonderful looking Nissan 370Z. In the pit lane has come the Emmett and Ludlow FK2 Honda Civic Type R. Striking livery on that car as well, with the chrome blue wrap on that car as well on the front end. So that makes a beeline for the pits and heads in for its mandatory pit stop. And so, yeah, there are 2 mandatory pit stops that you have to make within this one. Just checking, just looking through the regulations to make sure I'm getting the right facts for you. Yeah, because the regulations do say cars must not cross the pit entry line for their first mandatory pit stop until a 20-minute race. Yeah, so each car is required to complete 2 mandatory pit stops. So all the cars that have already pitted now are already making their first one. For those who haven't pitted yet, they've got to make sure that they do it. They've only got half an hour to make those 2 pit stops. So whether or not they kind of jump in and then whoever's done their first pit stop and then have to come back in and do their second one. So cars that haven't stopped yet includes our race leader here, the Trigg and Dabben Lotus Exige. Also, we haven't had a pit stop yet from the Steve Hewson Porsche. Mike Nash in the Seat hasn't pitted yet. Neither has the Matt Noster BMW, which has just been put a lap on there by the Lotus. The highest placed car that has made or is making its first mandatory 3-minute pit stop is the Main Skeets Nissan. Also the pit lane, as we said, is the Emmett and Ludlow car. Ivan Mares hasn't stopped yet for his first pit stop either. And neither has the Woods or Jackson MX-5. So they have got 30 minutes to make these 2 mandatory pit stops. So whether or not we're going to see a pit stop for many of the guys here pretty soon. I have to wait and see. Now here's our race leader then. So into the pit lane comes our race leader, the Trig and Dabin Lotus 6 Siege. Comes in for what should be the first of its 2 mandatory pit stops. We've still got those who have made their first ones to have to come in again. At least we expect them to come into again as per the regulations. So in it comes at a 45-degree angle. Comes to a stop. Good driving from whichever of the 2 drivers that we had at the wheel of that car in the mix. Unfortunately, we didn't get given a list of start drivers for this first ever race, but the pit stops are happening. I think in the background I can hear noise tester going on the back of that car, it seems as though. So at least that's a bit of a measure for something there, but they were trying something on the back of that car just to make sure. But the pit stop continues on. Okay, remember, mandatory 3 minutes. Out from its pit stop goes the Nissan 370Z, so there it goes, having completed its stop. Also heading out too is the Emmett and Ludlow Civic. It wasn't that long when the Honda Civic came in, so I don't want to preempt it being a too short a pit stop, but I could be wrong, and it could just simply be just the amount of time between those 2 cars coming in was shorter than I thought it was. But back into the race goes the Emmett and Ludlow Honda Civic, and so just got to keep tabs on the fact that at the moment all but 4 cars have made a mandatory pit stop, and of course after that everyone's got to make a second one. At least that's the plan according to the regulations. So okay, so Stuart Dabin was the one who I think Stuart Dabin was the one that drove that car initially. So David Trigg is now getting in to run his laps. As we see here, on-track battle, that's the Flint and McMillan 55 car, which is currently leading Club C. So after its pit stop has gone back through again into the lead. And again, we're still waiting for Houston and Nash, and then the Noster BMW, Houston to come in, for Nash to come in for its first stop. Also Noster in the E36 BMW and the Ivan Mares MX-5 Mark III, which is by virtue of having not stopped yet, it's up to 5th position overall and 2nd in Club B. So impressive stuff from Ivan to go the distance so far. Given the fact we are getting quite deep into the race, I would presume that these guys are, I don't want to suggest they're not aware they have to make 2 stops, but of course those have to make a second stop. Those who made their first pit stops earlier, of course, we're factoring in that they have to make a second one. Of course, those who haven't stopped yet, I'm sure will have to make 2 rather quick ones in quick succession, unless they are some of the solo drivers. Maybe they're possibly trying to eke out a big enough gap so that then by the time they have to come in, they can come in, make a pit stop, and then go back in again because they realise that the other cars have got to make their second ones as well. So there might be some different strategies being employed here. There goes the car that pitted from the lead, which is the Trig and Dabin Lotus. It should be heading back out in, I believe, 4th position, because it was a lap ahead of the Ivan Mares car when it came into the pit lane. So out goes, we believe, David Trigg at the wheel now. He's handed over from Stuart Dabin. So, of course, remember again, most of these cars will have to pit. Of course, lots of these cars, everyone will have to make their second pit stops. Now, this is interesting. The Main Skeets Nissan is coming for its second pit stop already. So I did suspect maybe some cars will come in and make 2 pit stops in quick succession. So that's intriguing. So I wonder if it's... I presume that is a scheduled stop, because we did have Mark Skeets come in, and then I think it's gone out for a lap or 2, come back in again. I'm presuming that David May will now jump in and continue on for the rest of the race. So could be quite an exciting finish here. Here comes our second pit stop. So I suspect what some drivers are doing is they're making their 2 pit stops in quick succession. So they're trying to get them out of the way, realising that everyone's got to do the same thing. So someone might be spreading them out a little bit, others will be doing it back to back so they can get their 2 stops out of the way, and maybe during one's pit stop for a driver change, one's pit stop for refuelling. So interesting strategies going on here in this first race. It's intriguing to see how this is all working out. So at the moment, by virtue that this car, which has been leading for a while, has now pitted for its first pit stop, Steve Houston in the Porsche Cayman now leads the way with 45 minutes and 12 seconds worth of change left to go in this at the halfway point. The Mike Nash Seat SuperCup is currently in second, and second in Pro B behind the leading Porsche of Houston. The Club B car of Matt Nossiter is currently in third place, again having not pitted just yet. The highest placed car that has made at least one pit stop is the Trigg and Dabben Lotus. There's our current overall leader and Pro B leader as well, which again is yet to make that first pit stop just yet. Fifth place, again by virtue of not pitting so far, is Ivor Mayers in the Mazda MX-5 Mark III. There he was just going to the back of the shot there, the dark grey 316 car. Sixth place, just in front of the Gadsby and Jones BMW making its run through, is the Davis and Tyler Renault Clio. And then the Gadsby and Jones BMW said is 7th. The Porsche MX-5 Mark IV is 8th. The number 70 Emmett and Ludlow Civic, which is 3rd in Pro A, is currently in 9th. And then rounding out the top 10 is the Scott Ferguson Mazda MX-5. It says Mark III, but it's definitely a Mark I. So Mark I and Mazda MX-5 currently 10th at the moment and 5th in Club B. Quick recap of the class leaders. Leading overall and in Pro B is the Steve Houston Porsche on screen right now. The third place car is currently also the Club A leader in third place overall. Matt Nossiter's BMW right now, but is yet to make its first pit stop. The Pro A leader is the former overall race leader for quite a while, which is the Trigg and Dabben Lotus 6 Euro Cup R. The Club C leader as well, which is the 4th of our classes here, because we didn't have anyone in Club A. And the Club C car, which is leading, is the Wayne Flint and Gordon McMillan number 55 car, as that leads currently down in 11th place overall. So 23 minutes left in the pit window for the car drivers to make their 2 pit stops. So I'm sure we'll get to the Porsche & Co. in very shortly. Is he hugging the right-hand side? Yes, he is, but not enough to hit the pins of the pit lane. So Houston then heads back down the pit straight to continue the lead in the Cayman. Right, in the pit lane, I think, is that Matt Nossiter coming in? I think it was. I think it was the E36 BMW coming in for its first mandatory stop. So in they go. And that will be another car. Yes, so that car pitting from 3rd overall and the Club B lead. So I think it might temporarily, unless Ivor Mayers also pits, will give the lead to Ivor. If not, it should then put the Davis and Tyler Clio back into the lead then. So when that happens. Now the May and Skeets Nissan, now it has David May at the wheel, so they've completed their 2 pit stops. They've completed them now, so they are free to go to the end of the race as they so please. So back out goes David May then. As past the pits went both Mike Nash's Seat and also the Matt Fletcher Mark I MX-5. So 2 pit stops complete for May and Skeets in the Nissan. And as we say, they are now all set to go to the end of the race for the final 42 minutes or so in that one. Mark Skeets' driving time is done, so David May, his mate in the race, his mate in Compact Cup and also mate in these endurance races, is back out there. They're making quite a formidable pair actually, because they had they not had a disqualification for a tyre issue in the Club Sport Trophy race some 6 days earlier, they would still been counted as the overall race winners, and they put in quite a performance in that car. And that car's had its ups and downs, but certainly proving its pace with these two at the wheel. David May now is out there to see what he can do. There's their other Compact Cup mates, of course, being Gadsby and Jones in their M3 engined Compact, and trying to charge past effectively all 3 of them is David Trigg in the Lotus, making his way past the Fletcher and Lily-White MX-5. And again, if some cars are choosing to pit right at the end of the pit window and do both pit stops back to back, that's quite an interesting strategy. It will bring things, I would have thought, quite close together in the end. But it looks though, I think that at least the Lotus pairing have decided to spread theirs out a little bit more and to give some driving time to the rest of the pack. Driving time to both drivers as equally as possible. There goes the Lotus, who is coming up onto the rear of David May in the Nissan. And he will streak through, I'm sure, into the complex. Yes, he does. And David May allows the David Trigg and Stuart Dabben Lotus back through once again. And that wasn't for position, because the Nissan is at the moment sat in 16th, and it's saying 5 laps down, but you have to remember some teams again still have to make their second pit stop, so that's one thing to watch out for. 40 minutes to go, and Steve Hewson continues to make lead. We still, as you say, we still got 3 cars that haven't made a first pit stop yet. The Trigg and Dabben car has, so, and the Trigg and Dabben car actually made a pit stop. Right, into the pits, I think, for what looks like its second pit stop. No, it's first pit stop, I'll correct myself. That is the Mike Nash Seat, so in it comes for its first pit stop. The Mike Noster BMW still making its first pit call as well. And there goes the Fletcher and Lily White, I was about to say Aston Martin, but it's a Mazda MX-5. I don't know where that came from. The Honda Civic goes past. That's the Ludlow and Emmett car, currently sat at the moment, thanks to the pit stops that are happening. 8th now, it's now up to, because the Mike Noster BMW that was as high as 3rd at one point is now making its pit stop and heading back out again. So that's pit stop number 1 done. Second pit stop will be happening in earnest very short, I'm sure, between now and when we get to the last, well, inside the last 20 minutes. So those of you who haven't even made one stop yet, they're going to have to do it, and I suspect they are doing it in quick succession. So try and basically get them out of the way. So because the Hewson Porsche has got a lap lead at the moment, if not possibly 2 lap lead, over the Trigg and Dabben. Well, Mike Nash is in the pit lane now. It's on the same lap as the Trigg and Dabben Lotus, but the Hewson Porsche is ahead by a lap at the moment by virtue of the fact it hasn't made a pit stop yet. So it's going to have to before it does so. The Mike Nash Seat, of course, without a driver, just see the internals there of the Kinetic racing car. It's looking pretty nice high-tech machine there, the Seat SuperCup there, as we watch the stop. You can see there Dan Collett in the background for the Brscc with the high-vis jacket on, just watching on proceedings, watching on the refuelling. Still has a concentration there as the refueler continues to you can see Greg Graham in there as well, the man who was put together the regulations. That's quite an ominous cloud, isn't it? Are we going to get possibly some rain in the last 38 minutes of this first ever SuperSport Endurance Cup race? Spice things up a little bit more, I wonder. But we'll wait and see as the Trigg and Dabben Lotus is right now. That's in for its second pit stop already, so I wondered if some of them will be splitting it up a little bit more evenly, but that's the second stint being completed pretty quickly. So they're completing a short stint in between first and second, and they're choosing to either go much longer or to kind of lead them right towards the end. I suspect maybe the Hewson Porsche might well choose to do it. I'm guessing that the Hewson Porsche and also Ivan Mares may well choose to do their 2 pit stops right at the end of the window to make sure that they spent the maximum amount of time out there. So that, I think, is... All right, so David Trigg has now finished his driving time, and he will now jump out. Okay, so Trigg was in for the first stint. I'm correcting myself and learning as we're going along, so forgive if I've given you incorrect information to begin with. But so David Trigg has completed his driving time now in the Lotus. He's done essentially the first 2 stints, and he's now going to jump into Stuart Dabben now. Now that car is going to be refueled. So again, quick little conversation to see how they found that and their thoughts of that racing. As racing drivers speak, they always talk with their hands. So usually that sort of motion with the arms, since that, yeah, you can just about hear the conversation, talking about going through the hairpin and how the car's feeling. And I do love watching drivers who are talking to each other basically whilst with their helmets on, because it means they have to use the hand gestures, the typical racing driver hand gestures too, when they're describing what the car's doing and when they're turning the wheel, and usually put their 2 hands together to show when 2 cars are together on track, and it's quite amusing. And Stuart Dabben is helped into the Lotus Exige, and again we've got still quite a few cars to make those second pit stops, so I'm sure they'll be coming in at some point. What it will do is it make things quite interesting. Here's one of the cars that hasn't stopped yet. This car currently still sitting 5th overall and leading in second in class Club B as Ivan Mares makes his way through. Ivan Mares, who's in the past been quite a notable Formula 4 driver as well in the past too. Competed in the Northern Super, what's now known as the Northern Super Classic Formula 4 Championship, but now he's quite affiliated with that Mazda MX-5 Mark III, races it everywhere all the time. He races it in several of the different endurance series, including this one here, of course, for with us here in the SuperSport Endurance Cup. But he also races that car in the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup as well. He has been doing so this afternoon. So he does love his racing, does Ivor. He loves being part of a weekend, and he's quite well associated with that Mazda. Right now, the Mike Nash Seat has just finished its pit stop, so out it will go. But of course, remember, it has to make a second one between now and the next 15 minutes. Otherwise, it might well get a penalty for it post-race. So a few more. Right, the Scott Ferguson MX-5 is in for its second pit stop, so that's making its second visit to pit lane. So far, we've had 3 cars that have pitted, no, 4 cars that have pitted for a second time. So the Crooked Livesley car's made its second stop, so have the main Skeets Nissan, so has the Scott Ferguson Mazda MX-5 Mark 1, and so has the Trigg & Dabben Lotus Exige. So those cars have both made their pit stops. The Trigg & Dabben car still completing its second 3-minute stop. There is the Fletcher and Lily White car. And yes, we did just see actually the Lotus being pushed backwards to head back out, because all the cars when they pit have to do so at a 45-degree angle for safety reasons, to make sure that we haven't got cars coming in and double stacking in pit lane. And there goes the Flint Macmillan BMW. He tried to go around the outside of the Lotus, but the Lotus had way too much power and said, what are you doing? And Stuart Dabburn just put his foot down and stopped any kind of chance to unlap himself on that one. The little BMW there with, I think, Gordon Macmillan at the wheel. Did try his best, but he realised that the Lotus at the end was about 4 classes ahead of him, so therefore wasn't quite going to work. So come up to the last half an hour. Right, now here we go. Here's Steve Hewson then, making his first pit stop. And again, I presume he will come in quite swiftly before the pit window closes. He's got 13 minutes to go, but this is including the time he's got, so... I think they're just asking Steve to just move back a little bit, just to kind of be not too... or make sure the fire extinguisher is ready, just in case it's needed. But different cars require different fuel systems, so something that was being sort of connected right at the top end, just at the top of the bonnet, which then sees the car being refueled through the front end of the car, which is where the fuel tank is, because this car is, of course, mid-engine and rear-wheel drive, so the fuel tank essentially sits in the front of the car. So the refueling is done in that one. I think, they're refueling again for this one, so it might well be the second pit stop, might well be without refueling, I imagine. So pit stop continues on for the Hewson Porsche. You can see there also on the left of the screen, the Scott Ferguson Mazda is having its second pit stop as we speak. So again, we're just waiting for Ivor Mears to make his first pit stop, because he's the last one who hasn't pitted just yet. Whether he's just getting carried away and just enjoying himself out there, we're not sure. There's how it sits on the screen there, with 32 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So that means then that we've got 12.5 minutes for those who haven't made a second pit stop to do so within that time. And of course those who still have to make 2 pit stops to make them in that time. And then of course this car, I'm pretty sure, will have to come in again for its second stop within that time limit that we've got. So the work goes on. Steve Hewson then jumps back into his number 7 Porsche. Through all of this, even though again they haven't made their second stop yet, the Davison Tyler Clio has climbed up into currently 2nd overall and leading Class Club B. And you've got the Ivor Mears Mazda, which is again still 2nd, but again hasn't made even his first pit stop yet. So that's the thing to watch. That's the thing to watch out for. So Hewson straps himself back in, and then that car will then get pushed backwards, and then we'll expect that car in once again between now and when we get to 20 minutes to go. So out he goes then. I imagine, given the time we've got, I would anticipate we're about to get a flurry of second stops, because I think lots of drivers are probably trying to leave it as long as they can until the end of this entire pit window. It's a 60-minute pit window, and of course it opened 20 minutes into the race and it closes 20 minutes before the race ends. So with 20 minutes to go. So between that time, you have to make your 2 mandatory pit stops in order to do so. And those that have successfully completed those 2 pit stops can now simply run to the end of the race and not have too much. Now, what's intriguing is that those who are quite back behind, we have to see how that works out, because a lap time for some of these guys is roughly around about 4 minutes. So that's working out well. In for their second stop is the Woods and Jackson car. I think that was Josh Jackson who was in for his pit stop. Now, whether he'll get back in or if it will be Simon Woods, or Woody as he's known, we'll jump back in again. The virtue, given the fact that Josh Jackson's just taken his gloves off, suggests to me that Simon Woods is going to get back in, I think. So that's one to keep an eye on. Here's the man who still hasn't made his first pit stop, Ivan Mares, continuing on third overall. There goes the May and Skeets Nissan with David May at the wheel. Ivan Mares, I think regardless of when he's going to pit, he's definitely enjoying himself out there. But you've got to think about the time he's got left, because he's got to go in these next 10 minutes. Surely he has to pit on this lap and have to pit in, be there for 3 minutes, pit in to pit out, do another lap, come back in again for the second stop, and then carry on for the rest of the race before, basically within the next 10 minutes. There's less than 10 minutes to go, and those who need to make their second stops will have to do it within this next window. Otherwise, there might be 1 or 2 penalties on their way if they make a late pit stop. So down the back straight goes Ivan Mares. Quick recap of where we are then. So the Steve Hughes and Porsche has made that first pit stop. So he now then will come. It currently still sits in the lead. At the moment, still sits in the lead, but of course we've still got the rest of the cars to come through to finish those laps. Ivan Mares continues into the right-hander. And then we go into this long right-hander at Coram once again, which is quite tough on tyres at times, but it's one to keep an eye on. Right, Davis and Tyler are in for their second stops. That's good. So that's Peter Tyler back in. I'm not sure if he'll hand back over to Ben Davis. Now, is Ivan Mares going to pit at last? Yes, he is. He's in the pit lane. So Ivan Mares makes his first pit stop of the race here in the SuperSport Endurance Cup. I was worried for a second there, but he's managed to find himself in the pit lane. Now remember, again, he's got to do this and stop, come back, go back out again, then come back in again for a second stop before the end of the race. Right, Xavier Brooks in, so is the Fletcher and Lily White car as well. So I did anticipate we were going to get a flurry of second stops towards the end of the window. In also has come Paul Sheard in the number 4 Mazda MX-5 Mark IV. So that's also in for its pit stop too. It's quite, look at that. It's a quartet of Mazda MX-5s spanning almost all 4 generations. You've got 2 Mark IIIs, a Mark 1 and a Mark IV, all parked up next to each other. So it's like the Mazda MX-5 owners club down there. Either way. Also in the pit lane, we've got the Matt Noss to BMW E36 is in there. I didn't mean that as being negative there, because of course MX-5 Owners Club are a brilliant collective. So I was just amused at the fact we've got 4 MX-5s all parked next to each other, one after the other. So it's quite coincidental. I've just heard from Mark Werrell in the background on the tannoy that sadly I think we've lost the Josh Jackson and Simon Woods Mazda MX-5. It was parked at the top of the pit lane, and they didn't seem to be in quite a rush to get that car back out, I'm afraid. So that's another retirement from this race. So we've still got 18 cars left running. But yeah, lots of pit stops happening now. The Flint McMillan car's in for its second stop. We've also got, let's see, so everyone has now made a first stop, but of course it's now the time we've got between 7 minutes to go. Anyone who hasn't made a second stop yet, with Ivan Mares at least, he will have to come back in pretty much straight away. Otherwise, he'll give himself a penalty for not taking a second stop in time. So I suspect that those who haven't done it yet will be pitting in pretty much now. But you can see it's got all of a sudden quite busy in pit lane now, with several cars making those mandatory stops. The Fletcher and Lily White MX-5 is being pushed backwards, and away it goes. Now it's successfully completed 2 stops. I think coming down the pit straight now is the May and Skeets car. Well, that should jump up the order quite quickly, because that, of course, has already made that second stop quite a while ago. So yes, look at it. It's climbed quite high up the order, at least pretty quickly. I think it might actually even climb up even further as by the time those cars come back out. So David May continues on in the Nissan. Just under 6.5 minutes to go until the pit lane's done. This car doesn't have to worry about pitting again. This is Stuart Dabban now at the wheel of the car he shares with David Trigg in the Lotus. That car's now climbed back up through the stops to 5th position. The Emmett and Ludlow Emmett and Ludlow Honda Civic is in for its second stop, so that's good. Still got the Gadsby and Jones car to come in. We've got the Mike Nash Seat to come in as well. The Steve Hewson Porsche that currently leads us in for a second stop as well at some point. There goes Ivan Mares. Now, again, I'm pretty certain he will have to literally come back around again straight away and do a second pit stop straight away because he's only got 6 minutes to go. So I don't think he can really afford to do another full lap, go past the pits, and then come in on that next one. I'm sure he will have to come in again for that second stop. So he's come back out in 6th overall, and amazingly, still in the Club B lead. But I would anticipate that if he has to make that second stop pretty quickly, he's a lap ahead of the Davison Tyler Clio, which just outside my commentary box window is going back out into the race. I didn't quite catch if they were changing drivers, if whether or not it's Ben Davis back at the wheel, or if Peter Tyler has remained behind the wheel of a number 2 car before it goes back out again. So there goes Ivan Mares then. Again, and I know I keep talking about Ivan Mares. I'm anticipating that he will come back into pit lane straight away. If he doesn't, I'll be scratching my head a bit, I think. But I think because essentially the pit lane simply it literally closes with 20 minutes to go. So I would think that anyone who's in the pit lane making their final stop, if the pit lane closes, will be allowed to do so, and therefore it simply have to be in the pit lane to basically start your pit stop. I would think before the 20 minutes to go sign goes up. That's the important thing before the race comes to a close. So just under 4.5 minutes left. Down the back straight goes Ivan Mares, and I have a suspicion our cameras are focused on him because we're waiting to see if he does come in straight away again. I anticipate that he will, but I think some of the other cars that have to make those pit stops. The Lukes in their MX-5 will have to come in. I'm pretty certain this on the next lap. They'll have to. Barrett and Parks in their BMW will have to as well. We talk about Ivan Mares, of course. He will surely have to make that second stop next by. And the current top 3 in the race, the Hewson Porsche, the Gadsby and Jones BMW, and the Nash Seat, I'm sure will all have to come in pretty much imminently. But we shall wait and see if any of them do make a trip into pit lane. So here comes Ivor. Now then, here's the big moment of truth. Does he peel back into pit lane to make that second stop? Because he might get away with another lap at least, but does he come back in again? Yes, he does. Right, so I called that one pretty well. So some drivers are doing them back-to-back, so to kind of get them out of the way. And again, it's getting busy again. There's the Flinton Macmillan car is heading out after its second stop is done. The Barrett and Parks car is in for its second stop. Ivan Mares also coming in now, as we predicted, for his second pit stop done. So this is interesting for this first time we've seen it. There's a lot of different strategies here. This 60-minute pit window, it's open choice for drivers to choose when they want to do it. Whether it's they want to space them out to get equal stints for the drivers, or whether or not they want to do them back-to-back at the end or towards the beginning and get them done. It's interesting. Either way, I think Ivor doesn't care. He can see the smile behind his helmet there. He's enjoying himself. He's happy behind the wheel of a race car. That's all that matters to him, so that's all good. So, 4 cars left to make their mandatory stop. The Lukes in their Mazda MX-5, who are just on track there, car 127. And then our overall top 3 are going to have to do it, and they'll have to do it within the next 2.5 minutes. Otherwise, they could be in trouble. So there's the main Skeets car. But that car has been slowly, quietly climbing up the order ever since it made its earlier second stop. It's 3rd in Pro B. And the other 2 cars, right, in there go the Lukes in their final pit stop. And the Hewson Porsche is also in as well. That's good. So that's car in for its final pit stop. So just 2 to go then. And then it's just the final 20-minute sprint or so towards the end to see where we are in terms of the gap. Now, when they came in on track, oh, this could be interesting. So the Gadsby and Jones BMW and the Nash Seat are both together on track. And the Nash Seat is in the pit lane first. This is interesting because I suspect that the Gadsby and Jones car, oh, okay, well that car might come in too late, which is going to be a problem. So, oh, no, it's not. No, forgive me. There it is. It was behind it because Nash passed it. So you can all breathe. All cars have made their second pit stop, but some have been leaving it later than others, which is good. So, right, final pit stops are being made then. And so once that's done, it'll be a straight-out 20-minute fight. And through all of that, as we anticipated, oh, this could be interesting, actually. The Lotus comes across the line, and it's 3 minutes and 10 seconds behind when it came across the line. So that means that I think the Hewson Porsche will come out but I think it might come out still ahead in the lead. So this could be quite an interesting little battle towards the end of the race here. Whether or not Stuart Dabman can catch the Steve Hewson Porsche in the last 20 minutes, it will depend on the gap that it's got and how much quicker it can lap. So, interesting stuff. 2 minutes 11 was the last lap time for the Steve Hewson Porsche. That was, of course, it coming into the pit lane. This car did a 2 minutes 10.536. It was 1.3 seconds better, but of course that car went straight through rather than hitting the timing beam at the on the pit straight. So this could be quite a fascinating finish to the end of the race here. 30 seconds left in the pit window, but as we said, everyone that needs to make the second pit stop is in the pit lane anyway. So I suspect the rule is you have to come in before to make your second pit stop before the pit window closes. So out has gone Ivor Mares, so he's completed his pit stops. And actually, that's worked out not too bad. He's come back out in 5th in Club B and down in 11th position. So decent work from Ivor there. Ran as high as about 3rd at one point, but had his moment in the sun. And so the pit window is officially closed now. So there we go. It's changed on the timing screen. Pit window is now closed. But thankfully, all 18 drivers that are still running have made their second pit stops, which is brilliant. So we now get a straight-out 20-minute thrash to the end of the race in this first-ever SuperSport Endurance Cup. And that's been the intriguing thing there, that element of strategy and picking when you make your pit stops. That could be quite an interesting factor here when we get to the full season next year when we've got more cars involved. That could be really exciting. That could be a really interesting way of working it. So this will be interesting. This is going to be the straight fight for the end then. There's the Porsche heading up the pit lane. There's the Lotus heading down pit straight. So we've got a grudge match here. Porsche versus Lotus. This is it for 20 minutes then. Who's going to win the first ever Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race? Is it going to be this car, David Trigg and Stuart Dabban in the Lotus, or is it going to be Steve Hewson in that Porsche Cayman? Now, in terms of pace, we know how quick the Lotus is, but we also know how quick Stuart is in the Porsche. Everyone's now made their second stops. Everyone is just about back out. The only two cars that are going to come back out again are the Gadsby and Jones BMW and the Nash Seat, but the Nash Seat came in before Gadsby and Jones. So if that BMW leaves before the Seat, I'll be quite surprised, because I expect that the Seat will come back out first. Oh, actually, that's interesting. I'm watching out my window. We're looking here at the window, but the BMW did leave the pit lane before the Seat. So, interesting. There it is on track there. There's the BMW, and there's the Seat, and that's for position. So that's very interesting. Now, whether they came in pretty much on the same lap together, but the Seat came in ahead. So I'm presuming that either one's timed it to perfection, or one possibly has timed it too long or too short. But we'll wait and see if there's a message from race control to see if one of those cars was shorter. If I was going to call it, unfortunately, given the fact they came in behind, I would have called it that BMW had a shorter pit stop or too short a pit stop, and therefore could warrant a penalty. But whether or not they got it out to try and beat the Seat on track, interesting. Maybe and also the fact that they know that car is quite quick anyway. So we'll wait and see. But there's some exciting elements here in this final stage of this race here. It's intriguing strategy and a battle of the lead we could be looking at here as well. So this is fascinating. I'm enjoying this. This is good. So let's see how that's all shaken out. Then we'll wait for the Porsche to come across the line, and we'll see how that's all shook out, the entire pit stop strategy, and where the field sits after the 60-minute mandatory pit stop window has now closed. So it now leaves the number 7 Porsche Cayman of Steve Hewson in the lead, with the number 44 David Trigg and Stuart Dabban Lotus closing it down and chasing after it for the overall win. They're both leading their respective classes, Hewson in Pro B and Dabban in Pro A. And here's a benchmark for you. The Lotus was almost 3 seconds quicker on that last lap, and it's charging along. So at that rate, it'll catch the Porsche in 2 laps. So how's about that for a close finish? So the Emmett and Ludlow Civic, who's been a bit sort of in the background in this race for the most part, has found itself, through all the pit stops, in 3rd place overall, in 2nd in Pro A. So good effort from on the Civic. Bit of a slower start, but it's picked itself up. It's timed its pit stops really well by the looks of it, and actually got itself up into 3rd overall, which is looking pretty strong. 4th is the Gadsby and Jones BMW, although I'll have to wait and see, of course, because we said it did jump out ahead of the Mike Nash Seat. Whether or not they managed to time that pit stop to absolute perfection, I'll wait and see. That'd be quite intriguing, that. The Mike Nash, right, now out of all of that actually, has climbed into 4th place overall. The Davison Tyler Renault Clear, that's come up to 4th position now, because it's now just come past the pits and it managed to beat it away by the end of the by the end of that complete lap that it's done. So whether it's Ben Davis again has gone back into the car or Peter Tyler has stayed in it, I'll wait and see. So Gadsby and Jones then 5th, Mike Nash is 6th position, Matt Noster 7th and is 2nd in Club B. It's 8th and 3rd in Pro B for the main Skeets Nissan. 9th is the Paul Sheard Mazda MX-5 Mark IV, and this I think is for position, because the BMW's got through past the Renault, and there goes Mike Nash in the Seat. So that has now pushed the Renault Clear back from 4th down to 6th again. So Gadsby and Jones are up to 4th now. Nash is up to 5th. That's an overall top 5 now. And I think that's not a change for the class lead, because the 2 cars that's just gone past it are in Pro A and Pro B respectively. So the Pro A BMW is 3rd in class. The Pro B Seat is 2nd in class. So they're currently sat now 4th and 5th overall. Now I'm keeping an eye on the window. Right, the leaders has gone past my window, and the gap is now. What's it now? It is. Resets itself 3.1 seconds. So it did take 3 seconds out. That must have been. They probably count the fact that it was an outlap for the Porsche. So now it's probably up to speed. The Trigg & Dabber and Lotus has taken another about 0.6 of a second or so out of the Hewson Porsche. So it might not be close. It's going to be closer in the next few laps, I think. If it keeps on taking 0.6 of a second out of it, it's going to be another 4 or 5 laps or so before it's in a position to possibly strike and make a move. But speaking of making moves, we could get a nice battle here, look, because this is, again, it's on-track battle rather than being for class, so this could be entertaining. The M3 engine BMW Compact against the Seat SuperCup here. This is Gadsby and Jones against Mike Nash, and this is 4 overall position. And look at this, they're catching the Honda Civic. This is on track as well. So this could be a really interesting battle. This is for second. This will be for class position between the BMW and the Honda, and the Seat will be there just to have a bit of fun and try and get itself involved. So we're going to be set for a bit of a battle here for 3rd, 4th and 5th between the Honda Civic of Emmett and Ludlow, the BMW Compact of Gadsby and Jones, and Mike Nash and the Seat SuperCopper. This is great. We've got a fight for the lead, a fight for 3rd overall in our very first SuperSport race. This is exactly what we wanted, a battle towards the end. Brilliant stuff. I'm excited for this now. This should be hopefully a nice grandstand finish towards the end and some great scraps in between. Now this is intriguing because I think that the BMW Compact has got the grunt on the straights, but in the corners under brakes, the Seat's a bit more superior. Up the inside goes Mike Nash in the Seat, and up into what is now currently 4th overall. Again, that wasn't a change for class position, it was for overall position. So, regardless, and that's, of course, remember the Seat's in a class which is a class lower than the BMW. So, but of course, sometimes we've seen it even in Club Sport Trophy. Not necessarily the cars in the top class are the ones that could be the fastest out there. We've seen it, for example, for the overall win back at Silverstone in the Club Sport Trophy. We had 2 BMWs in what was the in Class B, and they were scrapping overall for the lead when we had Class A cars a little further back behind, because depending on the driver's skill or whether it's got more horsepower or a car's got less horsepower but also less weight, or more horsepower but more weight, can depend on what the power to weight ratio makes and what it means. So, looking at the gaps last time by now then, as they came past last time, the Trigg and Dabber Lotus is not closing in, I don't think, at the moment, on the basis of that last lap, quick enough at the moment to catch the Porsche, because the last lap was 0.3 quicker for Trigg and Dabben. They did a 2 minutes 9.384. The Hewson car did a personal best of a 2 minute 9.6, but it was only a quarter of a second quicker, so the gap is still just under 3 seconds, 2.9 to be exact. The Trigg and Dabben Lotus is going to have to pick up the pace here to catch the Porsche, otherwise it will be Steve Hewson in the Intelligent Money Racing Porsche Cayman that wins the first ever SuperSport Endurance Cup race. But we're getting an on-track battle here then between the Honda Civic of Stuart Emmett and Dan Ludlow, Mike Nash's Seat, and the BMW of Gadsby and Jones. I do hope that when they come out of that, they come out of this and they have big smiles on their faces, because it's certainly giving me a smile on my face watching these 3 cars having a grand scrap amongst each other. They're just it's that tension between the three cars where kind of they're all fairly evenly matched, or have strengths and weaknesses at one point of the circuit, where the Seat might be better on the corners or under brakes, but the Civic and the BMW come back on the straights. It's a fascinating battle to watch here. 11 minutes to go. It's almost a bit of a stalemate, but they just edge closer. It's like a really high-speed chess match. It's wonderful to watch between this one. Because a great battle doesn't always have to be side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel, door-handle stuff. It can be just that watching the gaps just steadily go back and forth and getting closer and closer. It's the tension that brings that makes it quite a fascinating battle. It can be a battle of literally just the gaps getting closer and closer and wider again. That can be the essence of a good battle, rather than it being, you know, cars literally being bumper to bumper all the time. But we're shaping up to quite a good finish here. Now, here come the overall leaders. What's the gap now? There's also a board being handed out. Here we go. Right, we've got pit stop penalties here. Stop-go penalties for 3 cars for 2 shorter pit stops. Now, it's cars numbered 4, 21 and 170 all have pit stop penalties. So that's car number 4 is the Paul Sheard Mazda MX-5. Car 21 is the Fletcher and Lily White Mazda MX-5, the Mark 1. And 170 is the Matt Noster BMW. So that's those 3 cars. So the top 5 are unaffected by the looks of it. And they've got to make short pit stops. They were short by 5 seconds. So it's a 5-second stop-go penalty for each, because the rules say, as I mentioned earlier on, that if you one of your pit stops is shorter than the 3 minutes pit in to pit out, then you have to make a stop-and-go penalty. And the duration is the amount of time that you were short by, and therefore have to make up. So those guys did pit stops that were timed all at 2 minutes 55. So they're all going to come in for stop for 5 seconds, and then go back out again, regardless of how long the pit in and pit out takes. So they're going to make up the time that they were short by in order to do that. And the ultimate penalty comes with that, having to go at the reduced speed in the pit lane in order to try and get back up there again. In the lead of the race, the lead gap has gone back out again. It's now 3.5 seconds, or almost 3.6 between the Hewson Porsche and the Trigg and Dabben Lotus. So at the moment it seems as though Steve Hewson's got this under control, and Stuart Dabben, try as he might, can't quite get on the same pace yet, but it's going a bit back and forth. This won't help Steve. He's getting stuck behind the Ivor Mares Mazda, so that will help the Lotus to get back in to contention behind it. The Gadsby and Jones BMW's got back past the Seat, I noticed on my timing screen, so that's looking pretty close between them. One car that's again been steadily moving back up the order is the May and Skeets Nissan. That is currently sat in 3rd in Pro B, 8th overall. It should go to 7th overall, because we've got the Matt Noster car to come in and make its stop-go penalty, as well as 2 other cars in there. But down the pit straight comes the Porsche, and also there goes the Lotus. What's the gap now? It's now, was 3.5, it's now, when it resets itself on the time. 2.2. So getting held up behind Ivor Mares has brought the Lotus back into play here. This is getting pretty interesting between these two. We've still got 8.25 minutes to go, so there could still be a change. Meanwhile, whoops, that's the Gadsby and Jones BMW. I think he was trying to go around the outside of the Emmett and Ludlow Honda. Didn't quite work. Takes the long way around the chicane, but he's lost the position back again to the Nash Seat. So he's got to do it all over again now. I'm suspecting it's Ian Jones at the wheel, so Ian Jones will have to try and push on to try and catch up again. So, dramatic moment towards the end here in this first ever SuperSport Endurance Cup race. It's had its moments of strategy and kind of points where we've been sort of thinking what's going to happen and which way the gap's going to go, but we've got quite a crescendo coming up here between this battle that's going on for 3rd, 4th and 5th, and then we've got this scrap for a lead between the top 2. This is... I know that... all involved at Brscc who've been putting this together wanted a nice, close, exciting race. And we're getting quite a nice finish for this first race, which I'm sure that is hopefully pleasing those who are watching. The way this pit stop strategy has worked out, it's really nice, it seems. So good stuff from everyone involved at Brscc to put this together and to have the cars we've got. And this battle here between Porsche and Lotus is looking pretty intense here. I think the gap's gone back out again by the looks of it. They've got another lapped car, which is the Paul Sheard car. Has he made his mandatory stop? Has he come in for the stop go? I don't think he has yet, but same place again. He gets bolted by a Mazda MX-5 through Brundle Nelson. So that won't really help Steve all that much, but you can see that Stuart Dabben can see that Porsche getting closer and closer in front of him. That's incentive for him to keep on pushing. And he still hasn't got past the MX-5. He's still going to try to get past through the bomb hole here. I think possibly through Coram he'll get through. Here's the scrap for 3rd overall, because now the Emmett and Ludlow Civic is under attack from Mike Nash. So we really are getting a bit of a grandstand finish to this first ever SuperSport race, because they are almost nose to tail for, or close at least for first, and close now for third. And we've got to watch out for the Gadsby and Jones BMW. That can't be too far away either. He crossed the line 2.7 seconds back from this battle. Now they're coming through the right-hander at Williams. Where's the BMW? There it was. And it's getting closer. 1 second now between the top two. It was a 2 minutes 10.8. And again, there's more traffic with the Porsche. That's the Flint and McMillan BMW. He goes past on the straight down towards the Wilson hairpin. I can't call this now because either Houston will hold on or the Lotus is going to possibly grab him. It might well be quite a close finish towards the end. There's 6 minutes to go. I was really hoping personally for a really nice, exciting, close finish for the end of this first SuperSport race, and we really are getting it now, which is great because you can't really tell how this is going to play out. Now that there's less traffic around, maybe the Porsche will start to close back up, to pull away again. But now that Stuart Dabber can see that that car getting closer, has that been incentive for him to find more pace, find more grip, find more confidence in the car, and start to close back in again? The gap, as we said, is 1.085 seconds. We've still got those cars that have got to make into for their stop-go penalties. I imagine that if they don't come in before the end of the race, they will get it added on in some form at the end of their race time. This is intense in some cases. Here we go onto the back straight. 5 minutes to go now. The clock has gone to 5 minutes exactly in a couple of seconds. It goes to 5 minutes exactly now on my screen. So this is it then. And that gap is getting closer. And the Lotus is getting much closer. In fact, if that's the slipstream he's getting from the aero from the back of the car, that's getting interesting. But here we go then into the complex now for the 41st time of asking. We completed 40 laps in this 100-minute race. And this is the grudge match. Porsche versus Lotus. Which one's going to come out on top? They're both going to win their respective classes. But who's going to take the overall bragging rights for the victory? Who's going to get third overall? It's also being disputed. As the Emmett and Ludlow Civic runs wide on the exit of Agostini. Here comes the Seat up the inside. They're going to be side by side on the run down towards Hamilton's. Mike Nash has got the inside line. And the Civic lets him have it up the inside. So into third place overall. And that is also the second car in Pro B. Is the Mike Nash Seat SuperCup car. So that he's now managed to get through. Now he's got also now what the Civics also got to be careful of is the fact that the Gadsby and Jones BMW is not too far away, and that will be for positioning class. That'll be for second. So got to keep an eye on that battle as well to see how much he recovers. Here it is, the scrap between Steve Houston in the Porsche and the Trigg and Dabber Lotus Exige as they come in through the hairpin, and he's getting very close. The gap across the line was 0.7 of a second. Last time by, he took another 0.4 out of him. We really are shaping up for a really close finish here. This is probably a better finish than we could have imagined in the SuperSport Endurance Cup, the first ever race. And I really hope those watching are inspired by this race and think, right, we want to give that a go for next year. And if you do, head to the website, brscc.co.uk, for more information. We'll talk about that later because I think the more important thing here is this scrap for the lead. Steve Houston then has got the bright fluorescent yellow Lotus right in his rearview mirrors as they come down the short straight towards Hamilton's. There is 3.25 minutes to go. I suspect that we're going to get the last lap board next time by. So there's not much time left for the Trigg and Dabber Lotus to get through. And Steve Houston won't just let him have it here. He will get his elbows out and he will start to defend because he knows he has to. What a thrilling finish to this first ever SuperSport Endurance Cup race we've got. There is practically a lap and a half to go. Next time by will be the last lap board. It will be one more time around the 300 circuit. And the Lotus is getting ever closer in the rearview mirrors. Down the back straight, they're coming up towards another MX-5 in the braking zone. They are nose to tail heading into Rundle and Nelson now. Under the bridge. Turn left. Turn right. There's the Fletcher and Lily White car. He'll try and get past him towards the bomb. If he can't, he'll get really held up. And it might well play back into Stuart Dabben's hands. He goes up the inside. He has to really quickly go through past the MX-5. The Lotus will try and get through as well, which he does up the inside as the Mark 1 goes through. He had to brake there, so did he get through or not? He did, but he got held up a little bit there trying to get through. So maybe that could have been game, set and match, but we'll wait and see. 2 minutes 10 to go. It will be one more time around this time. And Stuart Dabber's going to have to throw everything he's got at this one to try and do it. Down the pit straight they come. Final lap. There goes the signal. 1 lap to go. And what a thrilling climax this is. Up the inside of the Lukes in their Mazda MX-5 goes the Steve Houston Porsche. Is the traffic going to be a factor here? I think the Trigg and Dabben car, trying to get past there, either he's spent too much from his tyres or he's got nothing left to give, because the Houston Porsche is now continuing on. He goes up the inside of Scott Ferguson. Is there any way back for the Lotus? I was hoping for a nose-to-tail finish, but either for some reason just getting caught up in back markers or just a loss of pace. But the Trigg and Dabben Lotus might well possibly have fallen back a bit too much. Yeah, the gap has gone back out again. It was 1.7 seconds across the line. So I think the Porsche possibly has this one in the bag at the moment. But remember, it's never over until they get to the checkered flag. So let's not count our chickens just yet. We've still got just over half a lap to go in this race. And Stuart Dabben's not finished just yet. He's continuing to press as hard as he can. He'll have to pull out an incredible lap to try and get it back again. And somehow try and get him on the run back into the final couple of corners. Through Oggies for the last time. On the sprint now towards Williams. We should also mention the Gadsby and Jones BMW has got past Emmett and Ludlow, so they're up to second place in class now in Pro A. Club B leader is also the Renault Clio of Davis and Tyler, and the Club C leader is Flinton McMillan and their BMW. But there goes the Porsche down towards Brundle and Nelson for the final time in what's been an amazing first race for the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup. I think that Stuart Dabben has conceded defeat because he sat back and he's bringing the car home, but it's been an amazing way to kick off a brand new series. And again, thank you everyone that's supported it. Oh, big lot of black smoke from the back of that car. I hope it's not a dramatic end to the finish with the car not making it, but that was just a bit of overrun on the exhaust when he was trying to get up through the gears. But up through Coram for the last time and into Murray's, it's been an incredible way to kick off a brand new series. And Steve Houston's about to make history as the first ever winner of the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup. After 100 minutes, the victory goes to the Porsche Cayman in Group Pro B and overall. Flashes the headlights. Steve Houston wins the first Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race. And a thrilling conclusion. And just behind him, winning Pro A and second overall, was the David Trigg and Stuart Dabben Lotus, just 2.3 seconds behind. It could have been closer, but in the end, it is Porsche who wins over Lotus, first and second overall, and both will win their respective classes. It's a Pro B victory for Steve Houston and a Pro A victory for David Trigg and Stuart Dabben in the Lotus. Now then, we wait for our cars in third, fourth and fifth. Here comes Mike Nash. He locks up into Brundle and Nelson, and he's still being chased by the Gadsby and Jones BMW as they come up towards Brundle and Nelson. So the recovery has been pretty strong between these two. But Mike Nash then will come through to pick up second in Pro B. In fact, the cars that are coming through next are respectively the runners-up in Pro B and Pro A. So as they come through Coram and into Murray's, there have been two very fine additions to the grid they have today. As up to Murray's they go, and up to the checkered flag. It will be third overall and second in Pro B for the Seat SuperCup of Mike Nash. He heads to the checkered flag, arm at the cockpit, headlights flashing, second in Pro B for Nash, and second in Pro A for the Gadsby and Jones BMW, and third in class and fifth overall in Pro A for the Emmett and Ludlow Honda Civic. Great to have them on the grid too, and well done to them to make the podium. Now the next car to come through, waiting next now for our class winner, and you can see he's weaving with delight because he knows he's the class winner. It is victory in Club B for Ben Davis and Peter Tyler in the Renault Clio. And they're delighted with that. Well done for a class victory on their first time out racing that Clio here in this new series. They finish 6th overall, and great stuff from them involved. The last few cars to come through and take the flag. We've got the May and Skeets Nissan to come through to finish in 7th overall and 3rd in Pro B. And then we've got the 13th place car, the Barrett and Parks car, to come through as well. There comes the Nissan out of the final corners. Taking it nice and steady towards the flag. He's taking his time, isn't he? Oh, is he going to the pit lane? Oh, he's going to the pit lane. Is he going to finish in the pit lane? I'm not sure if he's even realised he either finished the race or if he's coming in. But there's one man who's very happy, of course, with that. And I'm sure it's a very delighted and relieved, I think, Steve Houston, who has been closed down towards the end. As close as 0.7 of a second it got between the top two. But in the end, he knows it was close. But yeah, sunglasses on. That's excellent stuff. So let's hear all about it. Let's have a chat to Lindsay, who's in the pit lane after relieved, and I think a very relieved and almost exhausted Steve Houston. Have a chat with our first ever winner for the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup.
Hi, congratulations. All I really want to know is you must be exhausted after that.
That was getting quite hard, but this car has air conditioning, so we do okay inside of here. But no, that was a tough race. And when we saw the Lotus after I'd done my last stop and he was, I don't know, about 3 or 4 seconds behind, and we knew it was quicker than us, then yeah, it became hard work then. But well, I think we both got caught by different bits of traffic, to be honest, and I just landed out lucky on the front of it.
It seemed like a very tactical manoeuvre going into this weekend. Did you guys have a strategy?
We knew we wanted to pit stop late, and there's always a possibility of safety cars. If it rained later on, any of these things are better than to pit stop. We've got another car that I've raced as well with a friend, and he's racing today, and he had a couple of difficulties, so we had to tweak the strategy around a little bit. But it went pretty much to plan, and certainly the finish definitely went to plan.
And I've got to ask, I mean, obviously I know you're smiling, but you've got to have had a good time in that.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a mega car to drive. We put it together from a crashed road car just at the end of last year. I picked up some sponsorship, fortunately. It's quite tricky with club racing, but from Intelligent Money, who also sponsor British GT. And it got us on the track again, because it's a couple of years since I last raced.
Amazing. Well, congratulations from us, and hopefully we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you very much.
Let's very quickly move on over to this good sir. Congratulations, that was a tough battle out there.
That was a very tough one, yes. Yeah, we thought we were going to just about do it. This is Dave, who was driving first. Thanks, mate. And he really put the hard work in. I just did a bit at the end.
By all means, though, I mean, did you guys, I've got to ask, had a strategy going in? Did you know you had to go first, you went second, or did you play with it until the last minute?
We definitely had a strategy, but the key is to try and go as far as we can on the longest stint in case we get a safety car. We get a safety car, we can pit. We've got 2 mandatory pit stops, so there's always a strategy there, but it's movable. So we ended up moving it. So there was no safety cars, the weather didn't change, all these sort of things come into play. So weather's good, go as long and as deep as we can, get 2 stops out of the way, fuel and pit run to the end. That was essentially what it was.
Yeah.
So a lot of flexibility in sort of going into it. And I've got to ask, because I've got to ask everybody here, that looked like so much fun out there.
Yeah, it was a good race. He died up the inside of me into turn 2 off the start, and then I just sat there for a bit and I let him gap and wanted to watch where he's doing, where I was stronger, where he was stronger, and I sort of worked on that, come back through. Essentially, we lost it in the pit stops. That was our downfall. I think we come in with a 9 or 13 second lead. We've also got a bit of a misfire on a car that developed later on in the race, and we was having to short ships up because we was pinging the noise. So the clerk of course asked us to back it off on the straight. So
it's starting to sound like racing driver excuses, isn't it?
It does.
It does, doesn't
Makes
it?
7 of the excuses. But other than that, it was a great day. It was great to be here. Really good race.
Good. So does this mean you guys might come back for some more?
Oh, we must come back for some more. It'd be rude not to. We've got to win next time, haven't we?
Fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Right, and if we have time, we'll be very, very quickly. Let's grab the last and final one.
Very well done indeed.
Sorry, I just wanted to grab you very, very quickly. How was it out there? That looked spectacular.
Well, it didn't feel spectacular. It felt very long. 100 minutes on my own wasn't ideal. I was praying for a safety car at some point so we could do the pit stops at that time, but also give me a bit of a break. There was none of that, but, you know, stay dry. We had a great race. Cars in one piece. What more can you ask for?
The mentality you must have had, being so focused in that must have taken it out of you.
It was more the heat, you know. It seemed a good idea to get a black car, but when it's sunny, it's not a good idea. And every time I was coming down the start-finish straight, I was looking at the gantry, counting down the time. I was on the radio to my dad, who's been brilliant, asking him, you know, positions, etc. So we've had a great day. Brilliant, lad and dad.
Good, that is amazing to hear. And does this mean you might come back for some more?
I think we may do. I might need some more help. So, you know, Dunk, Darren, Alan, Ollie, Graham, if you're watching, and of course, Chris, my brother. Let's get down here.
Let's squeeze out as many people as we can. That is wonderful news. Well, congratulations again from us. And yes, and let's throw it back to Scott to have a big wrap up of what's happened here today at Snetterton.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lindsay. Great job on the helping us out with the pit lane interviews today, and of course a little bit of help from Mark as well, which is always handy. Just quickly confirm the class winners from all of that then. So overall victory in Pro B goes to, as we saw, Steve Houston, the Porsche Cayman. Pro A is won by David Trigg and Stuart Dalbin in the Lotus 6 Siege. It's a Club B victory for Ben Davis and Peter Tyler in the Renault Clio Cup car, and Club C victors are Wayne Flint and Gordon McMillan in the BMW Compact as well. And that's it. That's it once again for Snetterton. 2 weeks in a row, but 2 weekends of fantastic racing and a brilliant day's action for the MX-5s, and of course a great finish from that brilliant first ever Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race. And if you're a club race or someone who usually races in other like-minded series in the UK, and you like the look of that and want to come and try out for next year, there's a full 5-race calendar for next year that's being planned. So do be sure to get in touch. And again, if you want to find out information on the SuperSport Endurance Cup or any of the Mazda MX-5 championships or anything else that's racing on the Brscc roster, you know where to go. brscc.co.uk for all the action as well. Big thank you to Run Your Fleet. Quick sort of mention to them as well, once again, are the most cost-effective and flexible way to buy, lease and manage everything you need for your fleet of company vehicles through our managed fleet services, from breakdown cover, fleet management, risk management and fleet funding to the latest telematics, rental and short lease options. Run Your Fleet has every solution for your fleet requirements. So they, of course, are very valued partners. They've also provided us with our brilliant Jaguar XS Sport Rec safety car, which didn't have much to do today, apart from leading the field away for our SuperSport Endurance Cup race. But thank you to them, of course, once again for their support. Do go and check them out on their website and also on their social media channels as well. Big thank you to everyone who took part in the Mazdas today. Some brilliant 8 races for them today. Some of the best racing so far this year. They're going to head off to Cadwell Park in a few weeks' time. Massive thank you to everyone that supported and took part in the SuperSport Endurance Cup race today. There will be more of that next year. If you want to take part in that, do keep an eye on the social media channels and what Brscc is up to. And thank you to all of our fantastic marshals, to our volunteers and officials. Without you guys, we simply couldn't go motor racing at all. Thank you for your hard work today. And thank you not just to the people who've been watching on the banks today as well, but to you guys who've been watching the stream at home, wherever you've been. Thank you ever so much for the support on Facebook and on YouTube. Thanks for all the comments. Apologies I haven't been able to get around to read too many of them today. It's been pretty much full on from start to finish today. But again, thank you ever so much for supporting the channel. If you haven't already yet, hit the like button, hit subscribe, and also hit the notification icon so you get notified of when we get live streams going live again, as well as highlights going up on the channel as well at that point in time. So all that's left me to say is, from myself, Scott Woodwist, from Lindsay Closen, a little bit of Mark Werreld as well, and everyone here at Snetterton, thank you ever so much for watching today. The next live action is next week, because we've got Brands Hatch on the 7th and 8th of August. It's a weekend full of caterums, National Formula Ford, the new Zeo prototype cup out for its second race, as well as also additional action from the brilliant Track Attack Race Club and the Classic and Modern Motorsport Southern Saloons and Tin Tops as well. But again, from all of us here at Snetterton, thank you so much for watching. Please take care. We'll see you next week for more Brscc live race weekend action at Brands Hatch. But until then, thank you very much, and we'll see more action next week. Bye for now.